Naruto God Level Majin Buu, Chapter 481-500. 481 is close to a 6 paths level battle. Roar. Kyuubi, Ninetales, let out a roar, grabbed with huge claws, and fought with the puppet. The battle between the two behemoths shook the surrounding ground. That puppet is the strongest puppet left behind by Otsutsuki Hamura, and if only in terms of power, it is even stronger than the tailed beast. What's more terrifying is that the puppet has no pain sensation at all, and is not suppressed in the slightest, and it is completely enough to deal with Kyuubi, Ninetales. Under normal circumstances, Kyuubi, Ninetales alone might not be able to gain the upper hand in terms of power. After all, this puppet is indeed unusual. But now with the role of the powerful Susanoo, it is completely different. This is like an adult man holding a weapon in his hand, and a state without a weapon is completely different. Kyuubi, Ninetales relies on the powerful armor Susanoo, and its defense is greatly enhanced. The armor of Susanoo is almost absolute defense, and it is quite difficult to break through. In the original work, only a few people such as Senju Hashirama have broken it. Otsutsuki Jungyu felt the power of Kyuubi, Ninetales equipped with Susanoo, and could not help frowning secretly, completely stunned, did not expect Chen to be so strong. As expected of the owner of Rinnegan owned by the legendary Six Paths Fairy, I'm afraid you have a lot of connections with the Six Paths Fairy. Jungyu let out a low voice, but her actions became firmer immediately. I only saw a sneer on the corner of Otsutsuki Jungyu's mouth, his chakra rose up, and the whole person was above the air, saying, Yin and Yang escape, the way of life and death of Yin and Yang. Yin-Yang escape. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, the Grandmaster Yin-Yang escape did not surprise Chen, and Chen Yi was already prepared. At this time, he noticed Otsutsuki Jungyu's actions, and a clear look flashed in Chen's eyes. It's not. You're the only one who can escape Yin and Yang, Kirin. Chen shouted loudly, only to see Tiankong Yunjian appear in Chen's hand. Tiankong Yunjian was raised high. A sword light rushed towards the sky, thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and the situation changed in an instant, forming a thunderstorm weather. The weather in the land of rain is always cloudy and rainy, but at this time the sky is only cloudy. But when Chen Yi called out Kirin, he saw that in the sky within a radius of dozens of miles, the haze instantly struck. Come, the thunderclouds are dense, and the clouds are haunting. The black cloud overwhelms the city and wants to destroy it. An instant, the weather has been changed by Chen, and the power that can change the weather in this moment shocked everyone. Is this the power of human beings? Kirin. Chen used the Tiankong cloud sword in his hand to burst into light. The Tiankong Yunjian erupted with decisive power. A burst of light flashed across the eyes, and the combination of Yin-Yang escape and Kirin's ninjutsu made Kirin become half black, half gold. Lightning slammed down, almost as if the space within a radius of dozens of miles was all over the place. Locked up, Kirin roared and made an earth-shattering sound. And Otsutsuki Jungyu also showed. He also burst into a roar. Yin and Yang gathered together, as if formed. A sharp sword. The range of this sharp sword also rushed to the 10-10, causing the space to be turbulent and completely exploded. The surrounding space seems to have a feeling of being broken at any time, and the strong aura is shocking, and I can't imagine what the next scene will be. The surrounding Akatsuki members were also completely shocked by this blow. They each quickly retreated, and watching this devastating scene, they realized how strong the enemy in front of Byakugan was and how terrifying Chen was. This scene was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and they were completely unable to extricate themselves. Power exploded, shaking the sky. Boom! With the deafening loud noise, I saw the ground cracked, the surrounding trees collapsed in pieces, cracks appeared on the ground, the original valleys and hills were instantly split in half, and the original trees instantly became coke. This terrifying power made everyone move for a while. How could he be so strong? Chen narrowed his eyes. He also felt the strength of Otsutsuki Jungyu. He was indeed a powerhouse close to the first level of 6 paths, worthy of being the second powerhouse on the moon. But Chen also felt it. At this time, Otsutsuki Jungyu did not have Tenseigen, so although his strength was strong, he was only close to 6 paths. It is easier for the Otsutsuki clan to become a 6 paths level powerhouse than others, because the Otsutsuki clan are born with the blood of Kekemura and Kagaya-hime, so if Otsutsuki Jungyu has Tenseigen, he can use the power of Tenseigen, and has Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, can be regarded as a real 6 paths level powerhouse. But at this time, Otsutsuki Jungyu was not like that. He could only be regarded as a powerhouse close to the level of 6 paths. The loud bang made everyone around him temporarily blind and deaf. Shocked by the power of these two people, they looked at the battle between Otsutsuki Jungyu and Chen dumbfoundedly, and found that the battle between their gestures and gestures would be very difficult. It set off a powerful wave, making them unable to intervene at all. Of terror is fully revealed. The aftermath of the collision between the two was stimulated, and the surrounding forest trees collapsed, smashed everywhere, and oscillated back and forth, which was shocking. Trees fell, spaces were transformed, as if the end of the world had collapsed. This 6 paths first level battle made Otsutsuki Jungyu feel the extreme danger, and even more deeply felt Chen's strength, so that Otsutsuki Jungyu's eyes moved slightly, and he also acted. The confrontation just now, Otsutsuki Jungyu did not take advantage of it. Chen triggered the thunder and lightning of the heavens and the earth, causing Kirin to roar out, directly swallowing Otsutsuki Jungyu's puppet. The puppet trembled and emitted a pungent smell of coke. He stopped moving, obviously traumatized by Chen's blow. Kyubi, Ninetails, was shocked by this earth-shattering blow, and murmured, as expected of Chen, "It's actually so strong." Kyubi, Ninetails, looked at Chen with a bit of awe in his eyes. "Thank you for your support of Watermelon, thank you." 482 Peak Battle. Otsutsuki Jungyu saw that he was at a disadvantage, and knew that he would not do his best if he didn't do his best. When he saw a faint light flashing in Otsutsuki Jungyu's eyes, the pair of Byakugan's rays spread out, forming a huge whirlwind and Uzumaki, which exploded. It came out, shocking. A completely different breath emerged from Otsutsuki Jungyu's body, showing extremely strong strength. Otsutsuki Jungyu was indeed terrifying. This strength made Chen Duo narrow his eyes slightly. Chen was secretly vigilant, knowing that Otsutsuki Jungyu was about to release a big move next time. "I have to do it too, otherwise it will be very troublesome." Looking at Otsutsuki Jungyu, she whispered to Kyubi, Ninetails, Kurama, "When Otsutsuki Jungyu releases a move, you will use Tailed Beast Bomb to resist. I will prepare other moves." Chen's words caused Kyubi, Ninetails, 9 huge tails to swipe, looking at Otsutsuki Jungyu's vigilant look, and humming softly, "I see." Otsutsuki Jungyu's aura has been raised to its peak. "You have Rinnegan, it is indeed extraordinary, but our Otsutsuki family on the moon also has Tenseigen, and its power is equally extraordinary. Although I don't have a Tenseigen, I can use some of the Tenseigen's power, you see it clearly." Silver revolves around. Otsutsuki Jungyu roared, and a burst of power burst out. The strong power broke out, surging frantically, and burst out directly. The power of Otsutsuki Jungyu emerged, and a huge tornado was seen in an instant. With a chakra swept through, the sky and the earth changed color, and the tornado charged overwhelmingly. Within a radius of several hundreds of miles, all were enveloped by tornadoes, and within this area, they were all within the scope of tornadoes. Chakra's power exploded and crashed wildly. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He was very aware of the power of Silver's reincarnation explosion. This trick was found in the original theatrical version, and the power was indeed very good, enough to make people retreat. However, the Silver reincarnation explosion needs the power of Tenseigen to be used, and the Otsutsuki Jungyu in front of him did not use the power of Tenseigen, and it is estimated that a certain price will be paid. So strong. Sasori, Kokaku, Toto, Uchiha Itachi and others saw this scene and were deeply shocked, with a bit of shock in their eyes. The scope of this tornado is large enough, and it is indeed powerful. Countless trees around it rose from the ground, and the trees were blown into the air by the wind, spreading everywhere, and the power could be seen everywhere. This storm swept up a wind called Jinchuriki column, and it struck the sky with terrifying force, making Chen also panic for a while. Fortunately, Chen had already instructed QB, Nine-Tails roared, opened his mouth, and a dense liquid-like chakra condensed in QB, Nine-Tails' mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. At this moment, QB, Nine-Tails is finally showing himself. Tailed Beast Bomb that belongs to her is revealed. It spits out the Tailed Beast Bomb directly. I only saw the Tailed Beast Bomb light explode, slamming directly towards the silver rotational explosion. The strongest Tailed Beast Bomb silver of QB, Nine-Tails, was born and exploded. There was a loud bang, 2 blows, and scorching power erupted. Everyone felt the horror of it. In order to prevent being affected by the shock wave, everyone was forced to retreat again and again, and their eyes were full of fear. The 3 girls, Konan, Kushina, and Makoto, were staring at Chen in the air, fearing that Chen would suffer any damage, and their eyes flickered slightly, worrying about Chen. The battle between Chen and this Otsutsuki Jungyu was indeed too terrifying, so everyone could only watch obediently on the side, and did not dare to do anything else. Even many of them held their breath, which was extremely shocking. Who would have thought that this battle would evolve into this and then let them fight, and the whole country of Rain would be in danger of being affected? Chen is of course aware of this. If he continues to fight, I am afraid that the country of Rain will face great danger. Thinking of this, Chen squinted to look at Otsutsuki Jungyu, and whispered to himself, "It's time to end the battle." Spoke, Chen's body moved suddenly and he shouted in a low voice, "Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth." Chen intends to attack Otsutsuki Jungyu, but Chen does not intend to kill Otsutsuki Jungyu, but to capture him alive. Previously, Otsutsuki Jungyu didn't say that he wanted to capture him alive, so Chen now turns around and captures Otsutsuki Jungyu alive. In addition, Chen wanted to know more about the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, so he used this trick. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. I only saw Chen throwing a black ball, and at the same time countless dirt and boulders on the ground were absorbed, especially Otsutsuki Jungyu, who also felt a huge attraction. This. Otsutsuki Jungyu felt a strong attraction, and her body was involuntarily sucked into the black hole in the sky, completely feeling a panic. This is the art that sealed Kagaya Heim. Otsutsuki Jungyu immediately understood and was even more shocked. The Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth made by Chen is completely different from the ordinary Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Sage art, Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth made with sage art chakra. The Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, of the Nagatasho master is like a child compared to Tatsuki, S1. Nagato looked stunned. Only seeing Otsutsuki Jungyu can't resist the power of this Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Chen's chakra has reached its peak, and in the state of sage art, Chen's strength is fully revealed. Sage art chakra swirled upwards, bursting with astonishing power, so that Otsutsuki Jungyu couldn't resist the power, and could only retreat step by step, with an earthy look on his face. The release of Silver's reincarnation, Otsutsuki Jungyu's strength was indeed damaged, and his chakra was not enough. However, the silver rotation blast was cracked by the tailed beast bomb of QB, Nine-Tails. Under such circumstances, Otsutsuki Jungyu could not resist Chen's attack at all. Please to read the novel without underline. Download Philo novel. 483 Sage art, Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Although Otsutsuki Jungyu was strong, she first released the silver reincarnation blast just now. As a result, it resisted each other with the tailed beast bomb released by QB, Nine-Tails, with all her strength. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. The power of this sage art Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, was revealed, and the surrounding space set off a great suction and repulsion, and the powerful force was revealed. A burst of power erupted, only to see that the surrounding soil, boulders, stones and other objects were all sucked up, and the surrounding trees were all sucked up, and a powerful force was displayed. This is the Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the power of the earth. Sasori, Coke, too, Demonic Shark and others are all dumbfounded and shocked, especially Demonic Shark. Demonic Shark, this is the first time I have seen Chen's strength in a real sense. Previously, it was only the demonic between Chen and Itachi. Illusion is just fighting, and I don't know Chen's true strength. Looking at it now, I was completely taken aback. Who would have thought that Chen's terrifying strength was so strong, completely beyond the imagination and expectations of the ghost shark, and the silicone couldn't help but be amazed. Shocked, unable to speak at all. Good, so strong. The ghost shark couldn't help but mutter to himself in a low voice, sighing repeatedly. The power of sage art, Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is fully revealed, and a scorching power erupts. This power shakes the heavens and the earth, and it looks like a small moon will be created. The ground in this radius of hundreds of miles was cracked, and even the entire country of Rain seemed to be shattered. There were bursts of ground tremors everywhere, and many people in the country of Rain woke up from their slumber, completely at a loss, not knowing what happened what thing. Not only the land of Rain, but the three surrounding countries bordering the land of Rain were equally shocked, and they didn't understand what was going on and what was going on. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, released by Tatsuya, is really shocking. Even Otsutsuki Jungyu was suppressed by Chen for a while, unable to resist under the sage art Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. His eyes burst with anguish, and he didn't know what to do. The art of Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, that seals Kagaya Heim. Otsutsuki Jungyu's eyes were full of solemnity. He knew the horror of Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, and even more that Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, was the ninjutsu that sealed Kagaya's intention. It turns out that this guy in front of him is trying to seal himself and capture him through Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Otsutsuki Jungyu thinks of this, and is even more annoyed, but there is nothing he can do. He knows Chen's intolerant Xiaopei immediately sneered, a bit of astonishment in his eyes. Otsutsuki Jungyu's current state is really not Chen's opponent. I only saw that Otsutsuki Jungyu's whole body was attracted by the huge attraction of Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Under such circumstances, Otsutsuki Jungyu was completely unable to break free. Chen could only be allowed to attack. Chen always hand seal. The chakra on his body moved out, and Yongdun inspired the chakra of sage art, which made the sage art Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, more powerful and made Otsutsuki Jungyu feel the pressure. How can this guy be so good? Otsutsuki Jungyu was already horrified. She never imagined such a situation. She was extremely shocked. That sage art chakra. Even Otsutsuki Jungyu was shocked to see it. If this is the case, he may not be able to win Chen. Otsutsuki Jungyu already had a trace of remorse in her heart. Knowing that the Uchiha Chen in front of him was actually so strong, he should have inquired about it before he came back. In this situation, he could not resist Chen's attack and strength at all. Sage art, Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. The power of sage art is so huge that it has gradually formed a sphere in midair, and there are still boulders that continue to absorb it. And Otsutsuki Jungyu also felt that when he resisted Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, his chakra was also passing quickly. It seems that resisting this sage art chakra consumes power. No wonder even Kagaya Heim concealed on the moon. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Jungyu's expression became even more embarrassing. Otsutsuki Jungyu was difficult to break free, and eventually chakra's power completely disappeared. He roared, and glanced at Chen unwillingly. Damn, the boy with Rinnegan, don't be too complacent, we Otsutsuki clan still have 10 more on the moon. A few mighty clansmen. As soon as Otsutsuki Jungyu's voice fell, she was directly attracted by Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, and couldn't resist any longer. She didn't even finish her last sentence. Otsutsuki Jungyu was instantly sealed by Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Only seeing Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, Otsutsuki Jung-Yu's figure was completely sealed, and he could no longer struggle to leave, so he was completely sealed. In the sky, a small moon appeared. And the ground in a radius of hundreds of miles has been shattered into pieces, completely like the scene after the Doomsday natural disaster, and the terrain has been completely destroyed. The destructive power of Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is truly unimaginable. Finally sealed him. This guy is really a little troublesome. QB Ninetails waved his paw and whispered. QB Ninetails really felt the strength of Otsutsuki Jung-Yu just now, and QB Ninetails thought that if he faced Otsutsuki Jung-Yu alone, he would still not be able to win. QB Ninetails would be in extreme danger if it weren't for Susanoo, the majestic outfit of Yuchin. QB Ninetails is also very aware of this situation, and wagging his tail, he is very dissatisfied with Otsutsuki Jung-Yu and has lingering fears. Well, seal him up. QB Ninetails, thank you this time. Chen rode. QB Ninetails took the initiative to help, and Chen was still very moved. Although QB Ninetails was Suinder, once he recognized himself as a friend, he would not betray and always stood by Chen's side. HMPH, I just don't like him, how can I help you? QB Ninetails raised his head and looked like a tsundere. Chen was quite speechless. QB Ninetails, tsundere's character, I really don't know when it will be changed. 484 The mountains and rains are coming and the wind is filling the building. The sage art Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, will seal Otsutsuki Jung-Yu. Everyone felt relieved when they saw this scene. After all, they have seen Otsutsuki Jung-Yu's strength and are very clear about Otsutsuki's strength. Jung-Yu is terrible. Now that Otsutsuki Jung-Yu was sealed by Chen, they were relieved. Chen squinted his eyes, and sealing Otsutsuki Jung-Yu was only the first step, because in Chen's eyes, this Otsutsuki Jung-Yu was not a person, but represented the Otsutsuki family on the entire moon. Otsutsuki clan on the moon seemed to have finally acted, causing Chen to narrow his eyes, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Otsutsuki clan on the moon is a group that cannot be ignored. They are extremely powerful and possess absolute power. For example, this Otsutsuki Jung-Yu is already close to the level of 6 paths. Of course, the first level strength of 6 paths is also divided into strengths and weaknesses, such as the current Chen, although there is no such symbol as Gudodama, truth-seeking ball Kekemora, but in the state of sage art, his strength is very close to 6 paths, a first-class powerhouse. And Chen also has Tomo Rinnegan, and even Chen can barely become a junior 6 paths. As for the stronger 6 paths first-level powerhouse, that is Uchiha Madara, who became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, column force in the original book, with the level of ordinary 6 paths immortals, and can be called ordinary 6 paths level powerhouse. Up, such as 6 paths immortal, Otsutsuki Hamura, such a powerhouse, can be called advanced 6 paths. The final Kagaya Heim, that is the level of the 6 paths of the creation. After all, Kagaya Heim has the power of the divine tree, and as the first person to have chakra, it can be said that it is not an exaggeration to call it a breakthrough. 6 paths fairy power. Chen squinted his eyes and sighed to himself that although he is currently strong, Otsutsuki Hamura is still a little worse than the 6 paths immortal, and even Uchiha Madara, who combines the power of 10 tails in the plot, is not as good. Of course, Uchiha Madara took a shortcut, relying on the strength of 10 tails to finally become a 6 paths first-level powerhouse. Chen does not want to rely on the power of 10 tails to become 6 paths like Uchiha Madara. After all, no matter how strong the strength is, it is not his own. Although the power of 10 tails can easily make him a first-level 6 paths powerhouse, it comes and goes quickly. For example, Obito was directly pulled out at 10 tails, and his power fell instantly. The real top powerhouses rely on their own strength and can only be created one step at a time. How can it be that simple? The path that Chen chose is the most difficult, but the future will be the most rewarding. Chen shook his head lightly and looked around. only to see Uchiha Itachi, Oni Shark, Ko, 2, Sasori and others all showing shock, and even looked at Chen and the small moon in the sky in complete shock. Chen smiled lightly and said, "The battle is over, what are you still doing?" Everyone just woke up like a dream, and they all looked at Chen with awe, especially Obito and Nagato, who had different feelings towards Chen and were even more afraid. Of course Chen also knew what the two were thinking, so he didn't break it. Neither Obito nor Nagato can make waves. These two are under his suppression, and Chen just uses them to open up the situation and let the situation progress. The small moon in front of him is still high in the sky. This small moon is as huge as a mountain range, hanging high in the sky. From a distance, there are almost two in the sky. This war is over, you first go to appease the people of the land of rain. Chen ordered. Yes. Uchiha Itachi and the others all nodded and followed Chen's orders. The people of the land of rain must have been terrified by the movement just now. After all, Chen's actions are indeed a bit too amazing. This battle and posture, this battle made everyone not aware of Akatsuki. Everyone was shocked, and thought that a natural disaster had occurred. Who would have thought that this was a battle between two strong men? Chen smiled faintly, with a hint of indifference on the corner of his mouth, and said to Uchiha Itachi, "Itachi, during this time, you go to Iwagakure village again, and find a name in Iwagakure village called Deidara, boy, invite him into Akatsuki." Hearing Chen's words, Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly, understood. Well, go with the Oni, Akatsuki will act in groups of two in the future. Chen said lightly. Yes. The corner of Chen's mouth smiled maliciously. Akatsuki acted in a pair of two, and the fire and water duo of Uchiha Itachi and Oni Shark were dispatched, so they could make a pair. As for Deidara, Chen had already set his sights on Deidara and wanted to recruit Deidara into Akatsuki. After all, Deidara's strength is not bad, and it can be regarded as a fighting force. Of course, Chen will not let this free labor go. When Deidara arrives, Akatsuki's members are basically all there, and there is a Hidan in the original book that I don't know where, but it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect the overall situation. Chen said indifferently, today's matter is silent, there may be similar situations in the future, you must improve your strength as soon as possible. As soon as Chen said these words, everyone nodded. After the battle just now, everyone realized the huge gap between them and Chen. These Akatsuki members are all arrogant, how could they not know that at this time, Akatsuki members are all simmering in their hearts, wanting to improve their strength and become strong, at least they have to catch up. Chen's pace cannot be too far behind. Chen saw the expressions of everyone in Akatsuki in his eyes, and nodded secretly, the military heart is now available. To know that the appearance of Otsutsuki Jungyu broke Chen's layout. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon actually intervened in the ninja world, and Chen had to set aside his mind to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. If this happened, it would be troublesome. So this is also the reason why Chen caught Otsutsuki Jungyu alive, first caught this Otsutsuki Jungyu, and then asked what was going on the moon. The first update, asking for an automatic reward, sorry for being a little late. 485 Information on the Otsutsuki clan. Chen looked at the small moon in the sky and said to everyone, you all go down. Yes. Everyone nodded and could only step back and leave. Makoto, Kushina, and Conan looked at Chen worriedly, but they also left with reluctant eyes. Chen's mouth was smiling, and a slight smile appeared. After everyone had left, he signaled Conan to wait for the girl to leave. Conan waited for the girl to leave. Chen moved and stood on the small moon. Chen sensed a chakra. This chakra was Otsutsuki Jungyu's chakra. At this time this chakra was already weak, almost imperceptible. This shows that Otsutsuki Jungyu has been completely sealed at this time, and the power Chen of Sage Art Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is also very satisfied. QB, Ninetails, was the only one who didn't leave, but by Chen's side, wagging 9 huge tails, QB, Ninetails, hummed softly, that kid is probably almost unconscious, hee hee, it really deserves it. Chen smiled slightly. QB 9 tails, this guy was a little gloating, so happy after seeing Otsutsuki Jungyu being sealed. At this time, Otsutsuki Jungyu was indeed completely unconscious. Chen thought about it and remembered the Kowloon lock seal given to him by the old Six Paths. This is a high-level sealing technique that can seal a person's chakra. Use it on Yu's body, so that the chakra on Otsutsuki Jungyu's body is completely sealed. Otsutsuki Jungyu's chakra was sealed, his expression was instantly sluggish, and he even fainted. Chen liberated Otsutsuki Jungyu from Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. While Otsutsuki Jungyu was still in a state of fainting, Chen put away the weapon in his hand, then gave Otsutsuki Jungyu a cold look, and put Otsutsuki Jungyu grabs it and uses Bansho Tenon, universal pull, to suck him to his side. Rinnegan is so convenient. QB 9 tails next to him couldn't help sighing when he saw this scene. Chen smiled, and then said, I will use Rinnegan's hypnotic effect to hypnotize Otsutsuki Jungyu, and get the information out of his mouth. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Chen to use Rinnegan to control Otsutsuki Jungyu, but now it is completely different. After all, Otsutsuki Jungyu is strong, but at this time, the chakra is close to exhaustion, and it is not Chen's opponent at all, and it is destined to be a cup. What's more, Chen also used the Kowloon lock seal on Otsutsuki Jungyu, and Otsutsuki Jungyu's strength has been greatly damaged, which is not a cause for concern. Chen Rinnegan took control of Otsutsuki Jungyu. The Byakugan who only saw Otsutsuki Jungyu was confused, looked at Chen blankly, and obeyed Chen's instructions. Chen smiled and said lightly, What's your name? Otsutsuki Jungyu. From where? On the moon. After asking several questions in a row, Otsutsuki Jungyu answered truthfully. It is certain that Otsutsuki Jungyu was indeed hypnotized by Rinnegan. At this time, Chen began to ask questions. How many tribes are there on the moon? This is also the topic Chen is most concerned about. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon are all descendants of Hamura, and there should be not many people, all of them are elites. A total of 12. How many strong people of your level are there? Chen asked again. If there are more strong men like Otsutsuki Jungyu, it will be very difficult, so Chen Kai asked. Only 2 people. Hearing this answer, Chen felt a little relieved in his heart. Only 2 people are acceptable. If there are too many people, it will be troublesome. Who is the other person? He is stronger than you. Chen asked. Hearing that Otsutsuki Jungyu said that he was the second master on the moon, Chen started to think, knowing that there must be a strong person above Otsutsuki Jungyu. The other person is named Otsutsuki Yuraku, who is a direct descendant of Hamura, the purest blood, a person from main clan above the moon. His talent and strength are above mine. Otsutsuki Jungyu said woodenly. Otsutsuki Yuluo. Chen remembered the name, narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes moved slightly, and looked at QB 9 tails. QB 9 tails murmured, Is there actually someone above the moon? Really, I didn't expect it. QB 9 tails wagged his big tail, a little unhappy. Some reason, QB 9 tails doesn't like the rest of the Otsutsuki clan, except for the 6 Paths Immortals, almost no one of the Otsutsuki clan. Chen continued to ask, From this world, how can we reach the moon? Above the moon, in the Hokage world is a mysterious and unknown place. Chen is naturally very interested in it, and also asked gently. If you want to get to the moon, there is a way. Otsutsuki Jungyu told Chen everything. Chen wrote it down one by one, and QB 9 tails next to him also pricked up his ears and listened. Last question, do the Otsutsuki clan on the moon have Tenseigan? Chen asked. Tenseigan. This is an eye on the same level as Rinnegan, and Tenseigan's destructive power is extremely strong. According to Chen's understanding, the golden reincarnation explosion in the original book even directly broke the moon. Of attack power alone, it may even be the power of the number 1 ranked in the Hokage world. Ling Chen is very afraid. If someone on the moon has a Tenseigan, That's really troublesome. Not yet, but Yuluo is very interested in Tenseigan. He is the purest blood of the Hamura family, the future hope of the Otsutsuki family, and the patriarch of the Otsutsuki family on the moon, the youngest genius. Otsutsuki Jungyu Road. Oh. Chen narrowed his eyes. Yuluo brought the moon closer to the earth this time, firstly to find the whereabouts of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and secondly to find the opportunity for Tenseigan to open his eyes. Otsutsuki Jungyu Road. Hearing this, Chen finally frowned. Sure enough, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon finally noticed that they had already set their sights on Tenseigan. This was to make Tenseigan open his eyes and squinted his eyes, showing a somewhat surprised look in their eyes. 486 Tenseigan. It seems that the people of the Otsutsuki clan have begun to set their sights on Tenseigan. Tenseigan sure is, I guessed it. Chen has long guessed that the purpose of the Otsutsuki family this time is definitely not as simple as taking back Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, but the more important purpose is Tenseigan. Tenseigan. The mysterious eyes that are said to be comparable to Rinnegan, even in terms of attack power, may still be higher than Rinnegan. Boy, what the hell is this Tenseigan? QB Ninetales couldn't help asking when she saw Chen's fearful expression. Chen smiled and said, "You can split the eyes of the moon. Cut the moon and lie." But seeing a flash of shock in QB Ninetales' eyes, he was completely taken aback. The eyes that are enough to split the moon, what kind of eyes are QB Ninetales? Can't believe it at all. If it is true as Chen said, then the power of this Tenseigan is too strong to look directly at it. That's fine, maybe I can take the opportunity to get Tenseigan. A smile on the corner of Chen's mouth, and he muttered to himself. If the Otsutsuki clan wants Tenseigan, then they will definitely regard Tenseigan as their possession. Just in case they get Tenseigan, Chen can also get it. Chen thought for a while, his eyes moved slightly. There are only two ways to get Tenseigan. This one is fused with a lot of Byakugan, and the other is evolved by Byakugan who robbed the Hyuga main clan of the Otsutsuki clan. Either way, Byakugan is needed. Byakugan of main clan of the Hyuga family. Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "It seems that I will monitor the situation of Hyuga main clan during this period of time, in case anything goes wrong." Hyuga family. QB Ninetales glanced at Chen and said, "It's actually the Hyuga clan of Konoha." Chen nodded slightly. "Chen Dao, QB Ninetales, I may need your help after this. I need you to help me to deal with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon." Chen looked at QB Ninetales sincerely, and looked at QB Ninetales. Only to see QB Ninetales snort lightly, stretch out his claws, and the huge claws are facing Chen, making Chen a little confused about what this means. "This is 5. QB Ninetales swiped 9 huge tails and snorted softly, like a tsunere. Chen was speechless for a while, but also felt strange. High 5, interesting. Of course Chen's palm is not as huge as QB Ninetales' palm, but Chen Ju patted QB Ninetales' paw very forcefully, revealing a smile. "It doesn't seem too bad to be able to fight side by side with me. Chen wants to deal with the Otsutsuki clan, and there are masters who can deal with the Otsutsuki clan, such as members of Akatsuki. However, Akatsuki's members are good at dealing with ordinary Otsutsuki clan members, but it is still a bit empty to really face the masters of Otsutsuki Jungyu's level. So currently only QB Ninetales can help." Chen smiled, but when he saw QB Ninetales swiping his tail, he also looked at Chen burningly, and snorted, "Don't worry, the Otsutsuki clan will definitely not be rivals." After getting along with Chen, QB Ninetales found that Chen was really good to him, and gave him freedom to the greatest extent possible, and most importantly, QB Ninetales could feel that Chen had no malicious intent towards him. So QB Ninetales quickly became close to Chen. In the heart of QB Ninetales more and more identified with Chen. In fact, the tailed beasts are much easier to get along with than humans, but the tailed beasts are relatively irritable, but once they get their approval, they will have an advantage and even be more intimate than humans. Such as Killer Bee and Eight Tails in the original book. QB, Nine Tails, and Chen also have a bit of meaning now. QB, Nine Tails, recognizes Chen more and more, swiping his tail and saying, "When you need me, just say hello." "Well, I see, thanks, Kurama." "Huh." I saw that QB, Nine Tails, raised his head again, raised his head high, and looked arrogant. This state made Chen do a little speechless. QB, Nine Tails, this guy is really Tsunere. The next time, Tatsu dispatched Kaku, Tu, Sasori, and Konan to Konoha, lurking around Hyuga's house, to investigate the condition of the Hyuga clan. According to Chen's guess, this time the Hyuga clan must have been targeted by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, especially the main clan of the Hyuga clan. Because if you want a Tenseigan, you must be a Byakugan from the main clan bloodline of the Hyuga clan. This is very clear and understandable. Why Chinsai sent the 3 Konan 3 to guard the main clan of the Hyuga clan day and night. If there is a situation, report it at any time. At the same time, let the 3 Konan 3 try not to disturb anyone in the Hyuga clan. Otsutsuki. Chen whispered to himself, feeling a burst of invisible pressure. Even the Otsutsuki clan on the moon have come to Earth, and there is another power in the current ninja world, especially this power can contain Chen, which is not easy to handle. Mountain does not allow 2 tigers. Chen deeply understands this truth, and also wants to remove the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, lest the Otsutsuki clan be so annoying. Thinking of this, Chen's heart moved even more, as if he already had some calculations. Chen was surprised by the appearance of the Otsutsuki clan, but gradually began to make adequate preparations, waiting for the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. Chen himself knew very well that the previous Otsutsuki Jungyu was really just an appetizer. In addition, Chen has another purpose, and that is to get Tenseigan. Tenseigan, this eye of the same level as Rinnegan, is also the Tenseigan owned by Kagaya Haim. Chen is very curious about the power of this Tenseigan, and is also looking forward to it, so he has an idea. If you can get Tenseigan to study, that would be a great thing. Chen gradually fell into contemplation, standing on the high tower in the country of rain, and felt this sense of urgency that the mountains and the rain were about to come. The Otsutsuki family, I really want to see how powerful the Otsutsuki family is. Chen murmured to himself, and his heart was also full of confidence. More. 487 Art is a blast. Chen stood on the high tower of the Land of Rain, overlooking the entire city of the Land of Rain, and looking at the bustling crowd below, there was a hint of relief in his heart. The development of the Rain country has been very good over the years, and the people of the Rain country are also living and working in peace and contentment, at least a little bit better than the Hanzo period. Chen is very satisfied with this. Between Chen and Otsutsuki Jungyu made many people in the Land of Rain think that natural disasters such as landslides and tsunamis were coming. Chen's eyes are far away, looking at the scenery of the Land of Rain. Looks like there will be an interesting guy in Akatsuki next. Chen seemed to remember something, and the corner of his mouth smiled slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Next, the Land of Rain will indeed have a special person joining Akatsuki. Deidara. Tatsu has ordered Uchiha Itachi and Onito bring Deidara to join Akatsuki. I believe there will be news soon in this period of time. Chen still absolutely trusts Uchiha Itachi's strength. In Chen's view, this is indeed a subordinate worthy of his trust, especially in terms of ability. Uchiha Itachi and Oni Shark personally dispatched, and naturally they will not return empty-handed. Iwagakure village, a land of earth thousands of miles away. In a dilapidated temple. Statues of gods around, and there are other things that are unclear, as if they are offering some gods. And a yellow-haired boy was holding white clay in his hand, playing with it constantly, and looking excited. Deidara. Deidara was 16 at this time, later than Akatsuki was added in the original book, and Itachi was 17 at this time. Deidara is constantly using the white blasting clay, making all kinds of animals, models and other things, and he is full of enthusiasm and enthusiasm. Sure enough, art is explosion, my ability is perfect. Didera grabbed the blasting clay in her hands, made models one by one, and muttered to herself. Over the years, Didera has been a saboteur. He buried explosive clay all over the land, and at the same time used it to create one explosion after another. In the village of Iwagakure, Didera has become synonymous with saboteurs. Didera has been taught by 3 generations of Tsuchikage, and has a very high talent. He can create all kinds of detonating clay at a young age, and using it properly, the 3-generation Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onoki has a headache and is very helpless to his own disciple. On the one hand, he likes his talent, on the other hand, he destroys it. However, Didera really likes to be funny, which makes the 2 days so anxious, and even said that if Didera dares to destroy again, he will be expelled from the land of the earth and drive him away. Didera doesn't care about this, and is still keen to study clay. Or I could make an oversized bomb out of detonating clay, then fuse the bomb into the air, turn it into tiny objects, and create an explosion. Didera was studying with great interest, when she heard footsteps coming from outside the broken temple. Footsteps. Immediately afterwards, 2 mysterious people dressed in Yuhi cloud clothes with a black background appeared in front of Didera. The 2 people, they are very handsome, but their appearance is mysterious, and their eyes are full of blood Yuhi. The other one had pale blue skin and looked similar to a murloc, which completely shocked Didera, not understanding the origin of the 2. But Didera knows that these 2 people are very strong. Didera can sense the other's chakra, and a bit of jealousy rises in her heart. That's right, Didera, we want to invite you to join Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi looked at Didera and said softly. Invite me to join Akatsuki? What Akatsuki? I'm not interested, please don't disturb my research on art. Didera snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Didera was dismissive of an invitation to join Akatsuki. Art? You actually call this clay art? The ghost shark grinned, also disdainfully. From the ghost shark's point of view, this is purely vexatious. You dare to insult my art? Damn. Didera immediately became furious. He could tolerate anyone saying anything, but he absolutely did not allow contempt and disregard for his art, and immediately looked at the ghost shark and Uchiha Itachi with cold eyes. Uchiha Itachi showed a faint smile. If art is like this, then I will compare with you. If you lose, you will join Akatsuki. I don't have any interest in your Broken 5 organization, but if you want to challenge me, I can reluctantly agree, and this uncle will be merciful, so that you can see my art. Didera said slightly smugly. Uchiha Itachi steps forward and starts hands with Didera. 10 minutes later. The test is over. Didera looked at his hands in disbelief, and looked at Uchiha Itachi in astonishment, with an incredible look in his eyes, full of shock. How could this be like this? Didera lost. Lost to Uchiha Itachi's demonic illusion. Didera was completely shocked, and it was the first time that the ghost shark next to him had partnered with Uchiha Itachi, and he was also terrified. He secretly thought that he would choose Uchiha Itachi as the temporary leader of Akatsuki. It turns out that this person is so strong. The power of demonic illusion, even he looked a little dreadful. If a single player is against such a demonic illusion, it is definitely in great danger. The level of this demonic illusion is so amazing that the ghosts are shocked, and they can't help thinking in their hearts, even Uchiha Itachi's demonic illusion is so strong. Then, how strong Chen, who once cracked Uchiha Itachi's demonic illusion, would think of this, and Demon Shark's heart shuddered a bit. You lose, according to the agreement, join as Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi said lightly. Didera was silent for a while, and finally nodded slowly. Akatsuki has one more member. 488 Didera who scare the piss. A few days later. Didera has returned to the land of rain with Uchiha Itachi and Oni. Along the way, Didera was in a state of confusion. There was only one thought in his mind. His ninjutsu was actually cracked. His ninjutsu, his proud art, was cracked, which made Didera's mind a blank, completely shocked, revealing deep consternation. Didera's strength is extraordinary, and he is also a direct disciple of 3 generations of Tsuchikage. In Didera's eyes, his art is absolutely perfect and flawless, but it was easily cracked by Uchiha Itachi in front of him, which completely shocked Didera. Didera looked at Uchiha Itachi, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Didera is really not reconciled. Regardless of, in any way, he is about the same age as Uchiha Itachi, and he is the 3rd generation Tsuchikage who taught ninjutsu personally. He thinks that he should be stronger than Uchiha Itachi, but the outcome when he really faces Uchiha Itachi is completely opposite. Will be defeated by Uchiha Itachi. Thinking of this, Didera's heart seems to be on fire. Didera was silent, her expression no longer speaking. But then, Didera followed Uchiha Itachi to the Country of Rain, and seeing the situation in the Country of Rain made Didera even more shocked. When Didera knew that the whole Country of Rain belonged to Akatsuki, she was completely stunned, and she was very curious about who had such a great deal to become the leader of Akatsuki and hold the whole Country of Rain in her arms. Didera became more and more curious. The more she came into contact with Akatsuki, the more mysterious and shocking she felt, and the more curious she was about Akatsuki's leader. What kind of existence is this legendary Akatsuki? Didera is looking forward to seeing the Akatsuki leader next time. Even Uchiha Itachi is so strong, so the legendary Akatsuki leader finally reached the Tower of the Rain Country. In a daze, Didera only heard Uchiha Itachi say indifferently, "Here it is." Didera frowned. What he hated the most was the indifferent tone of Uchiha Itachi, but at this time people were under the eaves, and Didera could only obey. Soon, Didera passed through the tower and entered the tower, only to see layers of defenses outside, and saw many powerful ninjas, which made Didera even more shocked. The strength of this Country of Rain is comparable to that of the 5 major countries. It has developed secretly. There are so many powerful ninjas in the Country of Rain in recent years. The Country of Rain is quite mysterious, the intelligence and news of the country. It seems that this is the case now. Thinking of this, Didera's heart moved slightly, and he felt even more mysterious. Soon, Didera met the leader of the rain. "You are back, Itachi, Ghost Shark." Only a calm and indifferent voice was heard. The voice was very young, and Didera's whole body was shaken, and she raised her head sharply. I saw was a handsome man appearing in front of him. This man had a mysterious aura. His eyes swept away slightly, and he focused on Didera's body. Dara felt a little stunned, and secretly said that he was very young. This person is so young, and he looks completely mysterious, and he has a completely different temperament, mysterious and unusual. His breath is perfect, his appearance is handsome, and he is almost the type that leaves a deep impression on people when they see him. Didera took a few glances and felt that it was really special. Such people seem to be born leaders. What Didera didn't know was that after Chen's strength was close to 6 paths and Rinnegan was turned on, he had a strange and mysterious aura on his body. No one dared to approach Chen. Didera was almost taken aback. Didera. Chen looked at Didera, the corners of his mouth curled up. "Very good, you are welcome to join." Didera glanced at Chen. He originally had some resistance to joining Akatsuki, and didn't really want to join Akatsuki, but when Chen said that, he felt an irresistible feeling in his heart. "You." Didera looked at Chen and opened his mouth. He wanted to defend or resist, but he saw Chen's eyes. Purple Rinnegan. Mysterious ripples. Tomo's shape, mysterious and supreme. Moment these eyes looked at Didera, Didera only felt as if she had fallen into a dream-like illusion, and felt a burst of pressure in an instant, and couldn't help but took 3 steps back, feeling like she was living in a ghost. She looked at Chen in amazement. Didera felt that Chen seemed to know his thoughts, which made him unable to resist at all, and the pair of purple Rinnegan swept over him, making him dare not speak anymore. You. Deidara moved her lips and looked at Shang Chen. Welcome to Akatsuki. Chen glanced at Deidara and said lightly, this time there was an unquestionable taste in his tone. Deidara knew that she had to join Akatsuki. The leader of Akatsuki was too deep and unfathomable. Those purple eyes looked like the legendary Rinnegan. Deidara felt that her back was soaked in cold sweat. There was also a cold sweat on his forehead, which was completely unexpected. Deidara could feel that if he dared to say no, he would definitely be disgusted by the person in front of him, and he might die here. Got it. Very good. Chen glanced at Deidara with satisfaction. If Deidara dared to refuse, Chen wouldn't mind taking a lesson and beating him. Seeing Chen say these words, Deidara breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that Chen was over, she wiped the sweat from her head, feeling as if she had experienced a battle. In front of me is 10 times more terrifying than that. Uchiha Itachi. 489 Hinata was captured. Chen glanced at Deidara lightly, and said softly, since I'm here, it's my own, and I won't treat you badly. But if there is dissent, then be prepared to go to hell. When he heard the word, hell, Chen deliberately poured a trace of chakra into his voice, and excited this trace of chakra into the demonic illusion of the sound state. An instant, Deidara seemed to see a sea of swords and flames in front of him, completely in the state of demonic illusion. A terrifying feeling lingered throughout his body, and even made him feel slightly numb, feeling a terrifying feeling. This is demonic illusion, but when did he send out demonic illusion? It must be when he spoke. How is this possible? Deidara's heart was almost in his throat, and he was completely shocked. He never thought that Chen's strength could reach such a terrifying level. This strength was completely shocking to Deidara, and he never expected Chen's strength to reach such a level. Demonic illusion can be released just by the sound. I don't know how many times stronger than that guy named Uchiha Itachi. How can there be such a terrifying existence in the ninja world? Who is he? The famous names in the ninja world. I thought about them all, but I found that there was always no clue, and I couldn't help sighing. Chen seemed to see through Deidara's thoughts, and said lightly, my name is Uchiha Chen, maybe you have heard of it. Uchiha-chen. These 4 words were like a big mountain, and instantly pressed heavily on Deidara's heart. Feeling a terrifying pressure, Deidara finally knew who the person in front of her was. The Legend of the Stars, the strongest genius of the Uchiha family in the legend, became famous in the Second Ninja War, galloped in 3 battles, and finally defected from Konoha, a mysterious man. The old man of the 3rd generation Tsuchikage mentioned his name with a look of fear and hatred, but there was nothing he could do. It is said that back then, he broke through the allied army of more than 10,000 ninjas in the land with the power of one person, and his strength is beyond doubt. It was a legend many years ago. It's just that Deidara is slightly puzzled. This Uchiha Chen looks really young, and his appearance is not much different from his age. So mysterious and unpredictable, it's really scary. Deidara was still in shock, but Chen glanced at Deidara lightly and said, you all go down, pay more attention to Konoha's news recently. It is very likely that we are going to face a war. Deidara, you will not be able to do anything until then. Yes. Deidara nodded quickly. He didn't dare to make trouble now. Chen is waiting for the movement of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and Shilin is dealing with some affairs of Akatsuki. Night. Chen was with Makoto and Kushina. Both of them were leaning against him. Kushina noticed Chen's dazed look and asked curiously, what are you doing? The future pattern of the ninja world. Chen smiled. The Otsutsuki clan actually appeared. This is a situation that I didn't expect before. It seems that I have to speed up my progress. Speed up what you plan to do? Kushina wondered. Chen smiled slightly and said, the current pattern of the ninja world should also change. There is no problem with Kurigakure village. I have to take action in the remaining Konoha village and other villages. Chen actually has his own layout, but this layout was broken before, and now it is just starting again. Resolving the matter of the Otsutsuki clan, Chen decided to act. You always think so much. Kushina looked at Chen Dao with a bit of distress. Chen smiled, squeezed Kushina's face, and said, "Don't worry, I'm measured, I will master everything, leave it all to me, you can wait in peace." "Well, as long as you are good, we are enough. You must be ambitious and have nothing to do." Hearing Chen say that, Makoto next to him also whispered. The next day, Chen felt refreshed. On the high tower in the land of rain, Chen felt a trace of chakra fluctuations. This chakra was very familiar and belonged to Conan. Chen narrowed his eyes, but saw countless pieces of paper flying and circling in the sky. These pieces of paper lingered everywhere, and in an instant, they formed Conan's graceful figure. Conan looked a little pale at this time, his face was as white as paper, as if he was injured, and whispered, "Brother Chen, what's wrong?" Chen moved to Conan's side in an instant. A Yangdun energy poured into Conan's body, giving Conan endless vitality and soothing Conan's injuries. Immediately, Conan gradually regained Yuhi's dizziness on his cheeks and looked at Chen gently. Conan said, Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi were taken away by a Otsutsuki clan. The Hyuga family resisted, but all failed. Me, Kaku, Tu and Sasori wanted to protect Hyuga Hinata, but they were also defeated by that man. Now Kaku, Tu and Sasori were both seriously injured. My injuries were relatively minor at the time, so I came back to report the situation to you. Conan said. Chen narrowed his eyes. The Otsutsuki clan really acted. And Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi were also kidnapped. This rhythm is a bit similar to the plot of the movie in the original novel. It seems that the Byakugan of Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi are the purest, so they are targeted by the Otsutsuki clan. Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi were kidnapped, people of the Otsutsuki clan, really. Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ask for a reward. 490 Kill the moon. Hearing the news that Hinata was kidnapped, Chen squinted his eyes, a cold glow flashed in his eyes, and said lightly, Conan, notify all members of Akatsuki, all take action, all members have a mission. All missions. This was the first time Chen had assigned this kind of mission. In the past, with Akatsuki's strength, only 1 or 2 people dispatched was enough to ensure the success of the mission. This was the first time. Actions of the whole team are enough to show that Chen attaches great importance to the Otsutsuki family on the moon. The masters of the Otsutsuki clan are like clouds. According to the information of Otsutsuki Junyu, there are more than a dozen ordinary people of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Most of them are above cage level strength, and there is one person who is stronger than Otsutsuki Junyu. Named Otsutsuki Yuraku, he is definitely a master. Chen narrowed his eyes, and after getting the news, Chen became even more vigilant. The Otsutsuki clan is very strong, there is no doubt about this, so Chen intends to take the Akatsuki members to kill the moon together. After all, there are many ordinary people of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Chen met Otsutsuki Yuraku, and as for the other members of Akatsuki, they were handed over to the members of Akatsuki to deal with. Yes. When Conan heard what Chen said, he nodded slightly and said, well, I know, I'll go and inform others immediately. Okay, I'll go to Konoha first to see what's going on. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Chen Dao, Sasori and Kokaku at this time, both are still in Konoha, but the 2 have been injured, so Chen plans to go to Konoha. Yes. Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. Conan saw Chen's disappearing figure, until Chen's figure completely disappeared and left, and then went to inform the other members of Akatsuki. Chen traveled all the way, using Rinnegan's space teleportation, and soon reached Konoha. Konoha. At this time, Konoha has become a mess. Because of the famous Konoha family, the 2 princesses of the current Hyuga clan chief, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi, were kidnapped. The whole Konoha was in a panic, and the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also specially sent a team to the front. Tried to search, but always found nothing. Chen looked in his eyes and was very disdainful of Konoha's group of people who were like headless flies. Chen moved, and in a blink of an eye, he found Sasori and Konoha according to chakra. Sasori and Kokaku, both were hiding in a cave outside Konoha village at this time, and Chen found them based on chakra's breath. I only saw Sasori and Kokaku do at this time, and they were really in a state of embarrassment. Sasori and Kokaku to look like they had never seen before. Sasori's puppet Hiryu was completely broken at this time, and Sasori's body was exposed. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. And Du's heart was broken 3 times. Fortunately, this guy has stored a lot of hearts, so it's not a big problem. Kokaku, Tu and Sasori's eyes lit up when they saw Tatsu's arrival. Adult. Kokaku, Tu and Sasori were overjoyed when they saw Tatsu's arrival. Kokaku, both and Sasori looked at Tatsuya with hope. Chen said lightly, "Why are you two so embarrassed?" Both Tu and Sasori looked at Chen with a bitter look on their faces. They also knew how miserable they were, so they said something painful and looked at Chen with a sigh. Chen glanced at the two of them, and said lightly, "Well, it seems that Otsutsuki Yuluo's strength is beyond your imagination." Yes. Both nodded with Sasori. Sasori was a little unwilling in his eyes, and a little frightened. His control over the puppet technique is far superior to mine, and the puppet production is really exquisite. I really can't imagine it. How could this exist? Otsutsuki Hamura Grandmaster Puppet Technique can be called the originator of puppet technique. It is normal to make Sasori so surprised and stunned. Chen can understand this feeling very well. No need to say more, I'll heal you first. Chen said lightly. At the same time, he saw a Yangdun force entering Du's body. Said to heal the wounds of the two of them, but in fact it was just a role. They were all alone, because Sasori had already transformed himself into a puppet. He just needed to replace it, remove the parts, and it was as good as ever. My lord, that Otsutsuki Yuluo is very strong. This time it was only him. We couldn't deal with it. We felt a great burden. Sasori whispered. Well, I see. Chen nodded noncommittally and nodded slightly. This time I have a measure, you can act with me. Chen said lightly, and glanced at Sasori and Kokaku, both. Sasori and Kokaku both nodded immediately, daring not to say anything else, and obeyed Chen's words obediently. Chen smiled and said, "Let's go. The Hyuga clan is really disappointing now. It's not as good as the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. This Konoha has nothing to treat." The Hyuga clan is actually a branch of the Otsutsuki Hamura clan. At the beginning of the Otsutsuki Hamura clan, some people stayed on the moon, and some went to the earth to become the Hyuga clan today. Otsutsuki clan on the moon are still strong, and the Hyuga clan now seems to be the strongest clan in Konoha, but they are really weak in comparison. Stay in Konoha, but took the horn, Tu and Sasori back to the country of rain, gathered all the members of Akatsuki, and gathered together in the country of rain. Chen left the second and third elders of the Uchiha clan to preside over the affairs of the Kingdom of Rain, and then took all the remaining Akatsuki members to start action. This time our goal is to kill the moon. Chen said lightly, and looked at everyone at the same time and said, "You all follow me, everyone is ready, go together." Yes. Chen did not bring Kyubi Ninetails with him, because Kyubi Ninetails could channel out at any time. Under such circumstances, all Akatsuki members acted, and everyone followed Tatsu's footsteps and quickly approached the road to the moon. Chen Zhao interrogated the path from Otsutsuki Jungyu's mouth, and at this time led the crowd forward. 491 The Puppet Army. Tatsuki takes Akatsuki's entire crew out, and behind Tatsu are Uchiha Itachi, Oni, Sasori, Kaku, Tu, Konan, Deidara, Obito, and Nagato. This lineup, even in the ninja world, can be called gorgeous. This is definitely the top group of masters in the ninja world. These masters all obey Chen, and respect Chen respectfully. Being able to command such a group of masters, Chen was also somewhat satisfied. Everyone in Akatsuki looked at Tatsu, waiting for the battle to come. Chen alone flew at the front, and the rest followed behind Chen. Chen used his space ability to move suddenly, and sense the aura of the surrounding things. There is a light Izumi under the waterfall ahead, that is the gate to the moon, everyone be careful. Chen said lightly. Yes. Everyone listened to Chen's words. Chen smiled faintly, and in a flash, he approached the waterfall. The waterfall was rumbling constantly, the sound was endless, and the huge sound rumbled and trembled. It's here. Chen said lightly. Everyone looked at the waterfall in front of them. The waterfall was magnificent, full of heights, hundreds of meters, wide and majestic, very magical. Waterfalls are in a row, and the sound of running water is rumbling continuously. This spectacular scene falls in the eyes of everyone, making them all a little amazed. Chen took the lead and moved into the waterfall. Sure enough, I saw a hole at the bottom of the waterfall. In the hole was a mouth of fluorescent Izumi water. Izumi water was mysterious and unpredictable, and I didn't know what it was, let alone where it led. The mysterious atmosphere, the unpredictable Izumi water, is truly eye-catching. Everyone stood behind Chen. Chen said, "Be careful, there is a magic formation in this Izumi water, which can easily disturb the ninja's chakra, and make people unconsciously recall the past." Hearing Chen's words, everyone was slightly startled. They didn't expect this Izumi water to have such an effect. It seems that there are indeed many wonders in this world. Don't fall into the bubbles of the Izumi water, swim straight ahead, and everyone follows me. Chen rode. Yes. Conan is close to Chen and the closest to Chen. And Chen also took special care of Conan, hugged Conan's waist directly, and entered the Izumi water in an instant. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Chen to enter the Izumi water so quickly, and they had to keep up, closely following Chen's back. Chen took Conan into the Izumi water, dodging the huge bubbles in the Izumi water. The bubbles in the Izumi water are the size of several people, and they can directly put people in it. Once they are hit, it is a demonic illusion, and it is difficult to wake up. Finally, everyone followed Chen to break through the Izumi water. In the deepest part of the water, everyone walked along the channel of the Izumi water, and soon reached the center of the Izumi water. Soon, everyone rushed through the Izumi water. Beyond the Izumi water is another world. Eyes are suddenly open, the land is flat, and the vastness is boundless, like another world. Chen here. Inside, his eyes moved slightly, and he said in a low voice, "It's here." Ah. Conan, who was beside him, was puzzled, looked at Chen curiously, and said unexpectedly, "What's up?" "Here, we're on the moon now." Chen rode. Conan couldn't help but stunned. So soon. Conan was completely amazed. The distance between the moon and the earth is just a light Izumi. Yinan smiled and nodded. Well, it's already there. Soon as the words fell, Chen pointed to a direction for Conan to see. Conan saw the appearance and outline of the Hokage world from a distance, clearly visible in another world. It's true. Conan couldn't help but sighed at the magic in it, completely surprised and stunned. Others arrived one after another, and at this moment, they felt absurdity, to have arrived on the moon so quickly, but the fact was in front of them, and they could not believe it. Was a faint smile on the corner of Chen's mouth, and he said softly, "This moon is full of mystery, it is a legendary place, and it is a big secret related to the ninja world. You have to be extra careful here." Well. Everyone was photographed by this scene, and of course they nodded. Spirituality, EPUB, 9 Tails. Soon as Chen's voice fell, he changed hands and channeled EPUB, 9 Tails. I only saw EPUB, 9 Tails, appearing on the moon. The height, the body of several hundred meters, and the fiery yuhi-colored fur was particularly eye-catching. Chen smiled lightly, and patted EPUB, 9 Tails' back. Chen. EPUB, 9 Tails, shook his tail and said, "You actually reached the moon, and you channeled me out." Sure enough, you still have to rely on my strength. Cough cough. Tsunere was speechless about Kyubi, Ninetales' confidence, but this time he really wanted to trouble Kyubi, Ninetales. Thinking of this, Chenben said, Kurama, help me perceive the situation around us. We may have to face people from the Otsutsuki clan in a while. Chen had some guesses and said lightly. After all, Chen just channeled Kyubi, Ninetales, such a large coordinate. I don't believe that the people of the Otsutsuki clan could not perceive it. Sure enough. Soon there was movement. I only saw a burst of dense voices coming from around, as if there were hundreds of people. Chen narrowed his eyes, and everyone's expressions changed. It mean that the Otsutsuki clan only had a dozen people in total. How could there be so many dense voices? But Chen seemed to understand, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It finally appeared. It seems that it is the puppet army of the Otsutsuki clan. Everyone get ready to attack. Puppet army. As soon as Chen's voice fell, he saw the surrounding crowds like a tide, and countless puppet army came. Were dispatched. At least thousands of puppets appeared in front of them. Of countless puppets is astounding. The number is really too large, and everyone's scalp is numb when they see it. However, Chen narrowed his eyes, not at all afraid. More. 492 Evolution 6 Tomo Rinnegan, Opportunity. There are thousands of puppet army rushing up. The most special thing about these puppets is that there is no chakra thread manipulation on these puppets. This discovery is simply amazing, especially Sasori, who can't help but be speechless. Immerse yourself in shock. The use of this puppet technique completely opened the door to a new world for Sasori. Chen watched the arrival of these puppet army. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he heard Kyubi, Ninetales, snort softly. Chen, leave it to me. I will kill all these puppets. I will use Tailed Beast Bomb. Chen smiled and said, Don't be so troublesome. Leave it to me to handle it. Your Tailed Beast Bomb is too noisy. I'll handle it. Of puppet armies have already surrounded the crowd at this time, and these puppet armies have shown exceptionally powerful strength. I know, I'll leave it to you. Kyubi, Ninetales, tilted his head to see what Chen was going to do. You all spread out, the farther away the better. Chen said lightly. Everyone looked at each other, and all retreated according to the words. I only saw that these thousands of puppet army came towards Chen, surrounded Chen in a circle, and even rushed up directly. Chen just waited for this moment. He shouted, Super, Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. I only saw a chakra emerge from Chen's body and swept in, like a violent storm, smashing all these puppets, and these thousands of puppets smashed into pieces. The power of the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign was fully revealed, and these puppets were all shattered, one by one, and were almost shattered, showing how powerful the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign was. What a strong Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. This is completely different from my Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. Nagato, who was on the side, was already surprised. He didn't expect that it was the same Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign, but the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign that Chen used was completely different, and it was so strong. Of this Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign is truly extraordinary. Such a strong Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. Nagato didn't know what to say anymore, and seeing Chen's indescribable expression, he couldn't help but be amazed. This is worthy of his teacher. The strength has always been so unexpected. Chen unleashed the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign and took down thousands of puppets. Kyubi, Ninetales, on the side was stunned, and muttered, I also said that my tailed beast bomb is making a lot of noise. You are so small that you clearly want to show off yourself. Kyubi, Ninetales, was very dissatisfied, looked at Chen showing a little color, and hummed lightly. Chen saw Kyubi, Ninetales, like this. He also had a smile on his face, patted Kyubi, Ninetales, on the head and said, I just want to try the power of Rinnegan on the moon. Don't mind. Huh. Kyubi, Ninetales, hums softly. Chen repeatedly comforted Kyubi, Ninetales, and Kyubi, Ninetales' complexion improved a lot. Chen. At this time, there was a sudden sound from Huzaichen's ring. It was the voice of the Six Paths Immortal. The Six Paths Immortal has not communicated with him for several days. To be precise, since Chen caught Otsutsuki Junyu, the Six Paths Immortal never spoke to Chen again. Chen also understands the embarrassment of the Six Paths Immortals. After all, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon are descendants of his brother Otsutsuki Hamura, and they are strictly his clan, so the old Six Paths does not know how to face Chen. On the one hand it is the clan, and on the other hand it is the disciple. The palms of the hands and the backs of the hands are full of meat, so the old man Six Paths simply kept silent and chose not to help each other. But now the Six Paths Immortal suddenly reacted, which brought a smile to the corner of Chen's mouth. "What's the matter, old man?" Chen asked. Six Paths Immortal said, "I can feel that your strength has a chance to break through this time. Maybe you can make Rinnegan evolve again and reach 6 Tomo." 6 Tomo Rinnegan's heart moved. He didn't expect the old man Six Paths to say so it seems that this is great news. 6 Tomo Rinnegan, old man, are you sure? Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. Not that Chen is suspicious, but that this matter itself is too important. If he can get 6 Tomo Rinnegans, then Chen's strength will undoubtedly increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, he will definitely be a Six Paths level powerhouse, not even an ordinary Six Paths, level 1. After getting Rinnegan, Chen's strength is already equal to Uchiha Madara's strength, and even Yu Chen is even stronger. If he reaches 6 Tomo Rinnegan, Chen's strength will have a qualitative leap, and he will directly become the powerhouse of the Six Paths level. It is even stronger than the ordinary Six Paths level. For example, Uchiha Sasuke in the original book, this is the case. After Tomo Rinnegan and the Six Paths old man passed down the power of the shadows, the master at that time already had the power of Six Paths, even enough to join forces with Naruto and confront Kagaya. Hearing what the old man Six Paths said, his eyes also seemed to be able to evolve and become the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. Well, the evolution of Rinnegan also requires the intertwining of yin and yang, and it is necessary to use yin and yang to promote the evolution of the 6 Tomo Rinnegan. You are a 3 Tomo Rinnegan now. If you go a step further and become a 6 Tomo Rinnegan, you will need a lot of yin and yang escape power. Fortunately, the yin and yang escape power in your body is not weak. What you need now is an opportunity. So there's this opportunity on this moon. Chen moved in his heart. Well, when my brother Otsutsuki Hamura and I joined forces, we left 2 treasures here, each with the power of yin and yang. If you can find those 2 treasures and absorb yin and yang, I'm afraid it will be enough. Promotion reaches 6 eye-opening conditions for Tomo Rinnegan. Six Paths old man said. The 2 treasures represent the yin and yang escape treasures respectively. Chen's eyes moved, and his eyes instantly brightened. 493 Heim of Byakugan. Old man, where are those 2 yin and yang treasures? Chen couldn't help asking, and a trace of expectation and surprise flashed in his eyes. If you can have these 2 treasures and promote the evolution of Chen's Rinnegan, it is really a good thing. Thinking of this, Chen's heart was already full of expectations, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Those 2 treasures. But he saw Immortal Six Paths looking at Shang Chen, showing a bit of reminiscence. I gave those 2 treasures to Hamura before, but now they are probably in Hamura's cemetery. So it is. Chen instantly understood. It appears to be in the cemetery of Otsutsuki Hamura. But where is the cemetery of Otsutsuki Hamura? The cemetery of Otsutsuki Hamura is one of the most heavily guarded places on the moon. If you want to find the cemetery of Otsutsuki Hamura, you must first pass the level of the Otsutsuki clan. Going around, do you still have to find Otsutsuki Yuraku? Chen narrowed his eyes. Even Hinata was kidnapped. This guy is really brave enough. Chen's eyes, Otsutsuki Yuluo, this name has betrayed the death penalty in Chen's heart. Otsutsuki Yuraku might have already obtained the Tensagen at this time, but Chen was not afraid. After all, even the Tensagen were only eyes of the same level as Rinnegan. Tensagen and Rinnegan belong to the same level of eyes, In fact, there is no difference between them. Just that Tensagen's power is more inclined to attack, such as the two attacks of the Golden Wheel and the Silver Wheel, both of which are incomparably powerful. In particular, the power of the Golden Reincarnation explosion is enough to split the moon. However, although Tensagen is strong, it is only reflected in attack power. If you want to compare it, Tensagen can be said to be a typical high defense. In the theatrical version, it was singled out by a guy from Naruto. Chen's trump card at this time is really no less than Naruto, so he is not afraid. Let's go to the clan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, they should have found us, and act. Chen said lightly. Yes. Chen didn't intend to hide the movement, it was useless to hide. It is estimated that every move on the moon is under the control of the Otsutsuki clan. After so many years, the Otsutsuki clan must be very familiar with the moon, and every move on the moon should be escaped. But their eyes. Thinking of this, Chen simply gave up hiding and planned to enter directly. Everyone followed behind Chen, and with Chen, they all felt a great sense of security, and at the same time, they were also curious and enthusiastic. This is the existence of the Otsutsuki clan. When Chen Lai had already told everyone the general situation, everyone said that they were about to face the legendary Otsutsuki clan, and their eyes widened. Of course, looking forward to this moment. Otsutsuki clan. The legendary family. Hanabi is about to appear. Hey, he's such a stalking guy. He even chased after the moon. Did that trash Jung-yu actually lose to him? Only saw a man of about 30 years old. Through a glass mirror, like ninjutsu, he clearly saw Chen and the others in his eyes. This man looks handsome, with a pair of eyes glowing with a faint white light. He is already a Tensagen. This man was Otsutsuki Yuraku. After Otsutsuki Yuluo kidnapped Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi, he took Hanabi's eyes and gave Hanabi's eyes to himself. With the power of Hyuga main clan's blood, he inspired Byakugan and made Byakugan evolve into Tensagen. After getting Tensagen, Otsutsuki Yuraku became stronger. Originally, he was only slightly stronger than Otsutsuki Jung-yu, but now he is far above Jung-yu. He looked at Chen and the others in the mirror, and watched Chen through the mirror, and his eyes flashed a little dignified. The legendary Rinnegan, the eyes of the master's reincarnation of life, actually appear on such a person. Really mysterious. I heard it's called Uchiha Chen, right, Miss Hinata? Hinata. Sure enough, I only saw Hinata beside Otsutsuki Yuraku. Hinata was 12 years old at this time. Hinata's eyes were still intact. When she saw Chen's arrival, there was a flash of joy in her eyes, and she was a little excited and worried. However, in the face of Otsutsuki Yuluo's words, Hinata firmly said, I believe that Brother Chen will definitely come to me. You will definitely not be able to win against him. Hinata has long known Chen's name, and Chen has seen Hinata more than once in the past few years. There is no doubt about Hinata's feelings for Chen. She looked at Chen with a trace of fluctuation in her eyes. Chen actually came to the moon, he must have come to save her. This made Hinata's eyes reveal a hint of deep joy. Is it? But seeing Otsutsuki Yuluo, he sneered, Miss Hinata, you can help me complete the evolution of Byakugan into Tensagen. I only need a pair of Byakugan from Hyuga main clan, but I caught you two sisters, do you know why? The reason is very simple. I deliberately led Uchiha Chen to the moon through you. Now that I have Tensagen, my strength is definitely above him. I will take this opportunity to kill him. From now on, I will look at the relationship between the moon and the earth. I am the only one. A frenzy flashed in Otsutsuki Yuluo's eyes, and he said loudly. Hinata's color suddenly changed, and Wei Chen became even more worried. Seeing Hinata's ugly face, Otsutsuki Yuluo laughed and was even more proud. Byakugan's Heim, Hinata, just wait for this battle, I will send your lover to hell. One update, ask for all support. 494 All Akatsuki vs Otsutsuki clan. Above the moon. Chen and his group have gradually approached the boundary of the Otsutsuki clan. Chen seemed to know that Otsutsuki Yuluo was secretly monitoring everyone. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was upset, but he didn't speak, but he was getting closer and closer to the Otsutsuki clan. Boss, there are many mysterious places here. At this time, he saw the ghost sharks probing left and right. Shang Shanshan reminded, the buildings here seem to be in the style of ancient times, and there are many dead bones around. Ghost Shark said, there are indeed many dilapidated buildings around here, and there are dead bones everywhere. Chen nodded, stretched out his hand slightly, and saw that the dead man's bones turned into ashes, and were instantly blown away by the wind. Chen frowned and said, it is estimated that it is also left over from the ancient times. It will turn into ashes when touched, but it is just empty. It seems that there was a tragic war in the ancient times. Hearing Conan say, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Are these dead bones left by the Otsutsuki clan? Yes, indeed. Chen knew something. In ancient times, in the age of Six Paths Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura, Kagaya Haim, it must be Six Paths Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura, who gathered a large number of clansmen to join forces to deal with Kagaya Haim, and then sealed Kagaya Haim. And most of these dead bones were left over from that period. Accumulated for thousands of years, these dead bones are extremely terrifying. Chen smiled lightly, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. The peace that was created by the Six Paths Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura has been destroyed. Chen has no idea about peace and the like, just a little regret. The younger generation of the Otsutsuki clan is now in violation of the original idea of Otsutsuki Hamura and Six Paths Immortals. In ancient times, there was indeed a tragic battle on the moon, and the strength of both sides can be said to be godlike existences, so we will see this scene. Chen said lightly. Hearing Chen's words, everyone was stunned for a while. Listening to Chen's tone, it seemed that they knew everything about Otsutsuki on the moon. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Would like to know the situation. Who knew that Chen did not say a word, no more words. Everyone's appetite was full, but they found that Chen didn't speak at all, and there was no other way, they could only look at Chen speechlessly. We're almost there, and the Otsutsuki clan must have already made preparations and want to welcome us. Chen smiled lightly and pointed to the front. Where? Everyone is stunned. The square is blank, there is clearly nothing. The distance is very desolate, and it is not the same as other places on the moon. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Chen's mouth. Formation ninjutsu. The spirit formation ninjutsu people were suddenly stunned and surprised. This spirit formation ninjutsu is too exaggerated. It can really be faked. The scene ahead looks no different from the ordinary environment. No one noticed the clue, but only Chen noticed the situation. Boundary. Ninjutsu, don't panic. In fact, this form of ninjutsu is easy to break. Chen smiled, narrowed his eyes slightly, and shouted, Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. In the blink of an eye, Chen actually used Jinten particle style. As soon as she heard Jinten particle style, Deidara was shocked and looked at Chen in disbelief, but she saw that Chen was already moving. A huge round Jinchuriki column body appeared. It was Jinten particle style. The light of Jinten particle style shows a transparent color, and the huge light covers the sky and the earth, only to see the power of Jinten particle style spread, forming a huge circular Jinchuriki column body. Round Jinchuriki column body is scattered and shiny, completely covering everything. Really Jinten particle style? How could he be Grandmaster Jinten particle style? Deidara was completely stunned. Isn't Jinten particle style unique to the third generation Tsuchikage old man? There are still people who can master not only Deidara, but also the new members of Akatsuki such as Oni Shark, including Uchiha Itachi. Thinking of Tatsuan Grandmaster Jinten particle style, this terrifying power is completely beyond the scope of ordinary ninjas. The light of Jinten particle style filled the sky and the earth, cracking the barrier ninjutsu in an instant. Immediately, the scene in front of him only changed, and there was a change. In front of me has undergone a surprising change. I only saw that in front of everyone, a huge castle in the sky appeared. This castle in the sky seemed to be suspended in mid-air. The air fortress is completely shocking. This fortress is just like a battleship in the sky, complex and delicate, and it has a Hiroshi atmosphere. This fort should be built by Otsutsuki Hamura. It is indeed a top puppet master, it is exquisite. Chen sighed in a low voice and shook his head slightly, feeling the ancient and mysterious atmosphere of the castle. After seeing this huge castle, everyone was stunned for a moment, and they were quite astonished. It's so spectacular, this castle in the sky. Conan also sighed with emotion. Everyone nodded in agreement. This magnificent aerial fortress left a mysterious and profound impression on each of them, which was indeed quite extraordinary. Uchiha-chan, welcome to the clan of the Otsutsuki clan. Accompanied by a plain voice, there was a hint of surprise in everyone's eyes, and they all retreated involuntarily. The owner of this voice actually knew where they were coming. A sneer appeared on the corner of Chen Qiu's mouth. Oh, the contemporary patriarch of the dignified Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Yuluo, are you acting like this? As expected of Uchiha-chen, he already knew me. Well, let me see if your Rinnegan is stronger or my Tenseigan is stronger. Otsutsuki Yuraku's voice spread throughout the audience. But before that, let's see if you can pass the level of my clan. Otsutsuki Yuluo said lightly. Chen narrowed his eyes, it seemed that the battle had already begun. Akatsuki, all members of the Otsutsuki clan. 495 Tenseigan vs Rinnegan. As Otsutsuki Yuluo's voice fell, he heard a violent sound, and at the same time, countless puppets appeared around. These puppets, like the previous puppets, did not have any threads, and their power was also extraordinary. Thousands of puppets were rushing in, accompanied by the Otsutsuki clan. The members of the Otsutsuki clan were also among these puppet armies, rampant and strong. The powerful army of puppets rushed forward, bursting out with extremely strong power, and they saw these puppets and Otsutsuki's clansmen move together. There seemed to be a dozen or so of Otsutsuki's clansmen, all of which were full of the characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan, which made Chen slightly stunned. He opened his eyes, and there was a hint of indifference in his eyes. The strength of the Otsutsuki clan is very good, and their characteristics are obvious. All of them are fair-skinned, and they look quite conspicuous, especially some with long white hair, which fell into Chen's eyes. The Otsutsuki clan and Akatsuki finally meet each other. Damn, I really don't look down on people. Sasori roared angrily at this time, shouting loudly, Ninjutsu, red secret skills, 800 people perform. An instant, I saw hundreds of puppets appearing around Sasori. It is Sasori's ultimate art, performed by 100 people. If this ninjutsu is fully released by Sasori, it can easily destroy a country. Prove how powerful this ninjutsu is. At this time, the power of ninjutsu was fully revealed, and hundreds of puppets appeared. Sasori stood among these puppets, completely abandoned Fei Liuhu, and snorted coldly, "Don't underestimate the puppet master, no matter how strong your puppets are. So what, I will not lose to you." Sasori roared. The previous Sasori had been holding back his anger, although he knew that the other party's puppet technique was very strong, but Sasori was not reconciled, only to see Sasori burst out the power of this ninjutsu. A lot of peculiarity. The chakra lingers around Sasori, relying on this ninjutsu to fight against the puppets and clansmen of the Otsutsuki clan. Only Sasori, but other people also showed their great power. Akatsuki's members who are not arrogant and arrogant are also very strong, but they were always suppressed before, and now they are all bursting out. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi is the second to show his strength. This is the first time Uchiha Itachi has used Susanoo with both eyes. I only saw that Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo is only half body at this time, and its power is also extraordinary. After all, it is Susanoo. Ghost Shark smiled coldly and said to himself, "Oh, so everyone has shown their abilities, I can't be underestimated." Sweden, water style, big water colliding wave. Ghost Shark created a large area of water, and his shark muscle sword was even more ready to move, and the Ghost Shark merged with the Ghost Shark. The Ghost Shark's powerful and graceful chakra ranks in the forefront of the Akatsuki members, which is very scary. Art is an explosion, and I want to show my art too. Deidara brought a lot of blasting clay and created a flying dragon that stood in midair. Corner. They all sneered. Using his own special technique directly, mysterious monsters with colored masks appeared beside him, representing the attributes of water, fire, wind, earth, and great chakra. Conan's whole body turned into pieces of paper, flying all over the sky, swept across the sky, and on top of the pieces of paper became a special detonating talisman that exploded everywhere, with a cold face. Both Obito and Nagato also show special abilities. Obito uses Mokuton, wood style, while Nagato manipulates Tenshinto pain, releasing Bansho Tenon, universal pull, and Shinra Tensai, almighty push, signs. In addition, Nagato at this time has developed the usage of Rinnegan's 6 paths, which greatly increases the power of Rinnegan. The 6 paths master each has 6 different powers, which is unusual. Everyone in Akatsuki has shown great strength. Everyone in Akatsuki is very strong, especially Nagato, Obito and Uchiha Itachi, who have shown great strength, which is amazing. This is what Akatsuki should be capable of. Chen narrowed his eyes, very satisfied. At this moment, Otsutsuki Yuluo, who has been observing Chen and others in the Sky Castle, has a faint haze in his eyes. There is actually a pair of Rinnegans. It's incredible that there are actually 2 pairs of Rinnegans here, and there are so many masters under Uchiha-chan. Compared to my Otsutsuki clan, I don't show much, and even faintly surpass. Who is he? Quote. Otsutsuki Yuluo was very shocked. He didn't expect Akatsuki's strength to be so powerful. Although he briefly fought against Sasori and Kakuro, at that time, the incident happened suddenly, and neither Kakuro and Sasori could do their best. And he was well prepared to solve the battle so quickly. But at this moment, Kaku, too, Sasori and the others all held their breaths in their hearts. They also had the pride of being masters, and they all showed great strength. In such a state, Akatsuki's people had the upper hand for a while, causing Otsutsuki Yuluo in the castle in the sky to feel a little bit of horror. Such power is indeed terrifying. Who would have thought that Chen's hands could actually hide such a force? This force is so terrifying, it can even rival the accumulation of the Otsutsuki clan over the years. With this thought in mind, a cold light flashed in Otsutsuki Yuluo's eyes. And Hinata was standing beside Otsutsuki Yuluo. Seeing this scene, Hinata's eyes showed a hint of joy. Hinata's eyes flashed with pride and joy. Brother Chen is really good. She knew that he would definitely come to save her. It seems that those trash can't stop Uchiha-chen, so let me do it myself. I want to try. How strong is Uchiha-chen? But seeing a flash of coldness in Otsutsuki Yuluo's eyes, he was finally ready to shoot. Otsutsuki Yuluo had been preparing for a long time this time, and planned to make a move. It has moved. 496. Who is the number 1 today? The members of Akatsuki are fighting with the Otsutsuki people and puppets. Chen and Otsutsuki Yuluo had a tacit understanding and didn't make a move. The two apparently had their own thoughts, and in fact, no matter what. Whether it is Chen or Otsutsuki Yuluo is very clear. The next final battle must be between them, and it is up to them to decide the outcome this time. Otsutsuki Featherfall. Chen narrowed his eyes, whispered a name, and then instilled a huge power in his voice, shouting loudly, "Otsutsuki Yuluo, get out of here. Get out." The 3 words hovered in the sky, causing everyone's expressions to change as they looked at Chen in astonishment. Kyubi, Ninetails, was waving his claws, but he was very excited, not to mention, Kyubi, Ninetails, is really a bit afraid of the world. Kyubi, Ninetails, also shouted, "Otsutsuki Yuluo, Get out of here. Chen, Hubie, Ninetails, these two guys who are afraid that the world will not be in chaos. As soon as they said these words, they felt a particularly depressing atmosphere in the castle in the distance. Otsutsuki Yuluo's face was ashen, and he snorted coldly, only to see 99 Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, suddenly appear behind Otsutsuki Yuluo. In front of Chen. Uchiha Chen. Otsutsuki Yuraku bit Kiba's teeth and looked at Chen coldly. Chen also finally saw what this Otsutsuki Yuluo looked like. I only saw that this Otsutsuki Yuluo was about 30 years old, and his appearance was very young, fair-skinned, and very handsome, but it was not Chen's handsome, but full of a feminine feeling. This Otsutsuki Yuluo looked at Chen with a sneering look in his eyes, and said coldly, Uchiha Chen, I didn't expect you to actually have the courage to come, it's really enough. This is not the Longtan Tiger's den, what's so daring? Chen said coldly. Otsutsuki Yuluo and Chen looked at each other. Both of them felt that the strength of the other party should not be underestimated, and they both felt a little jealous. Exactly, I have Tensagen, you have Rinnegan, and I also want to fight with you to see how strong the legendary Rinnegan is. Otsutsuki Yuluo looked at Chen with burning eyes and said in a low voice. Chen didn't flinch at all, and said lightly, since you want to try so much, I won't let you down, come on, try it and you'll know. Chen's eyes, Tomo Sharingan, was very scary and started to turn. The purple Rinnegan brought Tomo with extraordinary power. The power of Rinnegan burst out, and a burst of power appeared, powerful and special. As expected of Rinnegan. Under the power of Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Yuluo also felt the pressure, but he also remained calm and said lightly, come on, the two of us should be the strongest, just come to see the end this time. Who is the strongest? Who is the strongest player in the world today? Otsutsuki Yuluo looked at Chen coldly, a hint of coldness appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chen glanced at Otsutsuki Yuluo, and a little flame rose in his eyes. Chen and Otsutsuki Yuluo also developed a sense of competition, and they both showed strong strength when they looked at each other. Chenzhou's chakra burst out, it is his unique Yongdun chakra, showing a powerful formidable power, a force lingers out, rising into the sky, and the fluctuations are shocking. This chakra burst out with an extremely powerful force, this is his Yongdun chakra circling and rising, and the Yongdun's power is getting stronger and stronger, even soaring into the sky. Uchiha Chen. Only seeing Otsutsuki Yuluo shouted angrily, a force erupted from his body, and this force became stronger and stronger, and he turned on the Tensagen mode. Only in this state of Tensagen mode, Otsutsuki Yuluo seems to be surrounded by mysterious forces, and 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball are also displayed, one of which is 1 Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Suddenly transformed into Otsutsuki Yuluo's hand. This is, Gudodama truth-seeking ball transformed into a black long sword, under the master of Otsutsuki Yuluo, causing the surrounding people to exclaim, especially the members of Akatsuki, all felt there was an unusual scent. The change of Gudodama truth-seeking ball is really shocking, especially in Gudodama truth-seeking ball, there is also an unusual atmosphere, which makes everyone feel it at once. Otsutsuki Yuluo showed a proud expression and said lightly, Uchiha-chan, you are not destined to be my opponent because you don't have the blood of the Otsutsuki clan at all. Of our Otsutsuki family is born with blood power, we have Keke Mora, we have all kinds of familiar chakras, this is proof. The Gudodama truth-seeking ball around Otsutsuki Yuluo was suspended, making Otsutsuki Yuluo look like a fairy, and extremely terrifying. In my current state, any ninjutsu is ineffective against my attacks, that alone is enough to convince you. Even you are no match for me. Otsutsuki Yuraku said proudly enough to be proud of himself. Yes, even if ninjutsu is ineffective for you, but sage art, taijutsu and yin-yang escape are not necessarily. Chen said lightly. Otsutsuki Yuluo's expression changed slightly, but Chen was so familiar with Keke Mora. Chen's strength at this time is also close to the 6 paths level, coupled with the strength of Rinnegan and Yin-Yang Dun, he is still eager to face Gudodama truth-seeking ball. HMPH, let me first let you taste the power of Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Otsutsuki Yuluo snorted coldly, and Gudodama truth-seeking ball appeared. These Gudodama truth-seeking ball floated in a circle. Although they looked only the size of a fist, they were powerful enough to destroy everything and burst out. An instant, it collided with Chen. 497 The power of sage art. Gudodama truth-seeking ball collided with a huge force, causing Chen's pupils to shrink slightly, feeling a bit of pressure. Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Chen narrowed his eyes. Using Rinnegan's special power, his body flashed and moved instantly, avoiding the power of this Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Gudodama truth-seeking ball flashed light, not attacking Chen, but attacking the moon. With a bang, only a huge bang came from the moon. This huge sound was earth-shattering, bang, and bursts of sounds, making everyone have an indescribable shock. I only saw Gudodama truth-seeking ball colliding behind Chen, and there was a huge crater dozens of kilometers behind Chen, and a small Gudodama truth-seeking ball actually contains such a powerful crater. Power simply contains Shinra Bansho, all creation. The power of this is self-evident, very terrifying and powerful. Chen's body flashed, and he finally had a personal experience of the power of Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Sure enough, the terrifying Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Chen thought for a while, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his body moved abruptly to the front. Well, what is he going to do? When Otsutsuki Yuluo saw Chen's figure moving, he gradually became vigilant, but at this time, Chen's Rinnegan was constantly turning, and a burst of chakra burst out, scorching hot. Amaterasu. Amaterasu. Chen showed the power of Amaterasu, and this power shot up directly. Of course, what Chen used was the combination between Yongdun and Amaterasu. The white Amaterasu fire burned out, and the hot white flames seemed to be able to burning everything, attached to Chen's surroundings, at the same time obeying Chen's orders, attacking Otsutsuki Yuluo. Oh, is this your special power? Otsutsuki Yuluo was also very afraid of the fire of Amaterasu, only to see the Gudodama truth-seeking ball around him quickly gather, forming a black shield. This black shield stood in front of Otsutsuki Yuraku, temporarily blocking Amaterasu's power and spread. Otsutsuki Yuluo breathed a sigh of relief, but a strange color appeared in his eyes. It's really not easy to combine the mysterious flame with Yongdun. Sage art. Chen did not stop, once again showing the power of sage art. Sage art. I only saw the sage art chakra released from Chen's body, and the chakra swept out, overwhelming the sky, just like a tsunami, and the space was distorted. Above the moon, there are waves of tremors, facing great pressure. Sage art, you still Grandmaster sage art. Otsutsuki Yuluo was taken aback for a moment, and there was a trace of jealousy in his heart. Stronger than Otsutsuki Yuluo, but he doesn't have the talent to practice sage art, so his is not sage art. But Tatsuya in front of him was able to lightly pull sage art out, and it was really strong, which made Otsutsuki Yuraku feel a little jealous. HMPH, I want to see how strong your immortal bottom is. Otsutsuki plummeted. The ninjutsu released by sage art chakra is called sage art. The power brought by sage art is definitely much stronger than ninjutsu. Example, sage art, Mokuden, wood style, is far more powerful than Senjuhashirama's ordinary Mokuden, wood style ninjutsu. There is also Naruto's sage art Rasen Shuriken, which is far more powerful than ordinary shuriken. At this moment, Chen intends to also create a super powerful sage art. Chen stood on the body of Kyubi, Ninetails. Kyubi, Ninetails was also very smart to understand Akatsuki Chen's mind. Suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a tailed beast bomb, using this as a cover for Chen, towards Otsutsuki Yu fall attack. A look of arrogance flashed in Otsutsuki Yuluo's eyes, and he snorted coldly, "Silver is born again and again." Silver reincarnation blast. Otsutsuki Yuluo used an orthodox Tenseigin, which is different from Otsutsuki Junyu's kind of half-hearted. The power of silver reincarnation blast spreads out and shows crazily, collided with tailed beast bomb and exploded, sending out huge aftermath and pressure. Instant, all the surroundings were shaking quickly, and bursting out. It is unbelievable that this power is so powerful. Were violent explosions in a radius of hundreds of miles. The whole moon was shaken, and a loud noise was made, and the sound was also shaking the sky and the earth. This force was so strong that everyone felt it, and their hearts couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Chen, this guy is stronger than that. Zheng Yikyang, I can't help you too much. QB Ninetails said quickly when he saw that his tailed beast bomb was cracked. It's okay, I get it. Chen said lightly, and at the same time Chen moved slightly. His own sage art was almost finished. Sage art, Fire of Senra. Chen shouted loudly. Fire of Sen Luo. This is obviously a sage art created by Chen. I only saw that in an instant. The power of Chen's sage art burst out, and this power surged, called the Fire of Sen Luo. Sen Luo, which means Shinra Bansho, all creation. Of this flame is the white flame of Amaterasu. It can be said that Chen is a combination of the power of Amaterasu, Yangdun, and sage art. When Amaterasu and Yangdun are combined, the power is far beyond the original black Amaterasu, so how strong will the power become after Amaterasu and sage art are combined? Generally, the surrounding air and space are distorted, and hot pressure is felt everywhere. This sage art is really crazy, the flames are frightening, and even the space is torn apart. The power contained in the flames is comparable to the oppression of Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. The terrifying power of sage art is on display. What a terrible flame. Even Otsutsuki Yuluo's eyes were full of shock, completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The power of this flame is too great. There were even space cracks between the heaven and the earth, and the power was terrifyingly powerful, burning and overwhelming. At the same time, Otsutsuki Yuluo used Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, to resist, but this time was not so lucky. These flames were pervasive, broke through Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, defense in an instant, and burned directly on Otsutsuki Urakuten's body. Otsutsuki Uraku screamed in agony, extremely mournful. 498 I am the strongest. Otsutsuki Yuluo was scorched by the white flames. There was a hint of panic in his eyes, and he let out an unusually shrill scream. This white flame seemed to be able to burn people's souls. When the white inflammation is reached, it will quickly spread all over the body. At this moment, the white flame was burning on Otsutsuki Yuluo's arm, causing Otsutsuki Yuluo to let out a roar, feeling the rapid exhaustion of his body, and panicking. For Otsutsuki Uraku, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. This flame actually. Otsutsuki Yuluo was horrified. After Amaterasu was added to Sage Art Chakra by Chen, the mutation happened again, and it became so terrifying, so amazing. Even Otsutsuki Yuluo could feel the terrifying power. After joining Sage Art, Chen's white flame actually underwent an amazing nature transformation. The original combination of Amaterasu and Yangdun turned Amaterasu's black flame into complete black. But the actual situation is different. After the combination of Amaterasu and Yangdun, it is combined with Sage Art, which makes the original white Amaterasu change again. If you look carefully from the outside, you can see that there is a faint golden color spread on the fire of Amaterasu. That's right, gold. Maybe it is the reason why Sage Art Chakra is added, and the flame of Amaterasu changes again. It has become a pale golden flame. The power of this flame is even more domineering, and the quality is almost unimaginable. The golden flame is displayed, and the powerful power is moving and terrifying. The golden flames unfolded as if they were emperors in the flames, and one could even feel that it contained Shinra Bansho, all creation, contained yin and yang, contained Sage Art, mysterious and supreme. This flame is really too special, too strong. As soon as the golden flame came out, the golden Amaterasu power showed. Even Otsutsuki Yuluo couldn't help moving, and even his scalp felt numb, feeling a lot of trouble. Otsutsuki Yuluo's left arm was stained with the Amaterasu flame, and in an instant, he reacted immediately and cut off his left hand. One arm was cut off by Otsutsuki Yuluo himself, and his left arm fell directly to the ground. The people around were all dumbfounded. This Otsutsuki Yuluo was so decisive, and it was beyond Chen's expectations, so Chen narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Oh, not bad, you know how to escape from a broken tail." Otsutsuki Yuluo cut off his arm, cold and pale, and said, "It's your ability to let me cut off an arm, but then Uchiha-chan, I am." Otsutsuki Yuluo roared and saw the 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball behind him rushing like tarsal maggots, and then turned towards Chen. Under such circumstances, even Chen he couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly, responding to Otsutsuki Yuraku's attack. 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball exuded a very strong power, with a lingering breath, and the black Gudodama truth-seeking ball exploded and bombarded directly around Chen. In Gudodama truth-seeking ball, it is indeed the power of Shinra Bansho, all creation, the yin-yang escape and the other 5 attributes of chakra combined into one, resulting in this special Gudodama truth-seeking ball. The power of Gudodama truth-seeking ball is on display. Facing the attack of Gudodama truth-seeking ball like a maggot in the tarsus, Chen also sneered slightly in his heart, and he also has a way to deal with these Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Chen snorted coldly, Sen Luo's domain. At this time, Chen finally used one of his trump cards, Sen Luo's domain. Sen Luo's domain is Chen's special power after getting Rinnegan. Just like Uchiha Madara got Limbo Border Jail through Rinnegan, Chen also got it through Rinnegan's special power. The domain of Sen Luo, this is the power that can block the space around Chen and create its own unique domain. Within the scope of this domain, everything must be controlled by Chen, even if the opponent is a powerhouse at the 6 paths level. Are also subject to great restrictions. As soon as Senluo's domain was used, he saw that within the surroundings of Chen, the space seemed to be completely blocked, and the space contained a very strong force, which made Gudodama truth-seeking ball unable to break through, and everything was broken. It seems to be among Tatsu's masters. Under such circumstances, even Otsutsuki Yuluo had a horrified expression on his face. Needless to say, the others around them all felt this enormous power, almost suffocating them and oppressing them. Couldn't breathe at all. It can only be said that Chen is really too strong. This strength is really terrifying to the extreme. Gudodama truth-seeking ball is unable to make any breakthrough in the face of Senluo domain. Your Rinnegan's special ability. It turns out that the space ability can already create a small world of your own, this. Otsutsuki Yuluo's pupils closed, and felt the pressure, but Chen Rinnegan's ability was actually the rarest time and space ability. Can block space, and even create a space area, turning this space area into its own small world. This ability is simply heaven-defying. Otsutsuki Yuluo couldn't help but admire, and soon a thick color of jealousy flashed on his face. Why, this guy in front of me can actually have the ability of master. Why is Otsutsuki Yuluo envious and jealous? With a strong color in his eyes, this ability can be regarded as one of the highest time-space ninjutsu. Even Otsutsuki Yuraku wanted to have it. Now in this situation Otsutsuki Yuluo roared, full of unwillingness. Chen's mouth upturned, evoking an arc. Otsutsuki Yuluo, you have seen it now, your so-called bloodline advantage is nothing. You have Gudodama truth-seeking ball but I have the strongest space ninjutsu. I am the strongest. Sen Luo's domain. Chen roared and expanded the space again, including Otsutsuki Yuluo. If you want an automatic reward to watch the underlined version of the novel. 499 Sword Slashing the Stars. The realm of Senrao included Otsutsuki Yuluo. In an instant, Otsutsuki Yuluo felt an indescribable pressure. He only felt that the domain of Senrao was indeed powerful, and even made him feel the pressure of terror. Senluo, everything is mastered by Chen. This space is like a space that belongs to Chen completely. Chen smiled lightly, looked at Otsutsuki Yuluo, and said in a low voice, "Otsutsuki Yuluo, today is yours. Dead time. Hey, don't be complacent, I won't let you succeed so easily." Although Otsutsuki Yuluo was shocked, he was not completely panicked, but said coldly, "It's not. You are the only one who has a whole card, and I also have a whole card, so you can see the true power of my Tenseigen." Tenseigen's true strength. Chen's heart skipped a beat, and immediately had a bad feeling. He quickly reminded everyone in Akatsuki, "Let me retreat, the farther away the better." "Oh, it looks like you know about Tenseigen too." Otsutsuki Yuluo smiled lightly, a glint flashed in his eyes, and said coldly, "It's too late." Spoke, Otsutsuki Yuluo's whole body burst into a golden light. This light shone on the heavens and the earth, and contained an extremely terrifying power, which oppressed people so much that they could hardly breathe. Above the moon, a strong golden light erupted, extending for hundreds of miles, shining brightly, with sharp edges. This powerful power was revealed, and at the same time Otsutsuki Yuluo's Tenseigen mode was fully activated. He shouted, "The golden wheel is reborn. Golden wheel is reborn. It really is this trick." There was a hint of surprise in Chen's eyes, and he saw violent storms swept around Otsutsuki Yuluo's body. These storms swept and whistled and exploded. Golden wheel is reborn. With a bang, the power of the explosion can almost split the moon, causing a huge impact. The luster rises to the sky, shining between the heaven and the earth, and the golden wheel is reborn and explodes like a huge sword. Split the moon directly. The moon shook with a bang, the ground pounded continuously. This terrifying attack force shocked everyone. Everyone in Akatsuki, including everyone in the Otsutsuki clan, was stunned for a while. No one thought that the power of this ninjutsu would be so terrifying. Too strong. This is really too strong. The earth is cracked, the moon is completely divided into two halves by gold. The power was fully revealed, and the terrifying power that Chen saw with his own eyes showed a trace of consternation. However, when Otsutsuki Yu fell out of the golden wheel and exploded a while ago, he had taken precautions. After all, he was too clear about the move that was enough to split the moon in the original book. Chen used his Rinnegan space teleportation ability to dodge, so he avoided the attack. Although he was unscathed, he saw this move at close range. The shock that I saw with my own eyes, Chen was also touched by it, but he did not lose his fighting spirit. Because Chen is very clear. In fact, Tenseigen is also more powerful in this move, although the power is large, but the characteristics of Tenseigen are also the same. Put it simply, Tenseigen is simply the most typical high attack and low defense. Although it looks bluffing, in fact, no matter how high the attack is, it is useless if it cannot hit the enemy. Naruto in the original novel could dodge this blow, but how could Chen be able to dodge it? It was just this golden wheel reincarnation that left an extremely deep impression on Chen, causing Chen to narrow his eyes and sneer at the corners of his mouth. "Damn, did you escape?" Seeing Chen dodging in the golden wheel reincarnation explosion, a cold light flashed in Otsutsuki Yuluo's eyes. He didn't expect Chen to be so strong. Otsutsuki Yuluo also felt a slight burning pain in his eyes, apparently because of the explosion of the golden wheel. Otsutsuki Yuluo's eyes were slightly burning, and a match occurred. Such a powerful move as the golden wheel is not something that can be used easily. Chen also seemed to be aware of the state of Otsutsuki Yuluo at this time. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "You should have finished the release, it's my turn." He spoke, a faint golden light flashed across Chen Zhou's body, and an extremely powerful force emerged from his body, revealing a powerful force. That is, the power of Susanoo that belongs to Tatsuya. Only the full body of Susanoo is shown, and this time Tatsuno is not wearing a pretense, Susanoo. Because Kyubi, Ninetails, is also fighting a huge puppet at this time, that puppet is the guardian puppet of the Otsutsuki clan, entangled with Kyubi, Ninetails, and the two are constantly attacking each other. Therefore, Chen used the full body Susanoo, only to see Susanoo above, holding the cloud sword of Tianju, a little brilliance on the sword, and the huge power was fully revealed. facing Otsutsuki feathers. Otsutsuki Yuluo felt the power of Tiankong Yunjian, and felt even more fearful in his heart. It's not. Only you can unleash the ultimate move, and the map cannon is amazing, so can I. Chen let out a low roar, only to see Susanoo soaring up, a sword slashed out, shocking the audience. Chen's sword, combined with his own Senluo domain, coupled with the Amaterasu Cloud Sword, is also surrounded by Amaterasu injected by Sage Art Chakra. The power of the space domain, the power of the artifact, and the power of divine fire, 3 in 1, this sword slashed out, the power is simply unimaginable. But seeing even Otsutsuki Yuluo was terrified, and felt a trace of unusual aura, and his heart was warned. Otsutsuki Yuluo, you can clearly feel that if you can't dodge this sword, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. This sword seems to be no worse than the golden wheel just now, as if it can split even the stars. In general, it is so scary. 2. 500 kills Otsutsuki Feather Fall. Of Senluo's domain, Tiankong Yunjian, and Amaterasu Shinha combined into one, exuding a huge and strong aura. Chen almost used the power of these three to ultimate, and a powerful force erupted, making everyone feel it. A burst of terror, horror, and even chills all over the body. 3 combined into one, the strength was so strong that it was an ultimate, only to see Chen Yi slashed out with a sword, bursting out with terrifying power, and slashed directly at Otsutsuki Yuluo. Otsutsuki Yuluo's color changed, and the 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball resisted in front of him, turning into a black shield, trying to resist the blow. Between the sky and the earth, a beam of light burst out at the speed of light, breaking through the sky. With a bang, the moon was almost divided into 2, countless stones rolled up, the earth cracked, completely scattered, and burst. The earth shook and a huge and deep ravine appeared. Of this sword was brought to the ultimate by Chen. Hundreds of miles in length, chakra roams and swept wildly, and everywhere he goes is shocked, and the terrifying aura is revealed, even Gudodama truth-seeking ball can't resist. The members of the Otsutsuki clan were all stunned, and at the same time, they saw that the members of Akatsuki were extremely stunned. They felt pressure and moved their hearts. Strong, it is too strong. The earth is cracked, and the people of the Otsutsuki clan all have a bad premonition in their hearts, as if something is about to happen. Sure enough, I saw a powerful force emerging, and the terrifying force erupted, making people feel deeply shocked. At the same time, he saw that the black shield on Otsutsuki Yuluo's body was shattered, and at the same time Otsutsuki Yuluo himself was hit in the middle by the sword. His eyes always showed a look of horror, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Otsutsuki Yuluo felt the edge of the sword, and then fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Otsutsuki Yuluo looked at Chen with a look of astonishment in his eyes, probably because he never expected Chen to be so strong. Otsutsuki Yuluo only felt that the vitality in his body was gradually disappearing. At this time, he was like a balloon that was leaking air all over his body. There were countless tiny holes in the balloon, which were constantly leaking air. As if his vitality was constantly disappearing, it was extremely terrifying. Otsutsuki Yuraku, you lost. Chen said lightly. He stood in front of Otsutsuki Yuluo, his body floating in midair, looking at Otsutsuki Yuluo like a god, the corners of his mouth filled with coldness. A hint of unwillingness flashed in Otsutsuki Yuluo's eyes. You win. Otsutsuki Yuraku couldn't change the fact in front of him even if he didn't think about it in his heart, it was indeed his loss. It's abominable, it turns out that Rinnegan is stronger, I am really not reconciled. Otsutsuki Yuraku murmured. You're wrong, Rinnegan and Tensegan, there's no such thing as strong or weak. Whether the strength is strong or not. Mainly look at the master's power, not the eyes. Chen said lightly. Words brought Otsutsuki Yuluo's silence for a while, and Otsutsuki Yuluo sighed after a long time. It's really not wrong to lose to you, it's a pity. I didn't lose to me, I killed him. Chen said lightly. Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to leave himself a trouble. His plan was to kill Otsutsuki Yuluo directly. Among the Otsutsuki clan, currently only Otsutsuki Junyu and Otsutsuki Yuluo are the strongest, and the others are nothing to worry about. And there are not many people in the Otsutsuki clan, and it can be said that it has gradually declined. This time, Chen is going to kill Otsutsuki Yuraku. Otsutsuki Yuluo was taken aback for a moment, then a look of relief flashed in his eyes. That's right, if it were me, I would kill you too. Come on. The surrounding Otsutsuki clan were all stunned, and the Akatsuki members were relieved. Chen finally won the battle, which was really not easy. Chen didn't hesitate, he wouldn't have the slightest mercy towards the enemy, not to mention that Otsutsuki Yuluo in front of him was someone who was enough to threaten him. Instant, the Tiankong cloud sword in Chen's hand moved, splitting Otsutsuki Yuluo's body in two, and blood spattered out. Everyone around saw this scene, and could not help but take a breath of cold air, feeling Chen's terrifying and powerful. Otsutsuki Yuluo, die! The people of the Otsutsuki clan all looked at this scene in shock, and they were speechless. Chengdu was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Chen Yi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the people of the Otsutsuki clan, and said indifferently, Otsutsuki Yuluo is dead, you are still not returning. The strength of these Otsutsuki clan members can only be regarded as good, most of them are only cage-level powerhouses, and they are not as exaggerated as Otsutsuki Junyu and Otsutsuki Yuluo. Hearing Chen's words, the Otsutsuki clan looked at each other in dismay, and finally didn't dare to speak. They looked at each other for a long time in silence, and finally they all nodded and put down their weapons. That this is the case, they will definitely not be the opponents of Chen and the others. Under such circumstances, the Otsutsuki clan all put down their weapons, and none of them dared to disobey Chen's intentions. Above this moon, now it can be regarded as the territory of Chen. Otsutsuki Yuraku died, Chen was in a good mood, and it felt good to get rid of an opponent. And Konan, Sasori, Uchiha Itachi, Oni Shark and others all looked at Chen with reverence, and felt that Chen's strength seemed to go further. Otsutsuki Yuluo is dead, and I will reclaim his Tenseigen. Chen said lightly. Chen has not forgotten one thing, that is to recover the Tenseigen of Otsutsuki Yuluo. Naruto's Strongest Talent, Chapter 501-520. 501 Tenseigen is in hand. Recover Otsutsuki Yuraku Tenseigen. Otsutsuki Yuraku's Tenseigen is the most important thing this time, and it is also something that Chen must recover. After all, the Tenseigen of Otsutsuki Yuluo is too dangerous. If this kind of thing is left in the hands of any Otsutsuki clan, it is equivalent to creating a character comparable to Six Paths in a flash. Otsutsuki Yuraku is dead, and of course Tenseigen is within reach. A slight movement in Chen's hand, he took Tenseigen out of Otsutsuki Yuluo's body, and Tenseigen took it. In fact, Tenseigen is really not much different from ordinary Byakugan, the only difference is that there is a layer of light around Tenseigen, and this layer of light is exposed, which makes this Tenseigen look particularly attractive. Chen took Tenseigen back, his eyes moved slightly, and he looked at everyone again, especially the members of the Otsutsuki clan. All the members of the Otsutsuki clan looked at Chen in horror, a look of horror flashed in their eyes, and they were quite afraid of Chen's strength. The power of Otsutsuki and Yuraku's strength were clear to them, but after seeing Chen's strength, they were all shocked and felt Chen's strength. Chen has Tenseigen in his hands, and these Otsutsuki clansmen are not opponents. Therefore, the eyes of these Otsutsuki clan members looking at Chen were full of horror, and they even stepped back in fear, lest they conflict with Chen. Chen smiled lightly. The Otsutsuki family, I never imagined that the once brilliant Otsutsuki family would degenerate to such a degree that they even continued to grab the eyes of the little girl to complete the evolution of Tenseigen. My lord, this is all, this is what Otsutsuki Yuraku has to do, and it has nothing to do with us. Otsutsuki clan immediately came out to defend and said quickly. Chen lightly snorted and glanced at this Otsutsuki clan member, who was suddenly silent, feeling a huge pressure, and obediently stopped talking. The strength of the Otsutsuki clan is very good, but they are far worse than Chen, and they all dare not violate Chen's intentions. Speaking as if you didn't know anything about it, without your connivance and help, how could Otsutsuki Yuraku be so arrogant as he is now? However, he can be regarded as a dead man. If any of you dare to fight the idea of the ninja world again, this is the end. Chen said lightly. Hearing Chen's words, the faces of these Otsutsuki clan members showed a hint of joy, and they all felt Chen's meaning, as if they wanted to let them go. In fact, Chen did let these people go, not because of anything else, but because the Otsutsuki family was originally guarding Kagaya-heim on the moon, and their duty was. Now, without Muyuluo, the careerist, the rest would not dare to make trouble. And more importantly, the members of the Mu clan could not pose a threat to him. I will place a seal on you, once I find any responsibility. Whatever the situation, it will kill you through the seal. Chen said lightly. Chen's words contained murderous intent, which made all the people of the Otsutsuki clan move in their hearts, with fear in their eyes, and they were even more obedient and respectful towards Chen. That's it. Chen stretched out his hand and began to set seals for these Otsutsuki clan members one by one, and saw that all the Otsutsuki clansmen could only accept the seal. All of them looked at Chen and accepted the seal honestly. Under such circumstances, the current dozen or so members of the Otsutsuki clan were all sealed, and a faint smile flashed across Chen's mouth, very satisfied with the results of this time. With the seal, Chen also controls the Otsutsuki clan in his hands, and the firm master is in his hands. At this moment, it means that there are more than a dozen cage-level powerhouses in Chen's hands, which is much more cost-effective than killing them. Anyway, with Chen's current strength, he is not afraid that the Otsutsuki clan would dare to betray him. After Tenseigan got his hands, Chen's mouth showed a smile and said, "Let me enter the castle now, I want to see Hinata." This time, it was because Hinata was kidnapped, so Chen only went to the moon, and Chen's main purpose was to see Hinata. Yes. The surrounding Otsutsuki clan quickly agreed, and hurriedly brought Chen into the castle. Only see inside the castle, Hinata is impressively in it. At this time, Hinata was slim, looking gentle and gentle, just like water. The moment she saw Chen, she saw a hint of surprise flashing in Hinata's eyes, and said in surprise, "Brother Chen, I knew you were going to save me." Hinata trotted all the way, directly in front of Chen. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Chen's mouth, and he also noticed Hinata and was very happy. There is no damage to Hinata, and his mental state is also very good. It seems that although Otsutsuki Yuraku caught Hinata, he did not embarrass Hinata. This made Chen feel a little relieved. If Otsutsuki Yuraku dared to attack Hinata, it would be enough to die 10 times. "Hinata, are you okay?" Chen patted Hinata's head and asked with a low smile. Hinata shook his head vigorously and said, "I knew that, Brother Chen, you would definitely come to save me, so I'm not afraid at all, you are indeed here now." Hinata said. Her eyes were already slightly yuhi. She had always been very strong in front of Otsutsuki Yuraku, but now facing Chen, she finally let go of her defenses. "Well, I'm here, don't worry. Otsutsuki Yuraku has been solved by me," Chen said lightly. Hinata nodded heavily, and seemed to remember something, and said, But Hanabishi." Chen immediately thought of a person, Hyuga Hanabi. It was Hyuga Hanabi who was deprived of Byakugan, which made Otsutsuki Yuluo's eyes evolve into Tenseigan. Please automatically reward the 502 Hyuga sisters. Hanabi. Chen narrowed his eyes and asked the Otsutsuki clan behind him, "Where is Hyuga Hanabi now? Bring her to me." Yes. All the members of the Otsutsuki clan did not dare to disobey the meaning of Nichiren, and brought Hyuga Hanabi directly, only to see that Hyuga Hanabi was covered with a layer of gauze at this time. She was completely blind and could not see the light. Hanabi. Seeing her sister's current appearance, Hinata couldn't care less for a while, and hugged Hanabi directly in her arms, her eyes flashing with a deep look of pity. Hinata hugged Hanabi tightly, a hint of distress flashed in her eyes, probably never thought that Hyuga Hanabi would be in such pain, and unknowingly, Hinata's tears also flowed out. And Hyuga Hanabi is more fragile than Hinata, and also burst into tears. The two girls cried together, and the cry was clearly heard by everyone, but they only felt a burst of sadness. The two girls, Hyuga Hanabi and Hinata, are such a pity. Chen, is there any way to save her? Conan couldn't bear to see it, and said in Chen's ear. Chen nodded slightly, there is a way. It is also very simple to restore Hyuga Hanabi, just find a suitable pair of Byakugan to put on Hyuga Hanabi. Hearing what Chen said, Hinata looked at Chen with a hint of hope. Brother Chen, please save my sister, please, please. Hinata looked at Chen with a deep pleading. Chen smiled, patted Hinata's head lightly, and said in a low voice, don't worry, I know. Just leave it all to me. For this small request, it is nothing to Chen at all. Received Chen's promise, Hinata was grateful, her eyes were slightly yuhi, she was both grateful and moved, she was even more delighted when she saw Chen, and said, thank you, thank you. Silly girl, why are you being so polite to me? Chen only thought that Hinata's appearance was a little cute, so he smiled. Hinata had the same face as Yuhi again, just nodding slightly. Chen smiled and didn't care, but turned to look at the Otsutsuki clan, and said, do you have any spare Byakugan? If you have any, bring a pair, and I will change the eyes of the girl in front of me. Yes. The members of the Otsutsuki clan looked at each other and nodded slightly. Their Otsutsuki clan have also died a lot over the years, and the Byakugan of those dead clansmen will be preserved, and it will come in handy now. Soon, the members of the Otsutsuki clan took their eyes to Chen's hands. Chen got the Byakugan and carefully compared it up and down. Finally confirmed that, he used the power of Yongdun to first take off Hyuga Hanabi's gauze, and then use Yongdun to, embedded, Byakugan in her. At this time, Chen Yongdun's power was already very strong. Of Yongdun is one of the most mysterious and magical powers in the ninja world. In the original novel, Uzumaki Naruto relied on the power of Yongdun to regenerate an eye for Kakashi. And Chen's current Yongdun is not bad, changing eyes is just the simplest little thing for him. Thinking of this, Chen immediately put on Byakugan for Hyuga Hanabi. After putting on Byakugan, Hyuga Hanabi only felt that his vision had changed and gradually became clear, free and visible. Hyuga Hanabi can feel her vision is gradually becoming clear, joy in her heart, there is a kind of rejoicing for the rest of her life. Well, the eyes will be replaced soon, and now it belongs to Hanabi. Hanabi has been able to see things clearly, and in a few days, he will be able to use the Byakugan normally. Chen said lightly. Hearing Chen's words, Hyuga Hanabi nodded lightly, with joy flashing in her eyes, and thanked Chen repeatedly, but what she said made Chen almost speechless. Thank you brother-in-law. Hyuga Hanabi rode. Hanabi, you, what nonsense are you talking about? Hinata reacted immediately, and she was so ashamed that she covered Hyuga Hanabi's mouth all of a sudden. Hyuga Hanabi couldn't help blinking his eyes when he looked at this appearance of Hinata. He didn't know why Hinata behaved like this, so he was a little stunned. Hinata is extremely shy. She was originally a very shy character. When Hanabi said this, she kept her head down, and she didn't even dare to look at Chen. It's really handsome, it looks mysterious, and it's very powerful. Hyuga Hanabi looked at Chen. After all, it was the mind of a little girl. She quickly walked out of the anxiety after changing her eyes, and looked up and down. Chen. Hanabi, don't talk nonsense. No, it's not what you think. Hinata hurriedly explained, but the explanation was really pale, and he could only stomp his feet and hurriedly hide to the side. Chen looked at the two sisters of the Hyuga family, only to see that one of them was shy, the other was charming, the other was cute and the other was innocent. They were two beautiful sisters. Chen coughed, glanced at Hinata again, and said, Hanabi's eyes need to rest for a few days. we are temporarily living on the moon. Well, of course, Chen wants to live on the moon for a reason. He has another purpose this time, to find the yin and yang treasure left by the old six paths and Otsutsuki Hamura, and to improve his strength again. 504 becomes the six paths class. The two treasures, Tomo of yin and rosary of yang, lingering in the air, exuding a little light. The power of these two treasures is unparalleled. Even if they are far away, they can feel a powerful breath. Come, it represents the two forces of yin and yang, which are extremely terrifying. The two forces of yin and yang converge and merge with each other. Tomo of yin and the rosary of yang, these two exude different breaths, and bursts of formidable power strike, even Chen feels a little frightened. The two exude a light blue light and an orange yuhi light, which respectively represent the yin and yang, and represent the power of yin and yang, which makes Chen feel joy and surprise. Sure enough, it's not a fancier, old man, you're not bad. Chen said lightly. HMPH, of course, these are the two great treasures that I condensed with all my hard work at the beginning, but now it's cheaper for you, boy, really. The six paths old man complained, but said nothing. Chen showed a bit of a smile and said, no way, who called me your apprentice? HMPH, that's nice to say, but now I admit it. The six paths old man snorted coldly. Chen haha laughed, without defending, with a movement of his body, he directly grabbed the Tomo of yin and the rosary of yang in his hands, only to see the two exuding a strong brilliance. The power of the two exploded out and condensed on Chen's body. The power of yin and yang was extraordinarily powerful, causing Chen to feel the slightest difference. What a powerful yin and yang escape, it really is not ordinary. Chen narrowed his eyes and whispered. The power of this yin and yang escape converges in the two treasures, and the power is moving and terrifying. Chen holds the Tomo of yin in his left hand and the rosary of yang in his right hand. The power of the two fuses together, and is conveyed to Chen through these two tools, making Chen feel the terrifying energy contained in it. Chen wants to absorb the energy of these two objects, so that Chen can break through and become a powerhouse of the six paths level. The strength is estimated to be roughly the same as Obito's strength when he became a six paths level powerhouse for the first time after absorbing 10 tails. However, Obito only absorbed the chakra of Kyubi, 9 tails and a tail of 8 tails into the six paths level, so it is weak in the six paths level, belonging to the primary six paths level. And if Chen absorbs the energy of these two yin and yang treasures, it is very likely that he will go further, stronger than the level of Obito in the original work, Open 6 Tomo Rinnegan, and reach the level of intermediate six paths. That is the achievement of Uchiha Madara in the original work. Strength. After Uchiha Madara became six paths, her strength was obviously better than Obito's, and it could be called an intermediate six paths. As Otsutsuki Hamura, level 6, which belongs to the advanced six paths. The ultimate Kagaya Heim, Kagaya with the body of death. Night Heim, is the level of the top six paths. Chen closed his eyes, only to feel Rinnegan's power constantly turning, bursts of power burst out, and the power of yin and yang merged in Chen's body, making Chen feel the increase in power. If this goes on, as long as I fully absorb the power of yin and yang, it should be enough. By then, my strength will definitely reach the level of 6 Tomo. Chen secretly said, thinking to himself. At present, Chen's strength is still very good, it's just a footstep. Chen did not hesitate, and began to absorb the power of yin and yang continuously, and the power of yin and yang spread to Chen's body, filling it back and forth continuously, making bursts of soft sounds. The power of yin and yang burst out, making Chen's strength stronger and stronger. This chakra seemed to follow Chen's body and entered every part of his body, constantly wandering and erupting in the body. And Chen's chakra is also surging. It seems to form a strong resonance with heaven and earth. The energy burst out, rolling up a strong force. The power burst out, making Chen's eyes flicker, flashed with joy. Chen can clearly feel that his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Under such circumstances, Chen's strength has almost reached the top level, bursting out with unparalleled power, showing a strength that can be said to be against the sky. A stream of chakra emerged from Chen's body. Chakra resonated, and there seemed to be a little bit of vision surging between the heavens and the earth. That's right, a vision. I can only see the surrounding tombs of the Otsutsuki clan, all of which are radiating rays of light and making a strong resonance sound. It is almost like surrendering to Chen. It is completely unable to resist Chen's ability. I can only say that Chen's strength is constantly rising. Of these tombs all seem to have spirituality, and they all surrender, making a sound of resonance and humming. For a time, the puppets of the Otsutsuki clan in the distance were also disturbed, but none of those puppets dared to attack Chen. On the contrary, they all knelt down, as if to show their submission. Chen's chakra is getting stronger and stronger, even breaking through the sky, constantly absorbing the power of Tomo of Yin and Rosary of Yang, both of which are constantly decreasing, while Chen's strength is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen's strength is getting stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, I saw that Chen's strength began to grow explosively, and this power rose into the sky, awakening everyone in the castle at present. Knowing what happened to Chen, they were all shocked. Even QB, Ninetales, was awakened. Everyone found Chen, but they saw the next most amazing scene. I only saw Chen's hand holding two light balls. One was light blue, the other was orange yuhi. The light of the two gradually dimmed, and finally disappeared completely. Immediately after, a huge force appeared in Chen's Rinnegan, and finally there was a change. On Rinnegan's purple pupils, the original 3 tomo evolved into 6 tomo. Blue's novel. 505 Rinnegan 6 tomo, on. 6 tomo Rinnegan, open. Chen's purple Rinnegan exudes a powerful force. This force fills the sky and the earth. Constantly run away, the powerful airflow spirals up, the power continues to explode, and a powerful force is displayed. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi, Conan, Kyuubi, Ninetales, Ghost Sharks, etc. were all startled by Chen's movements, and they all came over to look at Chen, with horror in their eyes. This situation is. It's amazing, this strength. His Rinnegan has changed. Nagato whispered to himself, and looked at Obito again. Both saw the horror in the other's eyes. The same Rinnegan, why is the gap so big that the Rinnegan has turned into a 6 tomo purple Rinnegan? This Rinnegan's ability burst out, and everyone only felt that Chen was the center of the circle, forming a huge suction force. This attraction ran wild, causing everyone to look at Chen with astonishment on their faces. To such a terrifying level. Chen's strength is constantly increasing. At the moment when the 6 tomo Sharingan opens, he sees Chen's whole body, and air currents circle again, forming black balls. Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. Chen. The appearance of Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. The appearance of Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, made the surrounding members of the Otsutsuki clan all stunned and looked at Chen with a shocked expression. Would actually appear in the hands of ordinary humans. Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, is the symbol of Kekemora, so I already have Kekemora and Gudodama, truth-seeking ball. Thinking of this, these Otsutsuki clan members all looked at each other and spread out. After the imagination of galloping 8th grade, he was frightened by the thoughts in his mind. Can have Rinnegan and Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, again. Who is this guy? I can only see behind Chen. 9 Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, are constantly spinning around Chen. Truth-seeking ball bursts of power. Terrifying power is frightening. I feel the terrifying bursts. This power is really too strong. Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, Kekemora, who has become a 6 paths fairy-like being. A member of the Otsutsuki clan muttered to himself. This sentence spread all over the venue, causing everyone to change their color for a while, and everyone's expressions were different. Uchiha Itachi, Ghost Shark, Horn, everyone is shocked. Who is the 6 Paths Immortal? That is a character in myths and legends. Simply incredible. On the other hand, Nagato and Obito showed fear on their faces. They were not of one mind, so when they faced this incident, they were completely shocked. Chen's strength at this time is actually comparable to that of the legendary Six Paths Immortals. Hearing about the Otsutsuki clan, the happiest person is of course Conan. The corner of Conan's mouth flashed a deep joy, probably because he didn't expect Chen's strength to change unexpectedly. The strength of this. Chen's body was suspended in midair, and 9 black Gudodama truth-seeking balls were constantly circling around Chen, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of Chen's mouth. He was very satisfied with this increase in strength. The Tomo of Yin and the Rosary of Yang have been completely absorbed by Chen, and Chen's strength has also greatly increased due to this. Chen floated in midair, the pair of purple Rinnegan looked at everyone, and the 6 Tomo were clearly visible. When Zan Chen looked at everyone, almost everyone felt a trace of indescribable terror, but only felt a mountain-like pressure hit them, making them all feel this terrifying pressure. Even everyone backed away unconsciously, because they were faced with a great sense of fear. This. Really too strong. Does it really reach the level of the legendary Six Paths Fairy? This terrifying force made everyone sigh with emotion. They opened their eyes slightly, completely shocked. They didn't dare to look at Chen at all. Everything. You are all here. Chen glanced at everyone, and he also felt the growth of his own strength. Now that Chen's strength is comparable to Uchiha Madara, who became a Six Paths Immortal in the original book, both belong to the mid-level powerhouse of Six Paths, and even Chen may be a bit stronger. Advanced Six Paths above this, that is, the level of Otsutsuki Hamura, the Six Paths Immortal, then I don't know what kind of strength it is. It is estimated that only Chen has opened the 9 Tomo, which can be comparable to it. Chen's current strength is already overlooking all living beings. Contempt for the ninja world. In the ninja world, there should be no one who can be compared with Chen, and can be called the strongest. Chen glanced at everyone, but saw that everyone felt the pressure from his words. Chen smiled lightly, waved his hand, and said, "Don't be nervous, no matter how strong I am, it is still me." This sentence made everyone relax a lot for no reason. But QB 9 Tails was the first to say, "Chen, have you regained your strength now?" QB 9 Tails uses the word recovery, because QB 9 Tails believes that Chen is the reincarnation of the Six Paths Immortal, and of course it only needs to restore strength. Almost. Chen blurred. QB 9 Tails shook his 9 tails, and was even more shocked in his heart. He didn't even bother to do Suinder's gesture, just because the result was too amazing. Who would have thought that Chen could become Six Paths, with Keke Mora, and that terrifying Gudodama truth-seeking ball? At this time, Chen is really like a fairy. Seeing the different expressions of everyone, Chen smiled faintly. "The matter is over, you should rest first, and we will leave the moon in 2 days. Yes. Everyone could only nod their heads, but how could they fall asleep when something so important happened? Their minds were filled with the shock of Chen's promotion to the Six Paths level just now. After becoming Six Paths, Chen is truly the god of the ninja world. And he is the only god at present. Please automatically ask for a reward. Fei Lu reminds you, the heir. 506 Who are you? After waiting for the crowd to disperse, Chen began to communicate with the Six Paths Immortal in the ring. Chen said, "Old man, I have finally become a powerhouse of the Six Paths level." Yeah, you kid, the speed of progress is so fast that even the old man is amazed. However, my Tomo of Yin and Rosary of Yang have not been used in vain, so that's just right. But I heard the Six Paths Fairy smiled and said. The words of the Six Paths old man reached Chen's ears, and Chen also smiled and said, "Old man, you also know that my enemy in the future will be Kagaya-hime. How can I not improve my strength quickly? Not to mention Kagaya-hime's strength is still the top level. The strength of Kagaya-hime is obvious to all. Even in the original book, the old man of Six Paths once said that Kagaya-hime is powerful, which is no need to think about it." Hearing Chen's words, the old man Six Paths also nodded slightly and said softly, "Mother, she is very strong, stronger than anyone else. And my mother is immortal and can only be sealed, not killed, so the battle in the future will definitely be extremely tragic. The 6 paths old man is already talking about Kagaya-hime. Chen nodded. Kagaya-hime's strength is beyond doubt. Kagaya-hime is also the strongest in the original Hokage world, and even Naruto Sasuke's 2 guys are hard to suppress after joining forces. What's more, the old man's 6 paths is now in a semi-crippled state, and he will definitely not be able to help him in the future. If he wants to seal Kagaya or face Kagaya, he can only rely on Chen himself. However, isn't Kagaya-hime on the moon? Chen's face suddenly moved slightly, as if remembering something, and said in a low voice. Isn't Kagaya-hime sealed on the moon? I don't know where Kagaya-hime's seal is, but Chen is a little interested to see Kagaya-hime. Hearing what Chen said, I saw the old man's 6 paths said indifferently. Well, that's true. Mother's seal is in this area. When Hamura and I set the seal, unless the strength reaches the 6 paths level of me and Hamura, ordinary people can't touch the seal. Kagaya-hime's seal is of course extraordinary, and it was also set up by Otsutsuki Hamura and 6 paths immortals together, and in order to prevent Kagaya-hime from getting out of trouble, they arranged a lot of seals and blocked the moon. So Kagaya still can't come out for a while. But Chen has a lot of ideas and wants to find out and see what the current situation of Kagaya-hime is. Thinking of this, Chen did not hesitate to ask the 6 paths immortal. When the old 6 paths heard what Chen said, he couldn't help but stunned. You actually want to see your mother? Well, old man, as the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you won't be imperiled in 100 battles. Well, I'm very curious about Kagaya-hime's current situation. Why don't you tell me the location of the seal and I'll meet her? Chen rode. See Kagaya. Not to mention, Chen is really interested in this legend in the Hokage world, and wants to find out how strong this Kagaya-hime is and what it is. But, that seal. The 6 paths old man hesitated. Chen immediately said, Old man, I am strong enough to deal with any danger, and Kagaya-hime will definitely not be able to escape from the seal for a while, so don't worry. Hearing Chen's explanation, Immortal 6 paths nodded slowly and sighed softly. That's the only way, but you have to be careful, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Well, of course I know. Chen nodded and agreed. The 6 paths immortal hesitated a little again, but still told Chen the location of the seal and the spell of the seal, so that Chen could see the current state of Kagaya-hime through the seal. Immortal 6 paths said at the same time, even if you are currently unable to enter the seal, the 2 of you can communicate through the spiritual body. With your current strength, you can do that. I see. It seems that the seal set by the old man 6 paths and Otsutsuki Hamura is still very powerful. Even the current Chen can't break through the seal set by Otsutsuki Hamura and the 6 paths immortal. Chen heard the location the old man 6 paths said. He was ready to move quietly. Chen moved slightly, and he was gradually approaching the place where Otsutsuki Hamura and the old man 6 paths had placed the seal. The place where the seal is arranged is the very core and deepest part of the moon. Sure enough, as soon as he approached the seal, Chen felt a terrifying force, which burst out and spiraled upward, as if it were a thick city wall, isolating everyone inside, and no one inside may come out. Is this the power of the seal? Chen thought about it for a while, and felt the terrifyingness of this seal, and a luster flashed in his eyes. It is indeed not easy to break through this seal, but fortunately, the old 6 paths told Chen the method. It is impossible for Chen's body to break through this seal, but Chen's spiritual body can travel through and communicate with Kagaya-hime, but such a spiritual body cannot be maintained for too long. Chen used his spiritual body to break through the seal, and a chakra overflowed from Chen's body and entered the depths of the seal. At this time, Chen's spiritual body has already entered the core of the moon. Among the hijashins of this moon is the place where Kagaya-hime is sealed. Sure enough. Soon as Chen entered the seal, he felt an incomparably huge chakra. This chakra was absolutely astonishing and terrifying and pure that Chen had never seen before. Mysterious, supreme, pure, horror. It can only be described in this way. This is definitely the chakra belonging to Kagaya-hime. Chen felt this chakra power, and was slightly startled, and then heard a faint female voice. Who are you, who are you? Can actually enter the core of the moon. Kagaya Heim. 507 Kagaya Heim. Who are you? When Zheng Chen was manipulating his spiritual body to keep descending, he suddenly heard a female voice faintly. This female voice had a strange magnetic, shocking, slightly hoarse voice, but there was an indescribable kind of voice. Magic. This. Chengdu was stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Kagaya Heim. Chen's mouth spit out these three words that make the ninja world tremble. These three words seem to be born with a huge pressure, which is completely breathless. Kagaya Heim. That's right, it's Kagaya Heim. The ultimate giant of the Hokage world has completely appeared in front of Uchiha Chen. Only in the deepest part of the core of the moon, a woman in white clothes with a pale face appeared. This woman was fair-skinned, dressed in white clothes, her hair was also pure white, and there were horns on her head. A pair of eyes is clearly Byakugan. Kagaya Heim. The moment Kagaya stared at Chen, she saw bursts of brilliance on Kagaya's body, and the luster shone down, exuding light. At the same time, a terrifying pressure was also forced, and a powerful force was revealed. Who are you? Kagaya Heim asked again. This time she looked at Chen completely and asked indifferently. Chen coughed and whispered to himself, I said I'm Uchiha Madara, do you believe it? What did you say? Kagaya Heim's sharp eyes looked at Chen. Chen has recovered his expression at this time, but just glanced at Kagaya Heim lightly, and said, my name is Uchiha Chen. Saw Kagaya Heim for the first time, Chen's heart was indeed a little surprised and shocked, but he quickly recovered and looked at Kagaya Heim. Uchiha Chen. Kagaya Heim pondered the name, looked up and down. Chen, and said, it seems that you are a descendant of Hagoromo. It is rare to have Rinnegan. Your strength is very strong. Kagaya looked at Chen. At this time, Kagaya's body moved slightly, and she could feel a burst of chakra attacking her. At the same time, a gap was gradually opened on Kagaya Heim's forehead. On Kagaya Heim's forehead, A19 Tomo's Rinnegan presented. _9 Tomo Rinnegan. In an instant, Chen felt a huge terrifying and pure chakra emerge, attacking from all directions, rushing towards Chen. But when he was about to arrive in front of Chen, the chakra was like it was blocked by a huge wall, causing Chengdu to narrow his eyes slightly. Damn seal. Wei said. Just now her chakra was blocked by the seal. Kagaya looked around angrily and roared. These seals trapped Kagaya's actions, making Kagaya look around indifferently, and then staring at Chen. Uchiha Chen, right, you can come here. Did the two guys Hamura and Hagoromo send you here? Hamura and Hagoromo, of course, are the names of old men Otsutsuki Hamura and Six Paths. Kagaya Heim looked at Shang Chen with a sneer, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. No, Otsutsuki Hamura is dead, and as for Otsutsuki Hagoromo, also disappeared. Chen replied lightly, Kagaya has always been here, the news is completely outdated. Dead gone. Kagaya Heim was stunned for a moment, then looked up to the sky and laughed. It's good to die, it's good to disappear. Without these two people, there is no one who is my opponent in the current ninja world, which is really satisfying. Kagaya smiled, her voice frantic and nonchalant. Chen frowned slightly. Kagaya Heim, you are happy, they too are your sons anyway. Son, you have seen a son who has sealed his mother here for thousands of years. Kagaya sneered. You are too naive. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo are my enemies, and it was they who stole my chakra. I will get it all back. It's a pity that they both died one by one. Missing, or else I can give them a taste of being sealed. Between Kagaya's sneer, her body was automatic without wind, and a huge chakra hit the seal. The dense chakra was already liquid-like, rolling around in a turbulent manner, bursting out with extremely terrifying power. Kagaya's strength is indeed beyond expectations. Her ability is extremely strong, and it has completely exceeded the scope of ninjas. The strength of this Kagaya is so strong. Chen thought secretly in his heart. I feel the power of Kagaya, it's really not easy. The strength of Kagaya is indeed completely different. The super strength is displayed, making Chen feel the strength of the waves, and he is indeed the first person to swallow the fruit of the god tree and possess chakra. But Chen did not expect that Kagaya would hate the Six Paths Immortal and Otsutsuki Hamura to such a degree, but it is normal to think about it. Kagaya's idea is to take back all the chakras that belong to her, including all the chakras on ninjas. Kagaya has this idea, so it will bring disaster to the ninja world. Chen originally didn't care, but since he planned to unify the ninja world, Kagaya was also an obstacle for him. Damn, one day, I will break through this seal, get out of trouble, and take back all the chakras on your body. All of this is mine, all of it. Kagaya roared and shouted loudly. Kagaya's voice broke out, causing Chen to feel a terrifying pressure. I can only say that it really is Kagaya. Chen felt Kagaya's terrifying chakra. If it wasn't for the Six Paths Immortal and Otsutsuki Hamura trying to arrange the seal, I'm afraid it would be really troublesome. Kagaya's strength is really too terrifying. Boy, the chakra on you also belongs to me, and I will take it back one day. Kagaya roared. Her chakra kept hitting the seal, and Chen could also clearly feel that as Kagaya chakra hit the seal of the moon was gradually loosening, and one day it would be really impossible to defend, making her break the seal and come out. Please automatically reward. 508 Kagaya, you're actually kind of ugly. Crazy state of Kagaya. Chen also showed a trace of fear and shock in his heart. This crazy woman. Chen belly slandered. This Kagaya is completely a mad woman. It is inexplicable, but this strength is indeed terrifying, even Chen has to admit it. Uchiha-chan, your strength is good, but this chakra is all mine, and I am the only person in this world who can have chakra. Kagaya looked at Chen with a burning gaze, and said, your chakra belongs to me, and the chakra of everyone in the ninja world now belongs to me. Kagaya. Chen looked at Kagaya's crazy state, and shook his head gently. It's really hopeless, the disease is not serious. Kid, damn it, what did you say? Kagaya looked at Chen with a dangerous aura. How dare you mock me? Between the words, the chakras of Kagaya appeared all over the body, and the chakra appeared violently. The terrifying and heart-wrenching pressure brings a powerful and shocking sense of oppression. Kagaya is indeed extraordinary, but at this time Kagaya is like a tiger in a cage. The tiger in the cage is equal to without the threat. Chen was very calm and did not accept threats. Chen smiled coldly. Kagaya, you are now being sealed, yet you are still so arrogant. Boy, are you looking for death? Kagaya was furious. Don't dare to talk nonsense when you think you are strong. Believe it or not, I will kill you once the seal is released. Chen shrugged and looked at Kagaya, very calm. Chen had communicated with the Six Paths Immortal before, and knew that Kagaya could not escape from the seal so quickly, so he smiled lightly and said calmly, Kagaya, stop pretending, I know your current situation very well, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to escape from the seal. Damn boy. Kagaya trembled with anger, her eyes were indifferent as electricity, swept in madly, and a stream of air burst out, a powerful momentum swept over, and Ling Chen narrowed her eyes. With this chakra momentum alone, Chen knew that the gap between himself and Kagaya was not small, and Kagaya's strength was indeed terrifying. After all, he is the strongest person in the legend, who created the existence of the entire ninja world. Chen looked at Kagaya's anger, and sneered at the fire. Kagaya, I think you are a little ugly, but speaking of your figure is barely passable. Boy, what did you say? No woman doesn't care about herself, even Kagaya is no exception. Her brows stand upright, and a burst of chakra burst out, forming a strong aura. Kagaya glared at Chen, chakra erupted, a strong threat. Force attacked, and the violent power swept through and surged, making Chen unable to look directly. This Kagayaheim showed such an amazing aura, but Chen didn't look at it at all, but looked at Kagayaheim with a smile on the corner of his mouth. If Kagayaheim is crazy, bursts of chakra surging all over her body, constantly pounding and sealing instead, it really looks like an angry lion, making Chen feel the crisis. Chen deliberately angered Kagayaheim. He wanted to see how strong Kagayaheim is now, and how strong Chen is. At this time, Chen has also been promoted to the 6 paths level, and he is still an intermediate 6 paths. The strength is extremely strong, but now when looking at Kagayaheim, I can feel the gap between myself and Kagayaheim. Kagayaheim's strength is indeed outstanding. I only saw a surge of chakra surging. Kagayaheim kept hitting the seal, forming a layer of powerful force. This force burst out, so that Chen can feel the shock. When he looked at Kagayaheim with both eyes, he was also a little stunned. This is the top-level strength of 6 paths. This is the ultimate strength of Hokage. Kagayaheim said coldly, Uchiha-chan, if I can get out of this seal, I will definitely kill you. It's not certain who will kill who by then, Kagayaheim. Chen said lightly, then looked at Kagaya. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the power of yin and yang escaped all over his body. Even in front of Kagayaheim, Chen kept calm at all times. Not only did he keep calm. Be calm, and show your own strength. The chakra impact of one after another, forming violent ripples, rises into the sky, representing the chakra display of the yin and yang of Chen yin and yang, making Kagayaheim's complexion slightly changed. You are so young, you can have such a terrifying power, and I can feel the power of yin and yang from your body. It belongs to Hagoromo. What is the relationship between you and Hagoromo? Kagaya finally sensed something was wrong. Chen was so young and possessed such terrifying strength, which made Kagaya feel a bit unusual. You must know that even Kagayaheim had such terrifying strength after eating the fruit of the divine tree, and what happened to Chen? Kagayaheim also felt the power of yin and yang from Chen's body, which is the power of the 6 paths immortals alone, which shocked Kagayaheim. Kagayaheim. Chen said lightly, you'd better be careful, after you get out of this seal, I will seal you again. Kagaya was taken aback by Chen's words, and then became furious. Chen, however, no longer nostalgic, glanced at Kagayaheim lightly, and when his body moved, his spiritual body immediately withdrew from the seal, and did not provoke Kagayaheim again. Kagayaheim let out an angry roar from within the seal. The sound vibrated and spread through the core of the moon, but no one paid him any attention. 509 begins. Goodbye Orochimaru. Chen left the moon core that sealed Kagayaheim. After leaving the seal, Chen only felt his whole body lighten. He let out a sigh of relief, and sighed, as expected of Kagaya, this strength. Chen is fully aware of Kagaya's strength, and completely understands Kagaya's terrible. Kagayaheim's strength is very strong, and it is far stronger than Chen's expectations. According to Chen's own prediction and weighing, Kagayaheim is indeed extremely strong in strength. Just like the sea, it is impossible to see through and touch the limit. With Kagaya's current strength, no one is her opponent. It seems that if I want to restrain Kagaya, I can only rely on my own strength in the future. Chen said lightly to himself. Chen is of course confident in himself. At present, Chen's strength is not weak, at least compared to Naruto and Sasuke after the opening in the original book. Naruto and Sasuke defeated Kagayaheim with the help of the 6 paths immortal. Fortunately, the time is still long, so Chen is not in a hurry, the next time is enough. Leaving the core of the moon, Chen moved slightly and reached the land. In the sky castle on the moon, Chen returned to his residence, closed his eyes and rested. 2 days later, Tatsu took Akatsuki's people to make some repairs, and was ready to leave the moon. All the members of the Otsutsuki clan have been sealed by Chen. As long as Chen wants, he can take the lives of the Otsutsuki clan at any time, so Chen is not afraid of the Otsutsuki people playing any tricks. The people of the Otsutsuki family are all within the master of Chen, and they are not afraid of any careful thoughts from the people of the Otsutsuki family. Chen took the crowd away, and the Otsutsuki clan were all relieved, finally sending the evil star away. Chen took Kyubi, Ninetails, and left together. Kyubi, Ninetails, is actually very obedient in front of Chen now, probably because after Chen was promoted to the 6 paths level, Kyubi, Ninetails never expressed any dissatisfaction to Chen, but was obedient. Of obedience. Chen also understands some of the careful thoughts of Kyubi, Ninetails. Kyubi, Ninetails, was taught by the 6 paths immortal when he was a child, and he has always been a bit of a shadow. Now that I know that Chen is a 6 paths level powerhouse, I feel a little awed by Chen. However, Kyubi, Ninetails, is still a bit of Tsunere, and never shows it. When Chen saw it in his eyes, he also laughed secretly. Kyubi, Ninetails, this guy is also interesting. Let's go back. Chen Yi waved his hand, let the 2 sisters Hyuga Hanabi sit on the back of Kyubi, Ninetails, and took them away. Hinata was fine, but Hyuga Hanabi looked around curiously and sat on the back of Kyubi, Ninetails, making Hyuga Hanabi feel very strange. Brother-in-law is amazing. Hyuga, full of admiration, looked at Chen Shi with a pair of big eyes full of adoration. Is it? Chen smiled and happily accepted the title of brother-in-law. When Hinata heard this, Yuhi's face turned up, and she almost fainted from shyness. In the past, it was completely impossible to even look at Chen. Chen talked and laughed with Hyuga Hanabi along the way. Hyuga Hanabi's personality is very lively, while Hinata is a little more silent, but she has been listening to Chen's words with her ears pricked up, and the bright eyes reflect that she is in a good mood. Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi sat on the back of Kyubi, Ninetails. Kyubi, Ninetails took the 3 of them through the passage that communicated between the moon and the earth, and the group soon arrived at the earth. In the ninja world, Chen plans to send Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi to Konoha. Hyuga Hanabi was still a little reluctant, and blinked her big eyes. Brother-in-law, when will you come to Konoha to see us? I guess it's been a while. Chen thought about it and said. It's been good recently, but my sister is going to take the Chunin exam in the past few months. You must come. Hyuga Hanabi looked at Chen Dao seriously. Chunin exam. Hearing this word, Chen's heart moved slightly. It was already close to the Chunin exam. Unconsciously, it was already close to the plot. The plot has already started, and it is visually estimated that the current Naruto and Sasuke are on the mission of the Land of Waves. Chen didn't have much interest in the mission of the Kingdom of Waves. After all, it was too childish. Chen was thinking of something else. During this period of Chunin's exam, it is about an important person. Orochimaru. I don't know what's going on with Orochimaru now. In the original book, Orochimaru directly attacked Konoha, causing the death of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and also caused Tsunade's upper position, and successfully became the 5th generation of Hokage. In fact, Chen also has a plan in his heart. That is the plan to kill the 3rd generation. Chen wants to use Orochimaru's hand to get rid of the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in this Chunin exam. In this way, according to the plot, Tsunade will become Hokage. Chen can also use this to take the Hokage village master in his hands. Hokage village is the largest village in the 5 countries, and its strength should not be underestimated, and the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen are strictly speaking with Chen. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen took into account the general behavior of Danzo towards the Uchiha clan, but it was only a secret acquiescence. Otherwise, as Hokage, Danzo's little action, how could he be able to hide from him? Anyway, this time Orochimaru wanted to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, so Chen also took the opportunity to act on Sarutobi Hiruzen, used Orochimaru to get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then brought Tsunade to power, becoming brand new Hokage. Of course, all of this must be done without the knowledge of Tsunade. After all, Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen still have a master-disciple relationship. So Chen plans to find Orochimaru first, and let Orochimaru take the blame. After Chen appeased Hyuga Hanabi and Hinata, he immediately acted and sneaked into the country of Tien. After sneaking into the land of Tien, Tatsu sensed Orochimaru's chakra almost effortlessly. The plot is about to start, and the Hokage volume will begin to end, and the next chapter will start another volume of Watermelon, named the final volume. 510 Orochimaru was frightened again. After reaching the land of Tien, Chen sensed Orochimaru's chakra almost effortlessly. After Chen was promoted to 6 paths, his strength was already extraordinary. With his perception open, he could feel a burst of chakra when he swept it at will, and that chakra belonged to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's chakra was in the sense of Chen. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he moved towards the location where he was. Chen moved quickly and found Orochimaru in a short period of time and entered Orochimaru's laboratory. In Orochimaru's laboratory, there are various utensils, and Orochimaru is obviously conducting some kind of special research. Orochimaru, this guy. Chen whispered to himself. A strange brilliance flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru is really researching and experimenting constantly, and Chen can see something about these research results. He can feel that Orochimaru's research is very secretive. Some kind of experiment. Chances are, even an experiment on impure world reincarnation. Chen's eyes moved. He felt something. The importance of impure world reincarnation in the original book is of course self-evident, but Orochimaru is now studying this ninjutsu with all his strength, which makes Chen's mouth start to smile. Orochimaru's character is not at all change. He likes this kind of crazy stuff the most. If Orochimaru can use this research spirit in the right way, I am afraid that Orochimaru has already become at least as good as Senju Tobirama. Of course, this also has something to do with Orochimaru's character. Orochimaru's character makes it impossible for him to become a peak ninja on the right path, and he can only work hard from the side. Chen quietly entered the laboratory of Orochimaru. Orochimaru is carefully studying some kind of experiment at this time, pouring liquids of various colors, mixing them together, and muttering to himself in a low voice. Soon, I will succeed, so that I can complete the power of impure world reincarnation, to the maximum extent. Let the first Hokage and the second Hokage all return to their peak strengths, so that the ninja world is not all my masters. Orochimaru is currently studying the technique of impure world reincarnation. The technique of impure world reincarnation has a characteristic, that is, if the strength of the resurrected deceased is too strong, it is easy to break free from the shackles of the caster. For example, Uchiha Madara in the original book broke free from impure world reincarnation easily. For example, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama in the original book were released by impure world reincarnation for the last time, and Orochimaru himself said that he could not control Senju Hashirama's actions. So this is the biggest weakness of the impure world reincarnation technique. At this time, Orochimaru was trying to find a weakness. I have almost researched it. Although there is a time limit, I can make the first generation and several Hokage's strength to a certain extent to be the strongest, and the strongest in his lifetime. The state is exactly the same. Enough is enough, even if there is a time limit. It is enough, Bochan. I see what you will fight with me this time. Quote. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth excitedly, his voice low and hoarse. And this time the Chunin exam. I have also sent my pawn, Uchiha Sasuke, Sharingan, it is destined to be mine. Then I will have Sharingan again, impure world reincarnation, Uchiha-chan, you will lose. Orochimaru was so excited that he almost danced, and with his calmness, when he thought of Chen's appearance and expression, a feeling of joy rose up in his heart. As long as he can win Chen, it is his greatest desire and dream. Thinking of this, Orochimaru was excited. Orochimaru. At this time, Chen finally couldn't help but speak out. Orochimaru was startled by a voice without warning. Orochimaru looked at Chen, his eyes flashed with infinite horror, and he took a few steps back, only to find that there was a corner behind him, and he couldn't step back at all. Orochimaru looked at Chen, noticed Chen's eyes. The purple Rinnegan's 6 tomo showed out. With a powerful power, it was shocking and even stunned. Uchiha Chen, what's up with your eyes? What's up? Orochimaru was paying attention to Tatsu's eyes, and then saw the momentum in Tatsu's body, especially the terrifying Gudodama truth-seeking ball. In an instant, Orochimaru is a shock. 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball are suspended in midair, with astonishing momentum, terrifying and shocking, and the powerful momentum is moving. The 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball seem to contain Shinra Bansho. All creation contains the most astonishing pressure. The powerful aura of the 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball is really stressful and terrifying. Even Orochimaru was shocked. His eyes were a little dazed. He looked at Shang Chen without knowing what to do. His eyes showed shock. This Uchiha Chen become so terrifying and terrifying. What the hell is going on? Orochimaru couldn't help thinking to himself. Orochimaru didn't even dare to look at Chen. He knew that Chen's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time, and even Chen's eyes seemed to be like a very strong Uzumaki. Uzumaki had an unparalleled suction force, so that Orochimaru is caught in it and has no power to resist. Unfathomable, unpredictable. Horror. Orochimaru, you seem to have an idea for me. Chen spoke lightly, and a burst of chakra burst out, sweeping between the heavens and the earth, rising with a bang, and 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball circled around Orochimaru, giving Orochimaru amazing pressure. Orochimaru was almost speechless. Simply freaked out. You. Orochimaru almost collapsed in his heart. He was about to cry without tears. Why would he meet Chen every time at this time? Orochimaru is almost on the verge of collapse. 2. Bullying. 511 Destroy the Konoha Project. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Tatsu smiled faintly, and was completely calm when facing Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Chen even more, with a bit of stunned expression in his eyes. He had not yet woken up from the shock, but his heart was still completely shocked. Who would have thought that Yi Nan would be so terrifying? This guy Yi Nan is too strong. In a short period of time, your strength is unexpectedly. Orochimaru looked at Chen in shock. He didn't know what level Chen's strength had reached at this time. He could only feel a surge of power sweeping over him, making him completely stunned. Orochimaru, you have been studying the technique of impure world reincarnation. Not bad. Chen said lightly. HMPH, stop making fun of me. I only now know how difficult it is to deal with you. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth twitched. Originally, everything he planned was to compare with Chen, but now it looks ridiculous. In terms of Sharingan, he can't compare to Chen, whose eyes are already 6 tomo's purple Rinnegan. In terms of strength, Orochimaru is even more unsatisfactory, and the gap between them is getting bigger and bigger. He wanted to make up the gap through impure world reincarnation, but found that he was still more than one step behind Baiken. Can only be said that Chen's strength is indeed too strong. Orochimaru's heart was filled with strong unwillingness, but he had no choice but to face Chen in horror. You are great. Orochimaru said unwillingly. Chen smiled. Orochimaru, I have something important to do with you this time. What's the matter? Orochimaru said coldly. Every time Chen finds him, it's not a good thing. The last time Chen found Orochimaru was to let Orochimaru hand over the art of immortality, and this time, what would happen? Orochimaru was secretly vigilant. Chen said lightly, Orochimaru, you should be preparing a plan now to invade Konoha and get Uchiha Sasuke as a body container. Soon as these words were spoken, Orochimaru looked shocked, and looked at Chen in shock and disbelief. You, how did you know? Orochimaru's first reaction was that it was impossible. How could Chen know his dynamics like the back of the hand? It's completely impossible. Orochimaru really wants to use Uchiha's body as a container, and has also launched a series of plans for this, including a plan to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru has always been jealous of the previous incident, and has always wanted to seek revenge, and this time, he just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge on Konoha. But this plan has always been a secret plan of Orochimaru. I didn't expect Chen to reveal it in a single word. How did Chen know? Could it be that among his people, the inner ghost Orochimaru was completely stunned, staring at Chen, his eyes burning, always focusing on Chen's body. Chen said lightly, "Don't be suspicious, I know a lot of things about you. If I want to really know something, you can't hide it." Chen gave Orochimaru an unfathomable feeling, and Orochimaru was completely shocked by Chen. Chen said lightly, "I won't interfere in your plan this time, but I ask you to do one thing for me." "What?" Orochimaru's subconscious Tao. "Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and destroy the people in Konoha led by Sarutobi Hiruzen." Chen said lightly. The current Konoha, mainly Sarutobi Hiruzen, is in power. Especially after Danzo was killed by Chen, Homura Mitokado took over as Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Homura Mitokado's ability is not as good as Danzo's, so he obeys Sarutobi Hiruzen almost completely, which makes Chen very relieved. "You're actually planning to kill 3 generations. The Konoha people have a blood feud with your Uchiha clan." Orochimaru's eyes flickered for a long time, his voice gradually became hoarse and low, and he was still, thinking, how did Suochin know this news? Chen at this time really gave Orochimaru an unfathomable feeling, not only unfathomable in strength, but also unfathomable in thought. Orochimaru could feel his every thought being noticed by Chen. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. There was a feeling of being spied on completely. Damn. Orochimaru kept cursing in his heart, and touched Chen's eyes, and when he met Chen's eyes, he felt a little bit of annoyance, but in the end, he was stronger than others, so he could only bow his head and admit defeat. "Okay, I see," Orochimaru said coldly. Orochimaru also knows Chen's intentions. Chen is nothing more than wanting to use his hand to get rid of Sandai and Konoha's power, and Chen himself does not appear, so as not to cause Konoha's vigilance. Chen's move is equivalent to directly letting Orochimaru take the blame. Orochimaru gritted Kiba's teeth, but there was nothing he could do. "Chen Dao, since that's the case, then it's settled, but I will monitor you from the side, don't play tricks." "That's it, I'll contact you again," Chen said lightly, then waved his hand lightly, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Damn, Uchiha Chen. After Orochimaru disappeared, he roared and smashed all the labware and utensils on the ground, and became angry with shame. "Orochimaru, haha, it's rare to see you like this." Chen suddenly moved and appeared in front of Orochimaru out of thin air, looking at Orochimaru's annoyed appearance with great satisfaction, showing a malicious smile. Orochimaru didn't expect Chen to suddenly appear, and the look just fell into Chen's eyes, which made Orochimaru furious, and couldn't hold back any longer. Roaring out, "Uchiha Chen, one day I will kill you." Ha ha ha. Chen didn't care at all, looked at Orochimaru with a smile, and mocked Orochimaru for a while, causing Orochimaru's complexion to gradually become ashen. Chen was content and left. Orochimaru was extremely angry, but he had no choice but to roar. 512 Chunin Exam, Attack Konoha. Soon, as the day draws near, the time for Chunin exam is gradually coming. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in the original work have all completed the ordinary written exam and entered the exam directly. Naruto's growth is very rapid, especially after being taught by Chen. There is still a difference between today's Naruto and the original Naruto. Naruto's strength is obviously no longer the tail of the crane, and even plays an important role, although not as conspicuous as Sasuke with Sharingan. He stands out among his peers. Chunin exam is about to start as in the Forest of Death, and before this exam, Chen also met Naruto once. Chen and Naruto agreed on a location, and Naruto waited with great excitement for Chen's appearance. Appointed time was night, and there was no one around, and Chen appeared in front of Naruto. When Naruto saw Chen, he was excited. "Brother Chen." Naruto. Chen glanced at Naruto and found that Naruto's strength had indeed grown a lot. Naruto's strength is now enough to match Chunin, or even stronger. Chen was a little surprised, but he saw Naruto excitedly telling Chen about his progress during this period of time, and he kept talking in Chen's ear, causing a smile on the corner of Chen's mouth. Naruto is Minato's son after all, and in Chen's impression, he is still relatively close. And Naruto has always trusted Chen. Naruto said, "Brother Chen, my strength has improved a lot recently, and I have begun to practice the Rasengan you taught me, but the Rasengan is so difficult, I have never learned it." Naruto actually started to learn Rasengan. Chen smiled slightly and said, "Naruto, didn't you always want to be Hokage?" Naruto was puzzled. "I taught this ninjutsu to 4 generations of Hokage, and he learned it in just 2 days." Chen said lightly. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly burst into brilliance. The name of the 4th Hokage, Naruto's eyes showed a strong light. At this time, Naruto didn't know that Namikaze Minato was his father, but there was a strange feeling lingering in his heart. "Brother Chen, I will definitely work hard to learn this ninjutsu," Naruto said seriously. "Good." Chen patted Naruto on the shoulder. "I look forward to your performance in the Chunin exam." "Yes," Naruto answered without hesitation. Chen smiled and parted with Naruto. Naruto is of course grateful for Chen's guidance. Immediately after, the Chunin exam begins. After passing through the Forest of Death, Orochimaru appeared at this time and gave Sasuke the power of the Curse of Heaven, causing Sasuke to suffer great pain, but he still passed the test as in the original book. Everything goes on as in the original, but only Chen knows the difference. Orochimaru is also plotting something, and Orochimaru is also very upset by the feeling of being held by Chen, and Orochimaru is very eager to get rid of this feeling. Under such circumstances, the plan to attack Konoha is in full swing. Orochimaru used Kimimaro and others to kill the 4th Kazekage first, and after killing the 4th Kazekage, he disguised himself as the 4th Kazekage, and signed a secret cooperation plan with the village of Sunagakure, ready to attack Konoha. The village of Sunagakure and the village of Otogakure joined forces and planned to do it in secret. Orochimaru had already arranged everything, and he was a little fortunate that Tatsu didn't seem to have full control over him and to preserve Sasuke's thoughts. This is the only joy in Orochimaru's heart. Through this incident, he may still be able to get Sharingan and use Sasuke as his new container. Obtaining Sharingan has always been Orochimaru's dream. Ever since he saw the power of Sharingan, he has been addicted to the strength of Sharingan, and is extremely eager to obtain Sharingan. At the same time, Orochimaru also has another plan, which is to take the opportunity to try his latest research on the brand new Impure World reincarnation. Orochimaru even wants to use this Impure World reincarnation power to measure the strength of Chen, how far it has reached. Finally, the official assessment of the Chunin exam has arrived. On this day, the top management of Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared in the venue. Chunin exam officially begins. During the Chunin exam, one game after another begins. Among them, Naruto's match against Hyuga Neji attracted countless people's attention. Naruto did not fight with Kyuubi, Ninetales' chakra like in the original work, but avoided Hyuga Neji's 8 trigrams palm and solved it with Rasengan. The battle caused a chorus of shock and exclamation. That's right, Naruto master Rasengan. Chen seems to have an effect on Naruto's motivational words. Let Naruto master Rasengan fight and win the game. A few more games followed. And, it was Sasuke and Gaara's match. Sasuke was still more than 10 minutes late, and the game started. Sasuke used Chidori in the battle. The power of this ninjutsu was displayed, which shocked countless people and injured Gaara. With Gaara's injury, Chunin's exam has finally changed. Orochimaru's subordinates infiltrated members disguised as Anbu in advance, set up a big demonic illusion, and hypnotized all the unrelated audiences around with demonic illusion. After that, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth-generation Kazekage, also began to act. Orochimaru suddenly changed and grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen. This mutation shocked everyone in the field, completely unresponsive. Distance. Kakashi and Guy were watching the Battle of Chunin's exam, and they finally reacted. No, Lord Hokage of the third generation. Lord Hokage. You, Kazekage-sama, what do you mean that Sunagakure village and Konoha village are allied countries? Do you have to do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was controlled by Orochimaru, but he did not see through Orochimaru's identity, so he said calmly in this situation. Kazekage he, look who I am. Orochimaru sneered, showing his true face. Ho ho, the next plot will be very different. 513 different impure world reincarnation. After so many years, you really haven't changed at all, you're still as old-fashioned as ever, Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru smiled coldly, moved, and turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, looked at Orochimaru in shock, seemed to have remembered something, and said suddenly, you are. That's right, Sarutobi-sensei, it's me. Orochimaru smiled, showing his figure, and tore the human skin mask on his face. I only saw Orochimaru's body showing out, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly, and the kunai in his hand pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, showing a bit of coldness. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment, completely taken aback by this side of Orochimaru. What the hell is going on, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Orochimaru sneered. This time it's me working with Sunagakure village to deal with Konoha's actions. Your goals are Konoha and Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru, you were right at first, you are indeed full of ambition. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, I should have killed you in the first place. Hey, it's too late to say this now, Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru sneered, facing the crowd, do it. At this time, all the audience in the auditorium have been hypnotized by demonic illusion, only Kakashi, Guy and other ninjas are left. At the same time, I saw 4 of the 5 members of Otogakure appearing. Except for Kimimaro, everyone else gathered together. Tayuya, Kitamaru and the others all appeared in an instant, and they all roared and reached Orochimaru. In front of you. Chen was in the distance and had a panoramic view of this scene. The subordinates that Orochimaru recruited are not bad. Chen smiled. In fact, Tayuya, Gatongmaru and the others are not bad, they all belong to the level of elite Jonin. Neji met Naruto and others with the protagonist Halo in the original book, and I really had to kneel. Of course, no matter. Whether it was Tayuya or Kidomaru and the others, they were all like ants to Chen. Attaining the 6 paths level, Chen's strength is completely different, and Chen's 6 paths level is not an ordinary 6 paths, but an intermediate 6 paths, and his strength has long been extraordinary. Off stage, the war has started. When Gatongmaru and the others arrived at Orochimaru's side, they all shouted in a low voice, 4 purple flame array. 4 purple flame formation. In an instant, I saw 4 people 4-hand seal, and a super enchantment extended from a distance of several hundred meters, bursting with intense rays of light, forming a layer of purple energy shield, the rays of light shining, amazing. The area of the 4 purple flame formation was extremely large, and when it erupted, the surroundings were shocked, the luster spread, and it shone dazzlingly. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Tongwan's 4 people still have merit. The power of the barrier released by the 4 of them together is good. It is almost equal to the stack of the 4 people's combined force. The barrier is difficult to break from the outside, unless the opponent has the strength close to cage level. Teacher Sarutobi, what's the matter? This feast will be. Time to start, enjoy it. Orochimaru sneered and turned to show his strength. At this time, I heard an earthquake-like noise about a dozen kilometers away. In an instant, I saw a huge 3-headed snake appearing on the city wall. Outside, attack the village. The 3-headed snake was extremely huge, with a body of 100 meters. It roared and killed many ninjas. It was simply a behemoth, constantly sweeping its body and bursting with powerful power. The three-headed snake roared again and again, exuding extremely strong chakra and power. So strong. Horror and fear flashed in the eyes of the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Watching this scene in amazement, they all fell into shock. This scene seemed to be a natural disaster, causing Konoha village to enter an endless panic in an instant. Facing this scene, everyone was shocked, completely shocked. Orochimaru, it's unforgivable that you are so cruel to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted and shouted, his words full of anger, I'm going to clear the door today. Sarutobi teacher, then it depends on whether you have the ability or not. I also want my Kusanagi sword to be stained with your blood. Orochimaru also sneered, but Orochimaru scolded in his heart, and secretly hated, it's all to blame Uchiha Chen, he could have easily taken Sasuke away, but now in this situation, he had to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn Uchiha Chen, after I get Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and his heart burned with anger. This feeling of being pointed at by Chen as a spearman was very unpleasant, and Orochimaru was extremely annoyed, and he always wanted to get rid of Chen's shackles. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body moved violently, and launched a surprise attack towards Orochimaru, and Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked Orochimaru with a single blow at this time. As expected of Mr. Sarutobi, it seems that there is still a bit of the style of the past, but this time I want to see if you can block my attack. Just right, I will try my impure world reincarnation technique. This is a completely different technique of impure world reincarnation. But seeing Orochimaru licking the corner of his mouth, his body moved, and he shouted loudly, the art of psychic, impure world reincarnation. The art of psychic, impure world reincarnation. Sarutobi Hiruzen also has a deep memory of this ninjutsu, and when his eyes moved, he saw one after another coffins appearing in front of Orochimaru. 3 coffins in a row appeared. These three coffins showed an extremely terrifying state. A burst of chakra rose into the sky, surging out, showing the power of this moment. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. This is indeed a different impure world reincarnation. It seems that Orochimaru has devoted himself to research and strengthened the power of impure world reincarnation. Kind of interesting. 514 first, second and fourth Hokages are here. Three coffins appeared in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled recklessly, the corners of his mouth twitched into a smile, and finally the smile gradually spread, and he laughed out loud. Orochimaru's expression was still low, and there was a clear smugness in his eyes. Orochimaru. Third generation snorted. I will never let you succeed so easily, and I must not let you channel that one out. Doden, Earth Style, the art of soil swamp. Instant, I saw a quagmire appear under the third coffin, as if to sink the third coffin. At this time, Orochimaru also sneered. Raiden, Thunder Style, Thunder Slash. I only saw that Orochimaru actually released Raiden, Thunder Style. Raiden, Thunder Style burst into a strong luster. Raiden, Thunder Style happened to be the nemesis of Doden, Earth Style, and directly resisted Sarutobi Hiruzen's Doden, Earth Style. Stay. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen look shocked. The third coffin was finally opened. Chendu's eyebrows moved slightly, and his eyelids twitched slightly. It's not the same as the original story. Original book, Orochimaru's third coffin was blocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now it's not. That's it. Now Orochimaru pays special attention to the technique of impure world reincarnation due to the butterfly effect that appeared in Chen, and turned out to block Sarutobi Hiruzen's Doden, Earth Style. Immediately afterwards, the 3 coffins were opened one by one. At the very front, a man wearing Yuhi-colored armor with long hair, seemingly gentle, but with his own majesty and bearing. The second person, with blue armor and silver hair, looked indifferent and looked forward coldly. The third person, with golden hair, a white robe with 4 large characters written on it, Hokage, holds a special kunai in his hand, and his expression is the most gentle and gentle. As soon as these three people appeared, the audience was shocked. This. The distance, Guy, Kakashi and others were all shocked. Their pupils shrank, completely stunned. Kakashi was even more shocked. Teacher. The three Hokages have all appeared. Orochimaru has channeled three Hokages this time. It's even more shocking than the time when Lord Chen left Konoha. Three Hokage lords. Was shocked, and everyone was immersed in it, completely ignorant of what was going on, completely shocked. Three Hokages appeared together, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the four Hokages, and the Hokages of Konoha village from all generations gathered together. Such a scene is simply historical. Konoha present were shocked, staring blankly at the scene in front of them, shocked by this scene. The first Hokage, the second Hokage and Shadow, plus Orochimaru, all stood on the opposite side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone in the field was so horrified that they could not speak. Once, in cooperation with Orochimaru, they attacked Konoha together. And Maki is the highest commander of this Sunagaku village attack. Maki appeared on the field, and at this time Gaara, Temari and Kankuro III were all beside Maki. Gaara clutched her forehead and fell to the ground like a headache. Seeing this scene, Maki frowned and said sternly, "Damn, Gaara, you actually used chakra without authorization, and after a battle with Sasuke, you became a complete body, so we can't implement our plan now. You are the most important part of our plan." "I'm sorry, teacher." Temari and Kankuro apologized at the same time. The original plan, Orochimaru led the people of Otogakur village to attack Konoha. Orochimaru dealt with the three generations of Hokage, and Maki and others relied on Gaara, who changed into Shukaku of One Sand, to attack Konoha village. So in this plan, Gaara is a very important fighting force. However, Gaara suffered a lot of damage in the previous battle with Sasuke. Gaara has now consumed a lot of chakra, and she is also injured and her combat power is greatly reduced, which makes Maki extremely angry. "Forget it, you take Gaara and leave first, and find a way to heal Gaara. This time we must use Gaara's power." Maki rode. Yes. Temari and Kankuro helped Gaara to leave. At this time, I saw Sasuke also chasing after him, and with a movement, he quickly caught up with Temari and the others. "Damn boy!" Maki shouted angrily and prepared to move, but was stopped by Konoha's instructor Ninja. "Your opponent is me, this time the unfinished Chunin exam, let them do it themselves." Sasuke catches up with Temari and others, and at this time Naruto also waits for the opportunity to catch up with Sasuke with Sakura. Seeing Naruto being so impulsive, Kakashi was really worried, so he channeled a ninja dog and asked the ninja dog to help lead the way. There was already a mess all around. Chen saw this scene in his eyes, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that all this was still in the Master's, but the only thing was the impure world reincarnation at this time, which had changed a lot. The three generations of Hokage at this time are facing the attack of the three Hokage and Orochimaru. "Damn, Orochimaru, you actually used such evil ninjutsu on Hokage of all dynasties, damn it." Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, anger flashed in his eyes. "Teacher, when you die, I will turn you into impure world reincarnation, so you can rest assured." Orochimaru smiled, licked his mouth, and said lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart immediately became slightly hairy. Seeing Orochimaru as a complete stranger, he really couldn't understand how Orochimaru could become like this. "Orochimaru, you." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen still knew something about this disciple who had been teaching for many years, but Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually felt that Orochimaru had a completely different aura. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not tell, but there was a strange feeling. "Haunted in my heart." "Who the hell are you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. "Have you finally found it, hee?" Orochimaru smiled. The laughter was completely different, with a different meaning. More. 515 is simply a crushing battle. Orochimaru's body moved, only to see that he finally showed his real face. I saw that Orochimaru's appearance had changed into that of a woman, and she laughed, and her voice was full of demagogic power. Orochimaru's face changed completely. This woman looked very young, but she had been covered in Orochimaru's snake skin before. Among them, it is only now showing. This. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, and looked at Orochimaru in complete amazement. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but others were also stunned. What the heck is going on? Sarutobi-sensei, it seems that you don't recognize me anymore, but I deliberately put myself changed to the original appearance. Now I can obtain the power of eternal life, never die, and survive in the world of ninjas. Orochimaru smiled lightly, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said coldly, his eyes gradually turned cold. Sarutobi teacher, you are old, you are no longer my opponent, let me take you on the road. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to make yourself look like this. It looks like I'm going to clear the door today. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a low voice and said, the art of psychic, come out, Monkey King, Monkey Demon. The art of sorcery. But I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen channeled a huge ape, about 3 meters high, with white hair, bright eyes, cold eyes, and looked at Orochimaru coldly. The Ape King and Ape Demon quickly saw the situation clearly, and said lightly, you've eaten the bitter fruit, Sarutobi, I told you to kill Orochimaru at the beginning, but you didn't listen. I'm about to clear the door now, I'm relying on your help, Ape Demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen rode. HMPH, I see. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then glanced at the Monkey King Monkey Demon, sneered, and said, you are so naive, you are trying to deal with me under my impure world reincarnation, and the only person who can make me jealous is Uchiha-chen. Just one person. Orochimaru was very confident, took out the spell, put it in the back of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, 3 people, and controlled their actions. Orochimaru said coldly, 3 Hokages, the next step is up to you. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato have extraordinary powers. These 3 are the best among the cage-level powerhouses, and they are definitely not something that ordinary ninjas can deal with. Chenjiang saw this scene in his eyes, and said to himself, it seems that Orochimaru has hidden something. He said before that he can make the first-generation Hokage and others show their strength, but now he deliberately, after suppressing a part of the power, Orochimaru kept his backhand. It seems that he is guarding against me. Chen is very aware of Orochimaru's small movements, and he can see the difference at a glance. But Chen doesn't care about it. With his current strength, he doesn't need to worry about other things. Senju Hashirama took a step forward, looked around, sighed softly, and said with surprise, is it actually channeled by impure world reincarnation again? Tobirama, the earth reincarnation technique you created is really a big trouble. Brother. Don't say that. My original technique of impure world reincarnation was not particularly perfect, but now it's different. It was that young man who used the technique of impure world reincarnation to restore us and order us to act. Senju Tobirama rode. 3 generations. Namikaze Minato also sighed, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then looked at Orochimaru, and immediately understood the situation. 3 Hokages, this is a bit of a hassle. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew the urgency of this battle, and it was just the worst. The current situation made him anxious, but the opponent had 3 Hokage-level characters and had an absolute advantage. I'm sorry, little monkey, I have to trouble you again. Senju Tobirama glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and sighed. I didn't expect to see this Konoha again, but it turned out to be this time. Namikaze Minato sighed softly and shook his head, a little sad. Okay, stop chatting, 3, let's go together. Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. But seeing Orochimaru wave his hand, he said coldly. Instant, Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato shot at the same time. The art of Hiraishin. Sweden, water style, big water colliding wave. Mokuden, wood style, world of trees wall. The three major ninjutsu are used at the same time, and the surrounding becomes the ocean of Wangyang. Senju Tobarama uses a super large Suiten, water style, in the place without water, and its power is even more outstanding. At the same time, I saw huge trees emerging from the water, and countless vines also spread, with a range of hundreds of meters, which was still under the suppression of the enchantment. Big water colliding wave, world of trees wall. Immediately after that, Namikaze Minato's figure flashed, and he suddenly came in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and attacked with one blow, showing explosive power. Instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato faced each other, and Namikaze Minato was close to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two of them were intertwined with each other, and they were indistinguishable from each other, but at this time they saw Namikaze Minato's empty hand. Rasengan condensed out, and once Rasengan directly it exploded and bombarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. PFFT. Sarutobi Hiruzen faced multiple attacks at the same time, and had to guard against Suiten, water style, and Mokuden, wood style, and it was very difficult. When he was hit like this again, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out blood and was directly hit by Rasengan. It flew out and slammed into the big tree behind Mokuden, wood style. And Mokuden, wood style, is still growing explosively, almost completely besieging Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was pale, and spit out a large mouthful of blood, and said in a low voice, as expected of the fourth generation, this Hiraishin art. HMPH, with 1 against 3, you can't win, you are not. Uchihachan, this is a complete crush. Sarutobi sensei, then admit defeat. Orochimaru sneered. 516 Death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Open black lens bracket 3 close black lens bracket. Damn, Lord Hokage of the third generation. Several Anbu shouted outside the enchantment, all of them were filled with righteous indignation, extremely annoyed, but they couldn't help at all. They were all unable to break through the barrier and rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen. Incident happened suddenly, and many of Konoha's high-end combat power were not around, so in such a situation, these ordinary Anbu had no ability to break the barrier and rescued the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and could only watch the third-generation Hokage face the first generation, the second generation, 3 generations and 4 generations of 3 Hokage offenses. Sarutobi. The ape demon roared and rushed forward quickly reaching in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, helping Sarutobi Hiruzen to interrupt the surrounding vines. The scope of the world of trees wall is really too large, including the entire enchantment, and the connection world has been shaken trend. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood, shook his head lightly, and sighed, it's really old, it's not as good as the fourth generation. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's situation, even one-on-one encounters with Namikaze Minato would be extremely dangerous, let alone dealing with 3 Hokages at the same time. Chen saw this situation, he also sighed slightly. The situation in front of him was very clear, but he was a little emotional when he saw Namikaze Minato transformed into impure world reincarnation. Teacher Sarutobi, today is destined to be your burial place. Orochimaru smiled lowly and snorted, how does the impure world reincarnation that I specially prepared for you feel like? Orochimaru, it seems that you have completely entered the evil way. Oh Orochimaru, I'm going to cut you off today and let you stay here. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have made up his mind to deal with Orochimaru. Chen shook his head in the distance. The plot is now different from the original, Orochimaru, but impure world reincarnation has produced 3 Hokages, including Namikaze Minato. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to use the ghoul seal as in the original, which is undoubtedly unrealistic. Namikaze Minato. Chen whispered, his eyes were a little complicated, as if thinking about how to face Namikaze Minato next. In the enchantment, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly handed the seal, and the technique was ready. The complicated hand seal made Orochimaru's pupils shrink. This hand seal is the 4th generation of eyes, stop him. Both Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobarama responded. One of them is the second, generation Hokage, and the other is the 4th generation Hokage. They all use the technique of Hiraishin. With such a situation in front of him, his pupils shrank, and a faint brilliance erupted, and he was a little frightened, so he could only give up the hand seal that had been sealed by ghouls. And Senju Tobarama at this time, both sides, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had to use the instant body technique to forcibly dodge, and finally use the instant body technique to escape at the critical moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's instant body is not bad, but it consumes more chakra. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen not have many chakras even more. Sarutobi Hiruzen greatly took a few breaths and said with a sneer, I really can't do it anymore, I'm getting old. Little monkey, you are still improving after so many years, really. Senju Tobarama snorted coldly, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said indifferently, It's too bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a wry smile and murmured that in fact, no matter what is a ninja like Senju Tobarama or Namikaze Minato, it is extremely scary, because once they are approached by the Hiraishin technique of the two, it is almost death to greet him. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this very well, so he took extra precautions against it. Damn, it's really nasty. The surrounding Konoha ninjas shouted helplessly, and Guy and Kakashi watched carefully, feeling the horror. Even the spectators like them can clearly feel the pressure. It is the 3 Hokage teaming together, the power in it is absolutely overwhelming and shocking. 3 generations of adults, please cheer up. 3 generations of adults. Everyone around was shouting, making Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little calmer. Sarutobi, sensei, it's useless, this time you're going to lose. Orochimaru didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen any hope. Didn't you find out, the strongest first Hokage, except for the World of Trees wall at the beginning, has never used ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank, and he had to admit that it was indeed the case. Except for the first World of Trees wall, Senju Hashirama stood by Orochimaru's side from beginning to end and remained silent. Orochimaru, do you think this will make me scared? Sarutobi Hiruzen also spoke coldly, and his expression became, resolutely, the technique of shadow clone. The technique of shadow clone. I only saw Sarutobi Hiruzen split 3 clones, plus his main body, a total of 4 people, all of which dealt with Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. It's useless, Mr. Sarutobi, I know you want to use the 4th generation to seal Kyuubi, 9 tails. Ninjutsu, unfortunately, I won't give you this chance, almost it's time to send you on your way. The original Hokage, Sama, please. As soon as Orochimaru opened his mouth, he saw the first Hokage in action. In an instant, he saw the first Hokage in action. Senju Hashirama slammed hand seal, snorted, and said loudly, Mokuden, wood style, flower world of trees wall. Mokuden, wood style, flower world of trees wall. I can only see a large number of tree vines appearing all around. These vines spread out, blooming yuhi-colored flowers, and yuhi is exuding among the flowers. Colored pollen, which diffuses in the air, has a hypnotic effect. Sarutobi Hiruzen's action was stagnant. Give me death. Orochimaru also sneered, spit out his mouth, spit out the Kusanagi sword, and stabbed directly into the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen. For automatic reward. 517 Hello Minato, hello first generation. I saw Orochimaru erupted in vain, opening his mouth to spit out a Kusanagi sword. This Kusanagi sword glowed with a cold light, and the light burst out. It was extremely bright. This light flashed and pierced directly into the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body froze, his face stunned, and he spit out blood. Sarutobi. The psychic beast and ape demon shouted, his expression full of grief and anger, and looked at Orochimaru angrily. Orochimaru, you actually killed Sarutobi. There's no way, Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru also shrugged and said indifferently, this is the end of the matter, and I am also forced to be helpless. Only Orochimaru himself knows the meaning of his words. and he was forced by Tatsu to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. You! The ape demon roared again and again and looked at Orochimaru angrily, but there was nothing he could do, because the vitality in Sarutobi Hiruzen's body gradually disappeared. The ape demon and Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychic arts were in danger of being cut off at any time, and the ape demon was about to disappear. Sure enough, after a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra couldn't be maintained any longer, and he saw the ape demon turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. The ape demon disappeared, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was kneeling on the ground. The chakra of his body dissipated, looking at Orochimaru in disbelief, shaking his head and sighing, "Orochimaru, you old man, it's over." Orochimaru's eyes were also a little complicated. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "You didn't let me be a Hokage, this is the price." It's fine, it's fine." Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, feeling a little weak, and his hands fell down. Sarutobi Hiruzen, die. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally dies and everything ends with it. The surrounding 4 purple flame formations also dispersed. Gatong Maru and the others all looked at each other with a faint smile, and they were very satisfied with all this. 3 generations of adults. Around, several Anbu, Guy, Kakashi and others rushed forward quickly, trying to save the 3 generations. Orochimaru quietly glanced at the fallen 3 generations of Hokage, and there was a bit of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen died, this Hokage finally died, and Kakashi and others came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, only to realize that Sarutobi Hiruzen's vitality dissipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely pierced by the heart of Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, and it was impossible to live again. 3 generations of Orochimaru. You. Guy and Kakashi both glared at Orochimaru, but Orochimaru sneered, and without looking at Kakashi and Guy, ordered Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage, kill them. Namikaze Minato reacted to the sound, only to see Namikaze Minato's body flashing, throwing a kunai, and then suddenly coming to Kakashi and Guy's side. No, it's the 4th generation of adults, so retreat. Kakashi shouted loudly. Guy also shouted immediately, but saw that Namikaze Minato was already in front of him. Kakashi reacted fast enough, but he was still attacked by Namikaze Minato, and Kuei stabbed both Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi and Guy hide. The side, both faces turned pale, watching Namikaze Minato's attack. Guy smiled wryly and said in a low voice, "It really isn't a battle of the same level, as expected of a 4th generation lord. Guy, this is not the time to say this, we are in danger." Kakashi said solemnly. "I know, but there's nothing you can do about it." Guy reluctantly said, "Let's retreat first, there is no way to fight in the current situation. The 4 generations and other adults are immortal, and only the original teacher can compete." When Guy said teacher, of course he was referring to Chen. Well. However, they saw Guy and Kakashi retreat, and at this time Orochimaru also controlled Impure World Reincarnation and did not attack again. "Lord Orochimaru, shall we retreat or continue our attack on Konoha?" Gatongmaru and the others came up and said at this time. Orochimaru smiled. "The purpose has been achieved, there is no need to attack, Konoha is not that important to me. But before that, I really want to confirm one thing." Otogakur Kitamaru 4 people 4 were all stunned, not knowing what Orochimaru was talking about or what it meant. However, seeing Orochimaru's eyes constantly intertwined with fear and ruthlessness, as if he was thinking of a decision, in the end Ruthless prevailed, shouting loudly, shocking the audience, "Uchiha-chan, come out, I know you are nearby. Watch the battle. This time I have 3 Hokage level powerhouses by my side, plus myself, I don't believe it's better than you." Orochimaru shouted loudly and injected chakra into his voice, which spread throughout the audience. For a time, all the ninjas changed color. Uchiha-chen. I was stunned when I saw Kakashi. And Guy's eyes were stunned. In the village in the distance, Kurenai Yuhi's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and then loneliness again. Everyone was shocked, and when they heard the name, their expressions all changed, and they were extremely shocked. This name is like a huge mountain, instantly pressing on everyone's heart, making some people hopeful, and some people can't breathe. Uchiha Chen star legend Uchiha Chen was stunned, and Tayuya and the four of Otogakur 4 also looked at each other in dismay. Legend of the Stars, Uchiha Chen, I saw what happened. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and a majestic chakra rose into the sky, almost covering the sun in the sky, and even the clouds were not visible. The sky and the earth are changing. This huge chakra and momentum made everyone present shocked and stunned. In the distance, the ninjas of Sunagakur village, and the people headed by Maki were all stunned, completely scared to death. This terrifying chakra, what the hell was going on? I only saw the three-headed snake that was channeled. Originally, it was attacking Konoha brutally everywhere, but it seemed to be frightened. And in mid-air, a figure emerged, with a calm and gentle voice. Long time no see, Senju Hashirama, Minato. 518 Orochimaru to be inverse do, days by. In mid-air, a figure emerged, with a calm and gentle voice. Long time no see, Senju Hashirama, Minato. Chen's figure appeared. Suspended in mid-air, holding a sharp divine weapon longsword, it is Tiankong Yunjian, exuding a strong sense of oppression, and around Chen, 9 Budodama truth-seeking ball keeps spinning back and forth, always at Chen. Surrounded by it, it contains the power of Shinra Bansho all creation, which contains all things, and is even more startling and terrifying. Chen appeared in the air, with a handsome appearance and a slightly indifferent look, which made everyone shocked, apprehensive, and even dared not speak. Uchiha Chen, you really have been. Orochimaru snorted coldly. The surrounding Kakashi, Guy and the others all looked at Chen with bright eyes, bursting with brilliance. Orochimaru, well done. However, you called me out in such a tone, did you want to die? Chen said coldly. But seeing Orochimaru's pupils shrink, hearing Chen's words, his heart is also a little blocked. To be honest, Orochimaru's heart is somewhat empty, and he is not sure about Chen's current strength level, but in this case, when facing Chen, it is to let Orochimaru have a sense of strength. A bit of confidence. Because Orochimaru knows that if he doesn't challenge Chen again, I'm afraid he won't dare to challenge Chen again in the future. This time, he wants to measure the strength of Chen. Chen, you. When Namikaze Minato saw Chen, a scorching luster flashed in his eyes, and his eyes were constantly bursting with brilliance, and he was a little excited. I finally see you, what is the situation with you? Chen nodded slightly towards Namikaze Minato and smiled. Minato, long time no see. Namikaze Minato was speechless for a while, a little speechless, but Namikaze Minato could clearly feel that Chen's strength was becoming more and more unfathomable, and the few black balls on Chen's body exuded enormous pressure. It left him almost breathless. Boy, it's you again. You've been doing. Are you messing with Konoha? Senju Tobarama looked at Chen, his eyes moved slightly, and said angrily. Senju Tobarama saw Chen in the last Impure World reincarnation, and was deeply impressed by Chen, and knew how terrible Chen was. When seeing Tatsu this time, Senju Tobarama was subconsciously hostile. Second generation Hokage, if I were you, I wouldn't speak so recklessly, otherwise I really want to destroy Konoha, and you can't stop me. Chen said lightly. Chen's tone was flat, but it was believable, which made Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama's expressions change slightly. Young people, don't be impulsive, I remember your name is Yujichin. The people of the Uchiha family should be Konoha's friends, and they are also the most important friends. Uchiha Chen, I can feel that you are the best ninja I have ever seen, so don't be led astray by this. This, Senju Hashirama spoke up, and Senju Hashirama's voice was also gentle, but with a convincing force. Said softly. Chen looked at Senju Hashirama. Qian Hashirama is indeed extraordinary. The leader's talent should be said to be unparalleled, and he is also the most outstanding fighter in Konoha for so many years. He is known as the god of ninjas, and is the existence that countless ninjas look forward to. Standing at the pinnacle of the ninja. Senju Hashirama. Chen glanced at Senju Hashirama, but said indifferently, "Perhaps you don't know yet, Konoha's Uchiha clan has been wiped out by the human race." "What? How come?" Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Namikaze Minato were all surprised. None of them knew this fact. Chen is right at all. The Uchiha clan in Konoha was wiped out, and the Uchiha clan who left with Chen can no longer be regarded as the orthodox Uchiha clan. Who the hell did it? Senju Hashirama frowned. A hint of anger appeared. Senju Tobarama also frowned slightly. Chen glanced at Senju Tobarama and said indifferently, "Second generation Hokage, you should have expected it. It is your good disciple Danzo. He succeeded in inheriting your will. He has always held a grudge against the Uchiha clan, and eventually brought the Uchiha clan to the ground. Eradicate. Also, the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen have acquiesced in this matter." Chen said lightly. "It turned out to be an infighting. It's really sad." Senju Hashirama sighed. "This matter is indeed Konoha Village's apology to the Uchiha family." Senju Hashirama, you're upright and above board. If the top brass in Konoha were like you, this wouldn't have happened. Chen said indifferently, "The matter has passed. The hatred of the Uchiha family has become a thing of the past, but I will implement the plan in my way. HMPH, it's almost time to end the old days. Uchiha Chen, I heard that you and Namikaze Minato are best friends. I am looking forward to your first battle." Orochimaru sneered and said, "Uchiha-chan, this is a feast I specially prepared for you. You may not know it yet. I have devoted myself to the study of impure world reincarnation, and now I can play impure world reincarnation to the fullest. With the strongest power, it can make the first generation and several other shadows exert their strongest state before birth." Orochimaru looked at Chen coldly, and said with a sneer, "The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, plus the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, and me, a total of 4 people working together to deal with you, all in the peak state. I can't believe I can't beat you." Orochimaru roared. Orochimaru was extremely annoyed, and at the same time made everyone focus on Tatsuya. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai Yuhi heard the news from a distance, and Ino Shikacho all gathered and appeared in the distance one by one, including the Sunagakure headed by Maki from Sunagakure village. They all stopped fighting, and all looked at Chen. Chen giggled, "Orochimaru, this guy wants to go against the sky," and read the underlined version of the novel. 519 Chen with Senju Hashirama. "Well, since you said so, then I'll play with you," Chen said lightly. "Play." Orochimaru laughed. "Uchiha Chen, I said, I can make the first generation, the second generation and the fourth generation return to the best state before their death. You are sure this is just for fun?" As soon as Orochimaru said this, Kakashi and Guy all looked at Chen with a solemn expression. If this is the case, then it is really terrible. 3 cage-level powerhouses, and even the first Hokage, the legendary god of ninjas. If all 3 of them return to their peak state, plus Orochimaru, who will be their opponents in the ninja world? Even the legend of the stars Uchiha Chen is impossible. Even though Chen has become a legendary existence in the ninja world at this time, there are countless people who know that Chen is terrifying, and everyone fully admits this. However, even the legend of the stars, it is impossible to deal with these 4 people at the same time. It stands to reason that the strength of the legend of the stars is at most comparable to the original Hokage Senju Hashirama in its peak state, or even weaker by a percentage point. After all, the legendary Senju Hashirama, but a man who is close to the top of the ninja world, is even better than Uchiha Madara, and can be called the most terrifying existence. Although everyone felt that Chen was already unfathomable at this time, they subconsciously didn't dare to think about it, but they felt that at most, Chen was as strong as Senju Hashirama. Chen is quite confident. It seems that Orochimaru, you can't cry without seeing the coffin, or you can see what the real king is. As a king, standing at the top, you are all just ants. Chen said lightly. At this moment, Chen is indeed qualified to say this. After reaching the 6 paths level, there are only a few people who can compare with Chen at present, and there are only a few people who can make Chen jealous. Soon, I saw the Gudodama truth-seeking ball on Chen's body spinning away, and the 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball seemed to move in response, all attacking the Orochimaru 4, Chen said at the same time. I number mercy, Minato. As soon as Minato's expression changed, he saw a strong sense of oppression. The overwhelming pressure made the area within a radius of dozens of miles clearly visible. It was hard to believe that it was the small black ball Gudodama truth-seeking ball. When it was released, Namikaze Minato, Senju Tobarama, and Senju Hashirama all changed color and felt shocked after this coercion hit. Gudodama truth-seeking ball was released, and there was a roaring sound everywhere, and the terrifying sound shook, making people terrified. Power of this Gudodama truth-seeking ball is so strong that Namikaze Minato shouted, "Fly!" Immediately, Namikaze Minato used Hiraishin's technique to dodge, and Senju did the same. As for Senju Hashirama and Orochimaru, they also felt the pressure and used body techniques to evade. But Orochimaru's reaction was a little slower, still within the range of Gudodama truth-seeking ball, and the space seemed to collapse. Orochimaru couldn't escape the power of Gudodama truth-seeking ball. Frightened and angry, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flew upside down hundreds of meters away, and slammed into a building in the distance, and the building also collapsed. This guy's eyes widened. What a mighty power! Kakashi said stunned. What the hell is that black ball behind Chen-sama? It's actually so powerful. The attack of Gudodama truth-seeking ball is very terrifying, only to see that under the scope of Gudodama truth-seeking ball, the surrounding space is almost torn and collapsed, and the houses below are all destroyed, extremely terrifying. The distance, Kurenai Yuhi and other Jonin also saw this scene, and they all felt an indescribable shock in their hearts, and they almost dared not speak. Who can explain what this is? What is this situation? How come the black ball seems to contain the power to destroy the world? Even Uchiha-chan didn't make a move, but it made everyone extremely embarrassed. With all his strength, Orochimaru even spat out a mouthful of blood. Orochimaru also showed shock in his eyes. He struggled to get up from the ruins of the collapsed house, and looked at Chen with a shocked expression. Uchiha-chen, who are you? Orochimaru murmured, and his eyes became fierce again. Uchiha-chan, I am going to kill you. Thinking of the embarrassment just now made Orochimaru a little crazy. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato, you give me your best shot. I only saw Orochimaru going crazy, and finally completely unlocked the seal of impure world reincarnation, allowing Senju Hashirama 3 to return to their best state in an instant and regain their peak strength. Of course, there is still a way to restore peak strength in this way. Time limited, and the scruples are not small. This is Orochimaru's last trump card. Kill him for me. Orochimaru growled. Senju Hashirama looked at Chen quietly and took a step forward. At this time, Chen could feel that Senju Hashirama's momentum was completely different, and finally he had the demeanor of the god of ninjas in the past. Senju Hashirama's strength was extremely terrifying, and a young escape belonged to him. Chakra also shot up from his body. As for Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobarama, they also showed powerful chakras, standing on the left and right of Senju Hashirama. I am sorry, Chen. Namikaze Minato also whispered. Chen smiled lightly and shook his head lightly. Mokuden, wood style, tree bind flourishing burial. Seeing Senju Hashirama hand seal instantly, powerful vines burst out one after another, with shocking power, and countless trees broke through the ground and attacked Chen. At this time, Chen did not dodge, but smiled rather confidently, letting him Senju Hashirama attacked, but the Gudodama truth-seeking ball around Tatsu automatically formed a shield to protect Tatsu's whole body. Those Mokuden wood-style branches hit Gudodama truth-seeking ball, an amazing scene occurs. All the chakra of these branches is absorbed by Gudodama truth-seeking ball while the branches slump and shrink. What happened? He was actually absorbed by him. Senju Hashirama's Mokuden wood style doesn't work for Uchiha-chan. 520 He is stronger than me. Open black lens bracket. Please reward close black lens bracket. Big Brother's Mokuden wood style, he was completely resisted by him, even absorbed by him. However, he saw a stunned look in Senju Tobarama's eyes, staring at Chen. His eyes were extremely shocked and flashed in disbelief. Senju Tobarama was totally blown away. Except for Senju Tobarama, everyone else looked at this scene in disbelief. What the hell is going on here? Senju Hashirama's Mokuden wood style, whose power is recognized, and his strength is even more unfathomable, but he was easily resisted by Chenji. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru felt a bad feeling in his heart. Hunch. What the hell is this? Orochimaru was taken aback and muttered to himself. Chen resisted Senju Hashirama's Mokuden wood style, making Senju Hashirama's eyes a bit solemn, looking at Chen with burning eyes, and whispered, "It's really scary, Uchiha Chen, it seems that what is in my heart. Guess is not wrong, you have. Oh, as expected of the god of ninjas, have you noticed it?" Chen smiled slightly and looked at Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama and Chen looked at each other. Chen also felt the huge power in Senju Hashirama. Chen couldn't help but smile, because Senju Hashirama's attitude had changed. It seems that Senju Hashirama has noticed the difference in Tatsu's strength. It is indeed Senju Hashirama. Before that, he stood at the top of the ninja world with his flesh and blood, and illuminated the light of longing for countless ninjas. Uchiha Chen, you. Senju Hashirama's face was a bit complicated. You are indeed the most outstanding and special ninja I have ever seen, even better than the original Uchiha Madara. I never imagined that the Uchiha clan could be such a talented person. Chen and Senju Hashirama seemed like a riddle, and everyone was completely puzzled. Everyone was wondering what they were talking about. It was too strange. Brother, what are you talking about? What is going on? This Uchiha Chen is really weird. His strength seems to be much stronger than the last time. What is the situation? Senju Tobarama was very puzzled, looked at Chen and Senju Hashirama, and immediately asked Senju Hashirama. Chen said indifferently, "Senju Tobarama, you haven't noticed yet. It seems that you are indeed worse than your elder brother." Humph. Senju Tobarama heard the words, and a look of anger appeared in his eyes. Don't be complacent. The people around also looked at each other in dismay. Kakashi and others all had a strange feeling, but they didn't understand what happened. But seeing Senju Hashirama sighed softly and said, "Tobarama, the current Uchiha Chen, has reached the legendary strength. I will say it straight, now he is stronger than me." "He is stronger than me." Senju Hashirama said these words. The scene, it was quiet, as if it was empty, it became extraordinarily quiet. Who is Senju Hashirama among the ninjas? God, the first generation of fire, the man of Konoha village. In the ninja world, he is a legend like a myth, but Senju Hashirama actually admitted that the news of Chinbi is like a bombshell, splashing countless waves in the water, setting off a stormy sea. Brother, he. Senju Tobarama glanced at Chen in amazement, and for the first time there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. This is a lie. How could this kid in front of him be stronger than his eldest brother? And everyone else in the audience was speechless. The size of a bean fell from Orochimaru's forehead. Orochimaru finally felt that he had completely misestimated the situation in front of him. Chen's strength seemed to be completely beyond his control and expectations. I only heard Senju Hashirama say again, "Uchiha Chen's current strength, I am afraid that it is equivalent to the legendary 6 paths immortal. You can't go wrong, the pair of purple Rinagons, and 9 black ones, should be the legendary ones. Gudodama, truth-seeking ball." Senju Hashirama, you guessed it well. Chen smiled lightly and said in a low voice, "My current strength is indeed at the 6 paths level, any ninjutsu attack is ineffective for me." Quote. Chen calmly said these words, and immediately let everyone on the scene stunned and shocked. How is this possible? Chen's strength has reached the level of a 6 paths immortal. That, all, and all ninjutsu attacks are ineffective against him. What the hell is Chen? Isn't Chen invincible? As soon as he said it, Orochimaru's expression changed immediately, becoming pale. In fact, what Chen said is not absolute. In theory, after reaching the 6 paths level, ninjutsu attacks are invalid, but opponents with yin and yang escape. Time and space ninjutsu and 6 paths level strength can still affect Chen. Because Orochimaru is best at ninjutsu attack, the forbidden technique learned by Orochimaru, and ninjutsu are all at this level, so Orochimaru is completely shocked by this. This is so bullying. If I can describe it, Orochimaru's heart is like 10,000 grass and mud horses rushing past, completely powerless to complain. Matter how he beat Orochimaru, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Not only Orochimaru, but Senju Tobirama felt troubled. At the same time, the surrounding Kakashi and others were also shocked, and for some reason, they were completely shocked. Chen's strength is too strong, too terrifying. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what to say, but they were all stunned. After Chen said lightly, he looked at Orochimaru with a smile, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes, and said lightly, Orochimaru, just wait, I will kill you now. Chen said this sentence half jokingly and half seriously, and with a sudden movement, he began to attack Orochimaru. Only to see the Tiankong cloud sword in Chen's hand slashing out, shining brightly on the heaven and earth, and swallowing it towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru was horrified. Completely scared half to death. Naruto God Level Majin Buu, Chapter 521 to 540. 521 Masochistic Senju Tobirama. As soon as Tiankong Yunjian came out, it burst out with an irresistible pressure, and it swept in with super strength. The terrifying coercion was terrifying, and the Tiankong cloud sword erupted and slammed straight in, instantly making Orochimaru scared to death. This pressure. Orochimaru couldn't help but was stunned for a while, and everyone else was horrified. Chen's sword was simply unstoppable, making Orochimaru feel like he was going to die. It was really terrible. At this time, the original Hokage Senju Hashirama moved. Senju Hashirama roared, bursting out a strong chakra, and shouted, Senpo, Sage Art. At this time, a black pattern appeared around Senju Hashirama's eyes. Senju Hashirama shouted and burst out with a powerful force. Under this force, Senju Hashirama's strength was even stronger. Sage Art is indeed Senju Hashirama. Did you understand so quickly? Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, feeling that Senju Hashirama seemed to be a master, so he chuckled softly and said lightly. Under Sage Mode, Senju Hashirama began to use the chakra of the Master Sage Art to show his strength. Once Senju Hashirama Master uses Sage Art's chakra, it is enough to threaten Chen, and even give Chen a great threat. The Art of Psychic, Five-Fold Rashomon. Senju Hashirama shouted loudly, only to see a 5-layered huge Rashomon bursting out from the same place. The Rashomon was engraved with various patterns such as Shira, Ligui, and Yaksha. The 5-layered Rashomon. I only saw this 5-layered Rashomon appear, erected directly, blocking Chen in front of him, almost isolating Chen from the outside. Senju Hashirama's strength is fully revealed at this moment, and he is indeed the legendary god of ninjas. This strength and ability are astounding. Each of the 5 layers of Rashomon is as high as several hundred meters, standing in front of Senju Hashirama and others, and Chen's Tiankong Yunjian also arrives unexpectedly. An instant, this sword directly cut open the 5-layered Rashomon as if it were cutting tofu. This 5-layered Rashomon was insurmountable in front of others, but in front of Chen it was easy. Chen's strength can be seen in Madara. The 5 layers of Rashomon were split open by Chen with the Tiankong Yunjian, and they all shattered. A cold sweat broke out on Senju Tobirama's forehead, and he muttered to himself in shock. Even the eldest brother's 5-fold Rashomon was so easily defeated by this Uchiha-chan's strength. He is indeed stronger than his eldest brother. Even Namikaze Minato, who was on the side, was shocked, a little shocked. Chen's strength has really reached this level, it is much stronger than me, this is the strength of the 6 paths immortal. Namikaze Minato was still immersed in shock, and when he saw Chen for the first time, he actually had the strength comparable to the 6 paths immortal. That is the legendary 6 paths immortal. It seems that the Sage Mode state has an effect on him. Not only in this way, time-space ninjutsu and taijutsu should also have an effect on him. But, seeing Senju Hashirama looking at Chen with a dignified expression, he said, "We must work together, otherwise we will definitely not be his opponent." That's right. Case, the fourth eye, let's use the Hiraishin technique to deal with him, and that's all there is to it for now. I never imagined that I would be so embarrassed. Fortunately, we are the body of impure world reincarnation, which can be resurrected infinitely, but we can make use of it. Senju Tobarama rode. But Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh yes, I'm afraid not necessarily, your impure world reincarnation is not a problem for me." Spoke, Chen moved suddenly. Gudodama truth-seeking ball around Chen exploded violently, and the 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball swept out. Gudodama truth-seeking ball instantly transformed into different forms, like a black stick, and stabbed directly at Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama looked stunned and wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Senju Tobarama hurriedly used Hiraishin to dodge, but Gudodama truth-seeking ball followed him like a tarsal maggot, stabbing him sharply. "Naive, do you think Hiraishin can escape?" Chen said coldly. He turned around, he saw Gudodama truth-seeking ball attacking Senju Tobarama, following him like a shadow, making Senju Tobarama feel enormous pressure. Gudodama truth-seeking ball directly pierced Senju Tobarama's body, and Senju Tobarama was nailed to the ground. Senju Tobarama was nailed to the ground by the black rod that Gudodama truth-seeking ball transformed into. He originally wanted to move, but found that his whole body seemed to have lost his strength. He couldn't move at all and could only be slaughtered by Chen. Senju Tobarama felt this powerful force, and his heart was already extremely shocked. It is reasonable to say that he should be able to pull out the black stick easily, but at this moment he lost all of his strength and was powerless to move. "Senju Tobarama, don't try to struggle, these black sticks are specially condensed with the power of yin and yang, you can't break free." It's really embarrassing, the dignified second-generation Hokage has also fallen into the field of today. But you also deserved what you deserved. If you hadn't deliberately targeted and dealt with the Uchiha family like this, the Uchiha family would not have been reduced to such a point. Nor will Konoha become so. Chen said lightly. In fact, Senju Tobarama can be regarded as the culprit in the downfall of the Konoha Uchiha clan to a certain extent. If it wasn't for his thoughts on the Uchiha clan that influenced Danzo and others, how could the Uchiha clan be targeted by Danzo, and how would it lead to the Uchiha clan being targeted by Danzo? Destruction of a family. It can be said that Senju Tobarama is the culprit. So Chen didn't have the slightest affection for Senju Tobarama, and directly shot Senju Tobarama without mercy. This time, he will also madly abuse Senju Tobarama. Please automatically reward. 522 landslides and earth cracks, the sun and the moon have no light. Chen looked at Senju Tobarama coldly. Chen had the least affection for Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama also noticed Chen's expression. He was pinned to the ground by a black stick, completely unable to move, extremely embarrassed, but at this time he bit Kiba and refused to admit defeat. Uchiha Chen, your Uchiha clan is a clan that relies on the power of hatred of Sharingan to strengthen its pupil power. Now that you have Rinnegan, the hatred in your heart should be the strongest. I never felt that my decision was wrong. The Uchiha family should have stayed away from the power center of Konoha. Senju Tobarama said coldly. Tobarama, stop talking. It's really our fault, especially your decision. Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed a stern look and shouted. Hey, big brother. Senju Tobarama said angrily, but when he saw Senju Hashirama being so severe, he stopped talking. Chen frowned, glanced at Senju Hashirama and said, if everyone was as impartial and selfless as you, Senju Hashirama, there wouldn't be so many bad things in the world. For Senju Hashirama, Chen still admired and even said that he admired Senju Hashirama. After all, Senju Hashirama's character is indeed fair and selfless. Looking at the Hokage of all dynasties, his character is the most fair and the most impartial. It was also in his hands that Konoha started. Unfortunately, there are still many people like Senju Tobirama in the world. Chen said coldly, and immediately stretched out his hand and said, Super, Shinra Tensei Almighty Push, sign. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push, sign. I only saw a trace of Zhou Ran's breath emerging from Chen's body, and this breath appeared violently, forming the power to destroy the world. No, what does he want to do? Senju Hashirama's pupils shrank. It can't go on like this, or the whole Konoha will be ruined by his ninjutsu. Of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's battle, the situation is very different. The battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara can easily destroy Konoha village, let alone Tatsunao. This is the rhythm of single-playing Konoha. Senju Hashirama was completely taken aback by Chen's actions, and quickly reacted and joined the battle. Senju Hashirama shouted loudly and said, quickly use the 4 red sun formation, or Uchiha Chen will destroy the entire Konoha, and he must rely on the barrier to block his attack. Senju Hashirama said loudly, worrying about Konoha's safety. The village of Konoha is where Senju Hashirama has worked his whole life, and he certainly doesn't want to watch Konoha be destroyed. Senju Hashirama pulled out all the black sticks that trapped Senju Tobirama, freeing Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, wave. Orochimaru 4 people and 4 hand seals at the same time. At this critical moment, they can't be too scruples, so they all shouted, 4 red sun formation. Instant, I saw 4 Yuhi, colored rays of light burst out from the unfolding of Senju Hashirama 4, covering and isolating everything around them. Forming a closed knot. 4 Scarlet Suns formation. These 4 Scarlet Suns formations are much more powerful than the 4 purple flames just now. They were inspired by the 4 Senju Hashirama 4 people. They are all cage level or even beyond cage level existences. The power of the 4 red sun formation is extremely powerful, trying to block Chen's Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Of the Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push slammed together with the 4 red sun formation, and the power of Zhou Ran erupted. Who would have thought that Chen would actually release such a powerful force, and the power of the 4 red sun formation was beyond imagination. It made everyone around watching the battle stunned. I saw that Sunagakur village was headed by Maki, almost everyone was collapsed and sluggish. Only then did Maki realize that the gap between them and Konoha and the others was so huge. The power range of this ninjutsu, this is still human. Maki and Sunagakur are all bitter, and they don't even have the courage to continue fighting. They feel as small as ants, and Chen, Senju Hashirama and others are like gods. Gap is too big, and the gap between them is like a moat, insurmountable and high above. Maggie couldn't help but stunned, completely shocked. Boom! The Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign and the 4 red suns formed together, and a fierce light erupted, and the enchantment exploded and shattered. A deafening roar came, and the Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign released by Chen is not an ordinary Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Under the 6 paths level, the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push released by Chen exploding power. The 4 red sun formations were broken, and the power of the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign was almost exhausted. After all, the opponent was the 4 Hokages headed by Senju Hashirama. Block. After the 4 Scarlet Sun formation was broken, the aftermath of the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push expedition erupted, and a powerful force shone out. The aftermath shocked and surged wildly. The deafening sound erupted. If it wasn't for the 4 red sun formation to block it, the power of the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push campaign this time would have caused the land to collapse and the sun and the moon to be without light. Rao is so, after the 4 Kai-Yang formation was broken, the huge airflow whirlwind formed also caused the surrounding trees to fall to the ground, and the houses were destroyed. But the land within the Four Scarlet Sun formation was a complete mess. The power of Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign is too strong and terrible. Damn, can the four of us work together to block his attack? But seeing Senju Tobarama clenched his fists and snorted in a low voice, he was very dissatisfied. Senju Tobarama, you are wrong, you can't stop my attack at all. Chen said coldly, and suddenly his figure flashed, and he suddenly came in front of Senju Tobarama. Chen used the space to teleport, and then he was in front of Senju Tobarama, which caught him off guard. Senluo Fire. Blink of an eye, I used Amaterasu. If you want an automatic reward for watching the underlined version of the novel. 523 Chasing Orochimaru. In an instant, Chen used Amaterasu to face Senju Tobarama. Chen named the brand new Amaterasu Senra Fire, which means Shinra Bansho, all creation, and the current brand new Amaterasu relies on Chen's Yang escape. Power, and the power of Sage Art are used simultaneously. I only saw that Chen had a circle of black ripples around his eyes, extremely mysterious. It was the sign that he had entered Sage Art. Chen entered the state of Sage Art. He snorted coldly and attacked Senju Tobarama. How could Senju Tobarama expect that Chen would suddenly appear in front of him, completely at a loss? In Senju, Tobarama was trying to use Hiraishin's technique to evade, but his reaction speed was not as fast as Tatsuya's. Senluo Fire. Sage Art, Yangdun, and Yindun represented by Amaterasu, the three forces combined into one, forming the Senluo Fire. The Senluo Fire spread rapidly, burning like a madness, and quickly spread all over Senju Tobarama's body. Based on the original white Amaterasu, but it has a pale golden color, the flame is fierce and domineering, the power is even more terrible, and it is extremely dangerous. Pale golden flames. Senju Tobarama's eyes flashed with stunned, completely shocked, feeling extremely powerful. The fire of Senra erupted, and Senju Tobarama's whole body was burned and turned into charcoal. I saw was Senju Tobarama's left arm, right arm, and other parts of his body were burned, and his body seemed to be turned into scraps of paper and was burned. Even more terrifying is that after Senju Tobarama's left and right arms were burnt, it didn't recover like Impure World Reincarnation. Sure enough, do you have a way to deal with Impure World Reincarnation? But seeing Senju Hashirama whispering, her expression showed a bit of complexity. Chen's performance was really astonishing. Chen seems to have a way to deal with the Impure World Reincarnation, making Senju Tobarama's injury impossible to recover. Chen smiled lightly. It's nothing to be able to deal with Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation is nothing but ninjutsu at its core. My yin and yang escape is enough to make Impure World Reincarnation feel scared. Yin-yang escape is the nemesis of ninjutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. In the original, even when Obito attacked the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato with Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, Namikaze Minato's Impure World Reincarnation body couldn't be recovered, let alone now. Instant, Senju Tobarama was burned by the fire of Senra, and his whole body was in a different state, burned to the ground, and almost completely lost his combat effectiveness. Senju Tobarama was extremely helpless, but the law made a corresponding attack, lost both hands, he couldn't even hand seal, it was already abolished, and the combat power was greatly lost. No, big brother, if this goes on, the whole Konoha will be destroyed by him, we have to find a way. But I saw Senju Tobarama shouting loudly. Senju Hashirama nodded slowly and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru is right, we must stop Uchiha Chen. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and at this time he knew that the situation was completely out of control. Out of control, it becomes very dangerous. Orochimaru was extremely shocked. Uchiha Chen's strength. Orochimaru felt that Chen's strength was extremely terrifying, but he never expected Chen's strength to be so strong. Konoha's 3 shadows and his own team were not Chen's opponents. Such a thing, the strength is amazing. Orochimaru can feel a burst of pressure. Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Orochimaru also hurriedly said, I understand, I understand. Orochimaru also knows that things are over, and it should be time for the end. Orochimaru instructed those around, Kidomaru and the others, leave first, quickly return to the land of fields, and let all the Otogaku retreat, don't interfere in this matter. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kidomaru and the others glanced at Chen in horror and quickly evacuated. Uchiha Chen, the legend of the stars, did not expect that such legendary characters would actually possess such terrifying strength. Kidomaru and the others, who had seen the horror of Chen, almost didn't panic, and left now. Kidomaru waited for Otogaku to leave quickly, frightened to the point of shit. The seemingly huge and grand plan to destroy Konoha turned into a farce under the influence of Chen, because Chen's influence was too strong. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and Orochimaru also thought of a way to deal with Chen. After seeing that Otogaku had basically withdrawn, Orochimaru said, Uchiha Chen, even if you win this time, goodbye. As soon as Orochimaru's figure moved, he saw that his body seemed to become transparent, disappearing in an instant, or even directly dissipating between this world. Chen Kai sneered, I don't care if I want to leave. If you flee to the ends of the earth, you will die. In an instant, I saw Chen move. Chen's body flashed, and chakra followed him around, following him to locate Orochimaru. This time Orochimaru dared to take the initiative to provoke him. He was really timid. What if he didn't give Orochimaru a hard lesson? And Orochimaru really had some skills, so he moved away quickly and disappeared very quickly. Orochimaru's ability to save his life and escape is really top-notch, but Chen's chakra followed closely with Orochimaru at this time, and suddenly Dechen's face moved slightly, revealing a smile. Orochimaru, where did you plan to escape? Chen's face moved slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. The place where Orochimaru was going turned out to be Raichi Cave. As Mount Myoboku and Shikatsu Forest, is one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world. Orochimaru has a subtle connection with Raichi Cave, and this time Orochimaru chose to hide in Raichi Cave. And Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato also acted in response, under the control of Orochimaru, followed the transfer. It's not that easy to escape. Chen secretly said, the action has already begun. Ask Filu for a reward to remind you. 524 Raichi Cave, Sage Art Mokuden, wood style, on top of the Buddha. Open black lens bracket, please reward close black lens bracket. Orochimaru fled quickly and disappeared. And Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato 3 were controlled by Orochimaru, and they all disappeared. Chen just glanced at Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai Yuhi and others lightly, taking in the expressions of everyone in Konoha. I only saw the complex look in the eyes of the Inoshika Cho trio in Konoha. The Inoshika Cho trio all had complex expressions, and there was a trace of pity in Chen's eyes. And Kakashi, Guy and Kurenai Yuhi all looked at Chen, especially Kurenai Yuhi. The expressions in their eyes were intertwined. A moment of confusion, a faint joy, a change of mood. Ling Chen didn't know what was going on with this girl. However, Chen's schedule was in a hurry. After he glanced at Kurenai Yuhi and the others, he suddenly disappeared, and his body flashed away. Seeing Chen leave, a look of disappointment flashed in everyone's eyes, and they were a little surprised by Chen's disappearance. Left instantly, chasing after Orochimaru. Orochimaru, in order to get rid of Chen's constant escaping, left quickly, and his figure flashed. Chen however closely followed Orochimaru from beginning to end. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and he said, damn, Uchiha Chen is chasing so tightly, there is no other way, only relying on the help of the White Snake Immortal from Raichi Cave, now in this situation. Orochimaru had previously discovered Raichi Cave and found this mysterious holy place when he was researching the source of Chongo's violent violence. However, due to his own situation, Orochimaru has not learned the sage art of Master Raichi Cave, and Orochimaru is only an introduction to sage art at present. Now that the situation is critical, Orochimaru can't care so much, and goes directly to Raichi Cave, of course, to lead Chen to Raichi Cave so that Orochimaru can act. In such a situation, Tatsu followed Orochimaru closely. There is a special passage to enter Raichi Cave. At present, only Orochimaru knows Akatsuki, and Orochimaru is only exposed in critical situations, and Chen and Orochimaru entered Raichi Cave together. The passage of Raichi Cave is in a mysterious cave. The cave exudes a little brilliance, and an abundant fairy chakra shows. Soon, Chen felt the subtlety of it. After walking around the cave passage for about tens of minutes, it seemed that I had broken through a layer of illusion and became, suddenly bright. Phantom formation was unparalleled, bursts of light burst out, and only after passing through the phantom formation did one see the true face of Raichi Cave. Raichi Cave. Surrounding is like a fairyland, and it is surprisingly similar to Mount Myoboku. This is also a paradise, a fairyland on earth. Auras lingered constantly, lingering around the disk, the power of immortals. Raichi Cave. Chen narrowed his eyes and felt the constant presence of Raichi Cave. When Orochimaru arrived at Raichi Cave, when he saw Chen also coming, Orochimaru frowned. Chen was so troublesome, he was just like a shadow, he couldn't dodge no matter how hard he avoided it. Drop. Uchiha Chen. Orochimaru bites Kiba and the white snake fairy should come. Senju Hashirama is under the control of Orochimaru, only to see that Senju Hashirama has started hand seal. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are completely different. Senju Hashirama's strength is stronger than the original Uchiha Madara. It can be said that it is the closest to 6 paths under the 6 paths level, and more importantly, Senju Hashirama Grandmaster Sage Art, enough to pose a threat to Chen. Senpo, Sage Art, Shinsasenju, Buddha on the top. At this time, I saw Senju Hashirama shouting loudly, and a mass of green chakra appeared on Senju Hashirama's body. This chakra burst out, as strong as a tide. Terrible strength, followed by display. Senpo, Sage Art, Shinsasenju, turn into Buddha on the top. This is definitely one of the strongest killing moves in the original work. In the original work, Senju Hashirama relies on this move. Even Uchiha Madara's Prestige Susanoo and Complete Body Susanoo are all cracked, directly pressed Kyuubi, 9 tails, and stepped on Madara. The power of that blow is still remembered in the hearts of many Hokage fans. Chen saw that Senju Hashirama actually used this ninjutsu. His eyes moved slightly, and he felt a huge pressure. Senju Hashirama turned out to be really good. An instant, a super-giant Buddha hundreds of meters high appeared at the foot of Senju Hashirama, and behind the giant Buddha, there were more than thousands of hands, which looked like Senju Guanyin. Reviving the atmosphere of Hiroshi, with the chakra of Yang Yun, it is about to explode. Shinsasenju, turn into a Buddha on the top. The Super Buddha appeared, and bursts of chakra burst out, the power of which was earth-shattering, as if it could split the sky and the earth. It's actually this trick, it seems that I have to use my real skills. Well, let's give up, Orochimaru. Let you see the gap between me and you. Chen faintly muttered to himself. While talking, he got up. Chen said coldly, Sen Luo's domain. Under such circumstances, Chen finally used Sen Luo's domain. I only saw that along with Chen's actions, Sen Luo's domain opened. This absolute domain appeared in front of Chen, the domain unfolded, and bursts of strong light erupted. The scope of the domain includes everything around it, and it seems that even distant peaks, rivers, etc. are all affected. Chen roared angrily and shouted, the realm of Senluo, the yin and yang of life and death, in the palm of your hand. I saw an astonishing change in Chen's Senluo domain. Chen himself is constantly developing ninjutsu, and in front of him is a brand new ninjutsu developed by him relying on his own Senluo domain. Realm of Senluo is changing. A huge palm descends directly from the sky. This palm seems to be able to encompass everything. It descends from the sky. 525 The White Snake Immortal of Raichi Cave. Open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. A huge palm descended from the sky, accompanied by a roaring sound, only to see the huge palm pressing directly, and in the Senluo domain, everything was included. A huge palm falls from the sky. This is a ninjutsu developed by Chen himself, and I saw a huge palm falling from the sky inside the Senra realm, pressing down hard. This huge palm seems to contain endless Shinra Bansho, all creation. The force of the pressure hit, the power was terrifying, and the overwhelming pressure swept the sky and the ground, turning it into ruins within the range of tens of kilometers. And the Mokuden wood style of the original Hokage Senju Hashirama was also shattered in response. Senju Hashirama, the big Buddha made with Mokuden wood style, was also turned into powder, and Senju Hashirama's strongest Mokuden wood style was cracked like this. Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment, looked at Chen, showing a bit of shock. He was also affected by this, and felt extremely shocked. Senju Hashirama sighed softly and said, "Uchiha-chan, as expected, your strength is still higher than mine now, and I can feel the gap between you and you. I'm afraid it's not small. However, Uchiha-chan, I don't think we are enemies. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have never been enemies. Senju Hashirama is still persuading hard. With your current strength, you should do more for the ninja world." Chen smiled, but said, "Senju Hashirama, you think it's simple, but there is nothing so easy in the world, unless you are resurrected and become Hokage again, otherwise you will not talk about it." Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then sighed with emotion. "You're right at all, I see." The face of Chen's doubts, Senju Hashirama is also very clear. "Just now my ninjutsu, called the Seal of Senluo, is the power of yin and yang escape. Even your Mokuden wood style is a bit inferior," Chen said lightly. Senju Hashirama was silent, but Chen's words were not bad at all. In terms of power alone, even Shinsasenju, the strongest Mokuden wood style, the top Buddha, couldn't stop Chen's attack. "Damn, Uchiha-chen." Orochimaru listened to it, and saw Chen's strength even more, and his eyes flashed, and there was a strong look of unwillingness in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Orochimaru has already understood the gap between him and Tatsu, definitely not a little bit. And in such a level of battle, Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobarama next to him were a little out of touch. Because both Tatsu and Senju Hashirama have a huge range of abilities, both Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobarama can barely keep up with their actions by using the Hiraishin technique. This difference is really big. The surrounding area has long since been turned into ruins, and there is a piece of powder everywhere. The original scene of birds singing and flowers fragrant has long been changed. This Raichi cave is shattered by the collapse of the mountains and the earth, all of which are shocked by this battle. At the same time, there were many serpents psychic around, and these serpents suffered countless casualties, all of which were killed by the aftermath of Chen's attack. Rivers of blood are already on the ground, especially everywhere. Were all the corpses of big snakes, making Orochimaru's complexion ugly. "Orochimaru, what are you doing here?" At this time, I only heard a low voice in the air, and I only saw a purple giant python with a length of several hundred meters. It is the psychic beast 10,000 snakes of Orochimaru. 1,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes broke out of the ground and emerged from the ground. The body was 100 meters tall, looking down at Chen and the others. 1,000 snakes is Orochimaru's strongest psychic beast, almost equivalent to Wentai, with a rather brutal personality and astonishing aura. At this time, Wan Shi still didn't understand what was going on. As soon as he appeared, he saw Chen and the others in a blink of an eye, and couldn't help but wonder, isn't this the kid from the Uchiha clan who came to Raichi Cave? During the Second Ninja World War, Orochimaru was also psychic to fight with 10,000 snakes, so 10,000 snakes knew Chen. Moreover, Wan Shi's impression of Chen is quite deep, and he knows how powerful Chen is. It's just that Wan Shi's character is extremely arrogant and cruel by nature. When he said Chen's name, he was very casual, and the tone made Chen narrow his eyes. "Kid." Chen heard Wan Shi said this. She glanced at Wan Shi coldly. At this time, Chen used the gravitational force of his left eye. Chen's right eye is Amaterasu, and his left eye controls gravity. He can control gravity at will, and even has the ability to tear space apart. In an instant, Chen is facing Wan Wan. The snake used its space-tearing ability, only to see the 10,000 snakes scream, and then saw a strong pressure hit the tail part of the 10,000 snakes, causing the 10,000 snakes to scream, and the tail directly broke. Chen's right eye controlled the gravity. It is similar to Kamui, but it is stronger than Kamui. With such a strong ability, it is not difficult to break the tail of the snake. 10,000 snakes screamed again and again. I did not expect that Chen would shoot in vain. 10,000 snakes rolled back and forth on the ground, sweeping frantically, and all the boulders on the ground were blasted, showing how painful it was for 10,000 snakes. Chen said indifferently, "Wan Snake, this is a lesson for you to be rude. If there is another time, I will directly kill you." Stewed snake soup. Wan Snake rolled on the ground in pain, and finally realized that the Chen in front of him was definitely not something that he could provoke, so he rolled back and forth on the ground with endless pain. Wan Snake behaved very miserably, which made Orochimaru also discolored. After all, Wan Snake is Orochimaru's most beloved psychic beast. Seeing the Wan Snake become like this made Orochimaru also full of anger. But Orochimaru looked at Chen with fear and did not dare to move. "Who the hell is it? I am so wild in Raichi Cave." However, I saw a voice coming. This voice was extremely domineering, with a violent chakra, but this was not an ordinary chakra, but a pure sage art chakra. The voice was full of anger, as if dealing with Chen. Hearing this voice, Orochimaru's face was overjoyed, and he was saved. It's the White Snake Immortal from Raichi Cave. Please give Phailu an automatic reward to remind you. 526 The most special existence in the ninja world. With the sound, Chen Yi finally saw the person who came. I only saw that when a guy with a snake body and a human face appeared in front of Chen, it was not clear whether it was a human or a snake. It is somewhat similar to Kabuto, the big snake using Sage Mode in the original book. With horns on his head, he looks a bit ferocious, and his tone is domineering and arrogant. White Snake Immortal. This one is the immortal in Raichi Cave. Like the Great Toad Immortal, this White Snake Immortal is at the same level as the Great Toad Immortal. It is said in Raichi Cave that it occupies Raichi Cave, one of the 3 sacred places in the ninja world. Immortal White Snake, you finally appeared. Even Orochimaru respects the White Snake Immortal. Orochimaru once asked the White Snake Immortal to teach sage art, but his own sage art does not have much master, and is only in the entry stage. Seeing the appearance of the White Snake Immortal, Orochimaru was overjoyed. The White Snake Immortal is also a Grandmaster sage art, and can definitely pose a threat to the current Chen. In this way, at least it can also deal with Chen. That's what Orochimaru is thinking at the moment. After all, Senju Tobirama's hands were crippled and could not be recovered, and he was basically crippled in battle. And Namikaze Minato can't intervene in the battle between Chen and Senju Hashirama, and in the current situation, he can only rely on the White Snake Immortal. White Snake Fairy. Chen glanced at the White Snake Immortal, and said indifferently, "Finally, there is a person who can stand on the stage, but Orochimaru, are you planning to fight on wheels?" Chen understood Orochimaru's thoughts at a glance, and couldn't help sneering. "Orochimaru, it looks like he wants to drag this fight out." But Chen doesn't matter. After reaching the 6 paths level, although Chen's chakra volume is not inexhaustible, it is still easy to support these few battles. However, Orochimaru is so careful with Chen, it seems that it is impossible not to teach Orochimaru a lesson. "Orochimaru, do you think you have learned the art of immortality, so I really can't do anything about you?" Chen knows the 3 caves of Orochimaru's cunning rabbits, and even more about Orochimaru's Grandmaster's life-saving technique, and he is extremely cautious by nature. But Chen sneered and thought of a way to deal with Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I will not kill you, I will seal you and imprison you forever, and see what happens to you." When Orochimaru heard this, his face changed. This was indeed the most terrible punishment for him. If it is really sealed by Chen, then it would be better to die. Orochimaru thought of this, his expression changed several times, his eyes showed a strong look of fear, and he was thinking about how to get out. And Chen is not willing to let go of the big one so easily, but at least let Orochimaru feel the lesson and take off a layer of skin. Chen shouted coldly, and when he turned, there was an amazing power. The Tiankong Yunjian in his hand moved and slashed directly, rolling up a layer of steaming waves, and chakra roared out, attacking Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes showed a single intention, feeling the terrifying bursts, and quickly shouted, "First Hokage, White Snake Immortal, save me." While speaking, the White Snake Immortal took the lead. Senpo, Sage Art, White Snake Wheel. But when she saw the White Snake Immortal open her mouth, she shouted loudly. This is the first time Chen has seen the authentic sage art of the three holy lands in the ninja world, and the sage art of the White Snake Immortal is also extremely powerful, which completely makes Chen feel astonished. Chen had never seen the sage art of the Great Toad Immortal before, even in the place of the Great Toad Immortal. This was the first time Chen had seen the sage art of the White Snake Immortal, and he didn't know how strong he was. The strength of the White Snake Immortal should at least be comparable to that of Uchiha Madara. After all, as the strongest of the three holy lands, he also possesses Sage Mode, so the strength of the White Snake Immortal is at least comparable to that of Uchiha Madara. Who can use Sage Mode is weak. In particular, the White Snake Immortal is still the strongest in Raichi Cave, which is much stronger than the two immortals in the original book, Zima and Shenzuo, and their strength is extraordinary. Senpo, Sage Art, White Snake Wheel. I only saw a huge Uzumaki formed in the air. This Uzumaki kept spinning like a big wheel, bursting out with amazing power, fully displayed, and the surrounding air was blasting and tearing. The madness retreats, the powerful force resists the power of Chen, and it is extremely terrifying. Around, a stream of air swirled and exploded, sage art spread everywhere, and the aftermath burst, causing the surrounding peaks to collapse, the valleys to rise, the mountains to fall, and the holy light was revealed, illuminating the sky and the earth. The terrifying power between the two is on full display. The loud noise continued, the airflow and Uzumaki swept, and when the two collided, it seemed that even the entire space of Raichi Cave was shaken, and countless large snakes were crawling on the ground, as if they had seen the Supreme Being, shivering. Express submission. After a long time, the power of the two dissipated. Chen glanced at the White Snake Immortal and felt that the White Snake Immortal's strength still seemed to be above his imagination. It really deserves to be the White Snake Immortal. The three holy lands can't be underestimated. Each of them is the most special existence. No wonder it has continued from the beginning of the ninja world to the present. Chen whispered. The White Snake Immortal is the most violent among the three immortals. After he fought Chen, he also felt Chen's huge and terrifying power. Looking at Chen's eyes, he felt that it was the legendary Six-Tomo Rinnegan. White Snake Immortal looked at Chen with a very complicated expression. I never imagined that I would see such an existence. Your strength is one of the strongest I have ever seen in my life, and it is very close to the Six Paths Immortal back then. White Snake Immortal had also seen the Six Paths Immortal, and after seeing Chen at this time, he couldn't help but judge. If it was someone else, with the fiery temper of the White Snake Immortal, the White Snake Immortal would have already killed the guy who dared to make a fuss about Raichi Cave to the point of scum. But in the face of Chen's terrifying strength, the White Snake Immortal had no confidence. 527 I want to kill you, who can stop me? As expected of the White Snake Immortal. Chen said lightly, the strength is extraordinary, which makes me a little bit jealous. Pity, although your strength is strong, it's still 1 point off. Chen said lightly. The White Snake Immortal remained silent, as if tacitly agreeing to Chen's words. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, his face was blue and white, he did not expect Chen's strength to reach this level, and it was far beyond Orochimaru's imagination. White Snake Immortal him. However, seeing Orochimaru looking at Chen silently, thinking in his heart, it seems that even the White Snake Immortal may not be Chen's opponent, admitting that Chen's strength is close to the legendary Six Paths Immortal. Orochimaru himself was so frightened that he secretly said, "In the future, you must not provoke Chen at will, otherwise it will be really dangerous." Of course, the premise is that he can hide from the White Snake Immortal this time and stop talking, but his eyes flicker slightly, as if he is thinking about something. A long time, the White Snake Immortal said, "Not necessarily, my Senpo sage art, plus the Senpo sage art of the Mokudan wood-style ninja in front of me, may not be able to pose a threat to you." White Snake Immortal also looked at Chen, and there was a fire in his eyes. Chen entered the Raichi cave and stirred the Raichi cave upside down, making the White Snake Immortal also angry, and wanted to teach Chen a lesson. White Snake Immortal glanced at Senju Hashirama. The White Snake Immortal could perceive the extraordinary strength of Senju Hashirama. If the two joined forces, they might really be able to suppress the person in front of him. "Young man, trespassing on the three holy lands, even the original Six Paths Immortal never did this. I will make you pay the price today." The White Snake Immortal's tone was full of anger and said lightly, "Raichi Cave is amazing. It's not like I haven't been to Mount Myoboku. It's good if it's different." Chen said lightly, "You actually broke into Mount Myoboku." Immortal White Snake's expression changed. "That old toad didn't make it difficult for you." White Snake Immortal is really a bit puzzling. Chen actually broke into Mount Myoboku, and looking at it like this, it seems that there is nothing at all. "Mount Myoboku is different from you, a cheapskate who treats me as a guest." Chen said, took out the Six Paths Immortal's token and raised it. The token that the Six Paths Immortal gave him the last time was always in Chen's hand. I only saw Chen holding the token in his hand. This token exudes a simple and mysterious aura. The aura is mysterious and mysterious, with a supreme feeling. This is... White Snake Immortal was stunned for a moment, and suddenly stared at the token, with a strong look of shock flashing in his eyes. Shock flashed in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal. Ming felt a quaint and mysterious power from this token, which is the unique breath of the Six Paths Immortal. The White Snake Immortal also met with the Six Paths Immortal, and of course has a deep understanding of the Six Paths Immortal image. It's true. A flash of light flashed in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal. Shocked, he said in astonishment, "You actually have the Six Paths Immortal's token. Who are you, and what is your relationship with the Six Paths Immortal?" Immortal White Snake was extremely shocked and felt that Chen was extraordinary. Chen smiled. "Oh, do you actually recognize this thing?" That's right, this is the token of the Six Paths Immortal." Hearing what the White Snake Immortal said, seeing Orochimaru and the others were all stunned for a while, with a look of incomparable astonishment in their eyes, completely shocked, looking at Chen. Hearing what the White Snake Immortal said, Chen is actually related to the Six Paths Immortal. What happened? Orochimaru was in a cold sweat, and finally had some kind of guess. No wonder Chen is so scary and terrifying, and his strength has grown so powerfully. Could it be that it is clear that the reincarnation of the legendary Six Paths Fairy cannot blame Orochimaru's confusion? After all, Chen has always shown the strength is too strong. If Chen is the reincarnation of the Six Paths Fairy, then everything has a reasonable explanation. The thought of him provoking the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage made Orochimaru feel a tingle in his heart, and a strange feeling. Senju Hashirama looked at Tatsu with surprise, and Namikaze Minato too. They all looked at Tatsu, quite shocked. Six Paths Immortal Chen is actually related to Six Paths Immortal. Namikaze Minato doesn't even know. He feels as if he can't see through this dear friend more and more. Hearing that Chen was actually related to the Six Paths Immortal, everyone was silent, and it was a shock. And Orochimaru directly and subconsciously thought that Chen was the reincarnation of the Six Paths Immortal, and he scared himself a lot. Chen saw Orochimaru's pale face, a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes, and said lightly, "Orochimaru, you have troubled me over and over again. I must teach you a lesson today. If you thought I was going to kill you, the White Snake Immortal and Senju Hashirama could stop you." Between the words, Chen has already started. Senju Hashirama and the white snake immortal changed color instantly. In an instant, I saw Chen's Senluo domain open, and at the same time Chen's 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball turned into weapons, and the yin and yang escape power in the Gudodama truth-seeking ball was stimulated. Out, a coercion that opened up the heavens and the earth showed. The yin and yang were constantly fused and mixed, and the forces rose up and circled and grew stronger. In an instant, the yin and yang escape became a divine weapon. The whole body was pitch black, like a black jade, but it was extraordinarily powerful. I only saw that this divine weapon was almost 2 people tall, black as ink, and the patterns were intertwined like twists and turns, but it exuded a little luster, radiant light, and condensed a strong formidable power, even making it impossible to look at. This is the sword of the Tianju spear. At this time, Immortal White Snake's expression suddenly changed, and he felt a powerful force, which seemed to come violently, making Immortal White Snake focus in Chen's hands. His complexion changed greatly, and he was completely shocked. As soon as the sword of the spear of Tianju heard these words, everyone's expressions changed, and they all remembered the legendary thing. Something went wrong at home. My sister has been out of contact for several days. I can't contact her. I'm looking for someone, so the update may be a little unstable. Say hello to everyone first. It may be fine. 528 The first artifact that opened up the world. The Amana Spear is famous in the ninja world. It is said that the 6 Paths Immortals used this artifact to open up the world. It is said that the Sky Marsh Spear has the power to destroy the sky and the earth, and its power is extraordinary. It can be called the first artifact in the Hokage world. At this time, Chen's hand was holding the Tien Swamp Spear. His eyes were burning, showing a bit of indifference, and he looked at everyone coldly, but the Tien Swamp Spear seemed to contain the power of yin and yang, gathering and erupting. Even if it was close to the Tien Swamp Spear, you can feel a huge pressure. In the original work, after Obito became 6 Paths, he once used the power of yin and yang to condense the Tianju Spear. In fact, the Skymarsh Spear is a special artifact, and is the artifact used by 6 Paths to open up the world. It is naturally extraordinary. The Master's powerful thoughts will be condensed on the sword attached to the Tianju Spear to create a spiritual sword, and the manipulation of the Tianquan Spear also requires firm belief. However, because Obito in the original book did not give up his dream of becoming a Hokage, and shook his determination to destroy the world, the Amana Spear was automatically shattered. As for Chen, he used the yin and yang escape to transform the sword of the Tianju Spear. This shows that Chen's thoughts were integrated into the yin and yang escape, forming this, the Sword of the Soul, and forming this super artifact. As soon as this artifact that opened up the world came out, the audience was shocked. Orochimaru, in particular, was immediately shocked. His eyes flashed with a thick color of consternation. He could feel the destructive Kamui contained in the sword of Tianju Spear. In comparison, his own Kusanagi sword was simply scum. Orochimaru thought to himself. Chen's Skymarsh Spear sword is extremely powerful, and it is like the Kusanagi sword, which makes Orochimaru feel stunned. This Skymarsh Spear sword Chen holds the Skymarsh Spear sword in his hand, and can feel the majestic sword of the Skymarsh Spear. The momentum and power, the earth-shattering pressure hit, let everyone feel the shocking power. Heavenly punishment of Amana. When Chen moved at will, he saw the sword of the Tianju Spear burst out with decisive power, and stabbed Orochimaru directly. In an instant, with a decisive force, the vitality in Orochimaru's own body disappeared instantly. Orochimaru's body fell softly to the ground. Orochimaru's pupils dilated, and he fell to the ground, already dead. Even Orochimaru was unable to withstand the terrifying blow and died instantly. Orochimaru, die. I saw Orochimaru's body fell to the ground and turned into small white snakes, crawling around and retreating. These small white snakes climbed everywhere, and Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw it, and the Amaterasu in Chen's eyes fire erupted. Amaterasu burned the little white snakes, and all the little snakes died. These little snakes are all big distractions, so after Yi Nan burned all these little snakes, Orochimaru was apparently dead. However, Chen knew that, if things were so simple, Orochimaru had many unexpected ways of resurrecting, and even the curse was one of them. As long as someone has it, Orochimaru can be resurrected with the power of the curse mark. Orochimaru is already dead on the surface, and this time Orochimaru has been severely damaged, and it will definitely be sluggish for a long time, and it will definitely not dare to ask Chen for trouble. Pretty sure of this. After Chen killed Orochimaru, he turned his attention to Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato again. Even after Senju Hashirama and others died, after Orochimaru, Impure World Reincarnation did not disappear, which is also the powerful performance of Impure World Reincarnation. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato still feel the power of Impure World Reincarnation, but they are no longer bound by Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato glanced at Tatsu, with a complicated expression. Damn, boy. A mortal white snake looked at Chen, and there was a coldness in his eyes, also with a bit of indifference. His eyes almost burst out with fire, and a strong anger flashed in a mortal white snake's eyes. Chen actually killed Orochimaru in front of the white snake immortal. This is literally hitting the white snake immortal's face. The white snake immortal felt like her face was going to be swelled up. Just now, she swore that she would threaten Chen, but now it's just helpless. Watching Chen kill Orochimaru in front of him. A mortal white snake opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but after seeing Chen's hand holding the sword of Tianju spear, there was no sound again, and there was a strong look of fear in her eyes. Who would have thought that Chen actually had such strength at this moment, and also condensed the sword of the Tianju spear? Not to mention the power of this artifact, the name alone is enough to scare people to death. Okay. This is the Six Paths Fairy, the first divine weapon that created the world. The legend of this divine sword has spread all over the ninja world, making the white snake immortals have to be afraid. Senju Hashirama sighed even more and said, "What a pity, Uchiha Chen, you were supposed to be our companion. If you can become the Hokage of Konoha, it will definitely bring the whole of Konoha to an unprecedented prosperity, and it is Konoha who is sorry for you." Senju Hashirama looked at Chen, sighed softly, shook his head, and his eyes were full of admiration for Chen. Senju Tobirama was silent, and stopped talking on the side. Your Impure World Reincarnation should be disbanded soon, and that guy Orochimaru should not be dead. Chen said lightly. Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato were stunned when they heard Tatsu's words. Senju Hashirama's eyes showed a hint of understanding, that the young man named Orochimaru has a fantastic idea, but unfortunately he didn't use it on the right path, otherwise it would be a great tool. Not everyone is Senju Hashirama's. Chen said lightly, and his words were full of admiration for Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama was stunned when he heard this, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his words were gentle again. Uchiha Chen, I don't know if you are interested in being a Hokage. 529 Uchiha Chen, be a Hokage. Do you want to be Hokage? Senju Hashirama looked at Chen seriously. Senju Hashirama looked at Tatsu seriously, as if he was really thinking about the possibility of this matter, and could see that Senju Hashirama was serious and wanted to entrust the Konoha village to Tatsu. Lien Chen was stunned for a moment when he said this, and he couldn't help but sigh at Senju Hashirama's arrogance. Senju Hashirama, this guy has such arrogance. Brother, you're crazy. Hokage is the most important leader in the village. How could he let the Uchiha clan get the better of him? People do it. Other hand, Senju Tobirama immediately got up and retorted after hearing this. Senju Tobirama keeps saying that Senju Hashirama is crazy. Senju Hashirama frowned and scolded. Tobirama, do you still have this kind of prejudice? The Senju family or the Uchiha family, what's the difference between the two? As long as it's good for the village, it's fine. Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Senju Tobirama tried to defend himself, but was directly stopped by Senju Hashirama's stern eyes. And Namikaze Minato looked at Tatsu with a little hope, and seemed to hope that Tatsu would join Konoha and come back again. Uchiha-chan, your strength, resourcefulness, and talent are all the best, and you are definitely the best candidate for Hokage. If you agree to be Hokage, we'll go back to the village right now, just in time for 3 generations of Hokage to die. I believe that Tobirama and I are still very prestigious. If the 3 of us jointly recommend you to be Hokage, the people in the village will not refuse. Senju Hashirama looked at Chen with a sincere expression and said softly. Chen could feel Senju Hashirama's completely selfless mood, and Chen couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment, surprised at Senju Hashirama's attitude. Senju Hashirama is indeed the man who ended the chaos of the Sengoku era and created Konoha village in one fell swoop. Chen was overwhelmed with emotion, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and looked at Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama thought Chen was hesitant and said, Uchiha Chen, please believe me, I am absolutely serious. With your current strength, you can definitely be the best candidate. I heard that you were also famous in the ninja world and Konoha village before. Far and wide, I'm sure the people of Konoha won't resist you either. Not to mention, if Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato all 3 strongly recommend Tatsu, then Tatsu could really become Hokage. After all, now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, Konoha village is facing the biggest problem, and no one can inherit the position of Hokage. It can be said that the entire village has fallen into the most critical situation. Under such circumstances, if Chen returned, it would be a life-saving straw, and there must be a large number of people who would be happy to see such a situation. Namikaze Minato's eyes also lit up and said, Chen, we will fully support you. The white snake immortal watched from a distance, her eyes twinkling and intertwined. Unexpectedly things would develop unexpectedly. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Chen had a tendency to shake hands and make peace. The white snake fairy is secretly moved and looks annoyed. Angrily, he always looked at Tatsu and Senju Hashirama with a silent expression. Chen smiled and glanced at Senju, and suddenly said bluntly, I refuse. Refuse. In a word, let Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato all look at Chen. I really don't understand why Chen refused. However, seeing Chen looking at Senju Hashirama, he said softly, Senju Hashirama, I have to admit that the conditions you offered are indeed very generous, but for me, I already don't care. Hokage, Konoha, or glory, power, I don't care. Still care about these things after I achieve 6 paths. For me, no matter. Konoha or Hokage, it's just passing by. Chen looked at Senju Hashirama. The 9 Gudodama truth-seeking ball on his body spun back and forth, showing his astonishing strength. Senju Hashirama sighed lightly. It is indeed such a card. Chen can reach the strength of 6 paths. How can he care that other people can have such strength? Chen has proved everything. The only thing Chen still has in mind at the moment is to pursue the supreme power, achieve the strongest power, and surpass Kagaya. Other things, especially Hokage, Chen really doesn't like it. Plan, he deliberately got rid of the 3 generations through the hand of Orochimaru, and finally let Tsunade take the position and become Hokage. After Tsunade became Hokage and took control of Konoha, it was actually the same as Tatsuya Konoha Master in his hand. So, facing Senju Hashirama's words, Chen chose to refuse without hesitation. Hokage, Chen doesn't care anymore. Chen. Namikaze Minato sighed lightly, with a look of pity in his eyes, sighed softly, and said, Chen, if you can become Hokage, you can solve the current situation in Konoha village now, isn't that bad? Namikaze Minato is Tatsu's best friend, and he is the one who wants Tatsu back to Konoha village the most. Namikaze Minato also sincerely said, Chen, you are stronger than me. If you become Hokage, you will definitely become the strongest Hokage in all generations, and you will also be able to develop Konoha. But Chen shook his head. Isn't there Tsunade in the village? I'll leave this matter to Tsunade. Anyway, she's still the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Tsunade. Senju Hashirama's expression moved slightly, remembering Tsunade the last time he saw him. The last time Orochimaru channeled Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama out to deal with Chen, that time Senju Hashirama also met Tsunade. Senju Hashirama thought of this, and also showed a bit of emotion. We are really old, Tsunade, she has grown up, I can stand alone. While feeling emotional, Senju Hashirama said, Uchiha Chen, it seems that our battle can only end here. We have to go back to Konoha and stabilize the current situation of Konoha. Jang. 530 Please stop fighting. Open black lens bracket, tilde 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 close black lens bracket. Chen narrowed his eyes and said lightly, really? That's a pity, Senju Hashirama. It's a pity not to be in the same era as you, it's a pity. Thank you for the compliment. Senju Hashirama also took a deep look at Chen and said, this is also my honor. I met Uchiha Madara, and he misses you very much. Chen suddenly chuckled and said. Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. It's impossible that you have seen Uchiha Madara. After the Battle of the Valley of the End, I was with him. Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment and looked at Shang Chen. Chen smiled mysteriously and said softly, you will know when the time comes, and you will meet again. What are you? Senju Hashirama also found that he couldn't see through the Uchiha Chen in front of him at all. He knew what was going on. Senju Hashirama looked at Chen in shock, with disbelief in his eyes. Senju Tobarama sneered and said, stop making an alarmist statement, Uchiha-chan, what you said is absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara was killed by my elder brother long ago, how could he still be alive, and how could you have seen him? Senju Tobarama, you are too naive. Chen glanced at Senju Tobarama, ignored Senju Tobarama, looked at Senju Tobarama as if he was looking at ants, making Senju Tobarama even more annoyed. Damn. Senju Tobarama was directly despised by Chen's eyes, and felt even more upset. Chen shrugged, ignoring Senju Tobarama, but turned to look at Namikaze Minato, and said, Minato, don't worry, your son Uzumaki Naruto, I will help you take care of one or two. When Namikaze Minato heard Chen say this, he immediately nodded, and nodded heavily. Then thank you, Chen, I should be grateful to you no matter what. Why so? Chen smiled, and was not as polite as Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato said, you must also take care of yourself. This time I can be released by impure world reincarnation, and I can see Konoha and you again. I am also satisfied. Namikaze Minato sighed softly, sighed with emotion, and sighed in his heart. Seeing Namikaze Minato's sighing expression, Chen's mouth also showed a smile, and said softly, Naruto is living a good life now, I will take care of him a lot. Excuse you. This time we say goodbye, and I don't know when we will see each other again. But seeing Namikaze Minato sighed with emotion, Chen smiled and said mysteriously, there will be a chance. Chen's words contained deep meaning, because he also knew very well that in a short while, he would indeed meet Namikaze Minato and others again. But by then, I'm afraid it will be after Obito. Chen narrowed his eyes. This day will not come too late, and Chen is only in the future, no longer far away. Well, I just hope I can finally see Naruto again. But I heard Namikaze Minato say. Chen smiled. Yes. Namikaze Minato left in an instant, and Chen's mouth also showed a slight smile. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato are all planning to return to Konoha while the effect of impure world reincarnation has not been lifted, and take over the overall situation of Konoha. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato are all ready to leave, and Chen doesn't plan to keep Raichi Cave. After all, Raichi Cave doesn't matter to Chen at all. At this time, the White Snake Immortal shouted, wait. Oh, Immortal White Snake, I don't know what else to teach you. Chen glanced at the White Snake Immortal. Not far from the White Snake Immortal, Wan Shi was rolling on the ground, dying and bleeding all over the place. Obviously, after Chen cut off his tail, Wan Shi was also seriously injured. Immortal White Snake's eyes were full of anger at this time, looking at Chen coldly, with a strong anger. Raichi Cave is a place where you can come and go whenever you want. A mortal white snake looked at Chen coldly. You can't pretend to be a mortal white snake. Even if I treat you as a decoration, what can you do to me? Chen Wei smiled and said lightly. You can help me. Chen's words are full of domineering, indifferent voice, making the white snake immortal even more angry, completely shocked. You! White snake immortal roared, you can't leave today so easily. The white snake immortal was also provoked by Chen, and the annoyance in his eyes kept flashing. So it seems that you want me to dismantle you, Raichi Cave. Chen said lightly. Between the words, a strong pressure emerged, and Chen said lightly, Seal of Senluo. The big hand that suppressed Senju Hashirama's Mokuden wood style appeared again, falling from the sky and falling straight down. The palm of this big hand almost contained everything, even the master of yin and yang, life and death, and exploded. Out! A mortal white snake hurriedly used sage art to resist. Senpo, sage art, the door of reincarnation. The gate of reincarnation. I only saw a gate similar to Rashomon appeared on the earth. This gate resisted Chen's attack, and the white snake fairy showed great strength. However, under the pressure of Chen's seal of Senluo, he saw that the seal of Senluo had a breath of life. Life and death, yin and yang seemed to be condensed in the hand, and a terrifying force erupted, causing the white snake fairy to vomit blood. Flew upside down hundreds of meters in an instant. And Raichi Cave was a landslide, and countless large snakes died, and the 10,000 snakes shivered with fear. At this time, this brutal psychic beast also screamed, Please don't fight, if you fight again, the whole Raichi Cave will be destroyed. It's going to blow up. The power of the seal of Senluo was verified, even the white snake immortal could not resist it, and flew out backwards, blood gushing wildly. White snake immortal turned pale and shouted, Uchiha Chen, you wait, Raichi Cave, will not let you go. Okay, I'll wait for you and see what you can do. Chen's voice came, and the person had already drifted away. 531 Goodbye Tsunade, Battle of Hokage. Chen's figure has drifted away and disappeared in this place. In the Raichi Cave, there is a crashing sound everywhere. Countless psychic beasts and snakes have been killed and injured, and the snakes all fell to the ground, blood flowing into rivers. This day is simply a disastrous day for Raichi Cave. The countless large snakes in Raichi Cave have suffered countless casualties, and I deeply remember this nightmarish name. Uchiha Chen. Especially one snake. It was so painful that it kept rolling on the ground and kept rolling, and no longer had the arrogant demeanor before. Obviously, Chen gave it the biggest lesson. 10,000 snakes rolled and wailed on the ground, and Chen's figure had long since floated away. As for the white snake immortal, her eyes flickered even more. She looked slightly gloomy in the direction where Chen was going. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes, but there was nothing she could do about Chen. HMPH. It's really hateful. You think your strength has reached the level of 6 paths immortal. I can't do anything about you. Damn it. When I find the big toad immortal and the slug immortal, the 3 immortals will join forces, then see what you will do. A mortal white snake flashed thick anger in her eyes. She was extremely annoyed in her heart, and she was extremely disgusted with Chen. But the white snake immortal soon remembered something, and his eyes flashed, thinking of the big toad immortal and the slug immortal. Although Chen is currently strong, he is not invincible. If he can find these 2 immortals to join forces, it is enough to deal with Uchiha Chen. Even with the strength of the 6 paths level, the 3 immortals of the 3 holy lands in front of him will feel unusual pressure. White snake immortal thought for a while, her eyes flashed slightly, and she bit Kiba fiercely. In fact, the relationship between the white snake immortal, the big toad immortal and the slug immortal is not very good, and it can only be said that it is very ordinary, but in the face of the humiliation Chen brought him this time, the white snake immortal soon had a choice, and decided to have a relationship with the big one. The toad fairy and the slug fairy join forces. Seeing the corpses of the big snakes all over the ground, the white snake immortal was heartbroken. These big snakes are all his loyal subordinates, but they are all made into such a mess by Chen. It is really irritating. The white snake immortal is extremely angry. Chen didn't know anything about it, because he arrived at Konoha soon. Konoha Village. On the outskirts of Konoha, most of the place is now in ruins, with smoke billowing everywhere, and it is extremely depressed. Most of the buildings were collapsed, there were screams, and refugees from Konoha could be seen everywhere. The most conspicuous is the place where Chen used the Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. The Super Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign was released, forming a huge pit with a length of more than 10 miles, if not used by Senju Hashirama and others. If the 4 red sun formations resisted, then Konoha was really beaten by Chen alone. At this time, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Namikaze Minato were in charge of the Konoha situation, while Tatsuyasu was moving in his heart, ready to find Tsunade. Konoha is currently facing the toughest choice. The current situation is such that Dai Hokage died and most of Konoha was destroyed because of Tatsu and Senju Hashirama. The battle between Orochimaru and others is going through a difficult time right now. At present, Konoha's top priority is nothing else, but to elect a Hokage. That's right, to elect a Hokage. As the saying goes, a country cannot be without an owner. Without Hokage, the village of Konoha would be extremely dangerous, especially the surrounding Sunagakure village, Kumogakure village and other villages are eyeing. Konoha is facing one problem after another. Without Hokage, Konoha could easily fall into crisis again. Therefore, under such circumstances, the election of Hokage has become the primary issue. At present, the senior management of Konoha has entered into urgent discussions. There are 3 candidates for Hokage selected by everyone. 3. One is Jiraiya, who is currently the most vocal. There is no doubt about Jiraiya's strength, and he is also one of the 3 generations of direct disciples, one of the legendary Sannin, who is in his prime. The second is Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of Sannin, but in recent years Tsunade has been wandering outside and rarely appears in the village, so his voice is slightly weaker than Jiraiya. Moreover, Tsunade is also a daughter, and there has never been a woman in Hokage in all dynasties, so everyone still has some doubts, so Tsunade's voice is less. The third is Homura Mitokado. Homura Mitokado was previously a high-ranking officer of Konoha, one of the 2 elder advisors. After Chen killed Danzo, Homura Mitokado became the leader of the Root organization, replacing Danzo Master as the Root. These 3 are the current 3 candidates for Konoha Hokage. Chen also knew the current situation, so after learning of this situation, Chen immediately went to find Tsunade. This time Tsunade must be in. Chen instructed Orochimaru to kill the 3 generations of Hokage. One of the purposes is to make Tsunade successfully become the 5th generation of Hokage, and control the Konoha village in his hands. After all, Tsunade is her woman, how can she not do anything bad to Chen? At this point on, Chen is still very relieved. Chen thought for a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he quickly found where Tsunade was. Where Tsunade lives is hidden from others, but not from Chen. Chen found the place where Tsunade lived, but saw that it was a small courtyard. Since the Senju clan withered, Tsunade moved out of the Senju clan and lived in a city far away from the village, but it was still in the fire. Within the country. As soon as Chen arrived at the place where Tsunade lived, he smelled a faint smell of alcohol, and he could not help frowning. Tsunade, a woman, actually drank and smelled alcohol. Chen looked around, but couldn't find Tsunade's figure. With a move in my heart, I immediately thought of where Tsunade would definitely be. Casino. Tsunade's addiction to gambling is absolute. Tatsuya knows it very well, and this is a bad habit handed down from the first Hokage. Thinking of this, Chen quickly went to a nearby casino, and sure enough, he saw a familiar figure. 532. Every gamble will lose the big fat sheep. Open black lens bracket. Ask for a reward. Close black lens bracket. Chen soon found a nearby casino, and inside the casino, Chen finally saw Tsunade's long-lost figure. That's right, it's Tsunade. Time flies, but Tsunade's face doesn't seem to have changed at all. Not only because Tsunade stored chakra on his forehead, but also because Chen also taught Tsunade the wood spirit technique that he developed to keep his youth forever. It can be said that Tsunade is definitely in his 20s at this time. Mouth. The beauty of the peak is a bit more beautiful than the original. Long blonde hair, pretty face, exquisite and fascinating. I only saw Tsunade in the casino at this time, holding a wine bottle in one hand and a money box in the other. In front of Tsunade, there was a thick pile of banknotes. At the same time, there are piles of chips. In front of Tsunade were more than a dozen gamblers. From time to time, these gamblers focused their eyes in front of Tsunade. Their eyes flickered, their eyes were bright, and they looked at Tsunade as if they were looking at a big fat sheep. Tsunade looked around the field and said with a light snort, "I'm in a bad mood today. I borrowed a lot of money on purpose, and I want to win back everything I lost before." Master Tsunade. Shizune, the female disciple that Tsunade had accepted, looked at Tsunade and whispered to discourage him, but Tsunade turned a deaf ear, as if he didn't take it all in his eyes. Tsunade was sitting there aggressively, Shizune was holding the pink Yuhi-colored little fat pig and dolphin, and his heart was disturbed, with a completely frightened expression on his face. Shizune knew Tsunade's fiery temper the most. Shizune knew very well that once Tsunade got on the table, he would be a different person, not as calm as he used to be. There seems to be no one who can dissuade Tsunade-sama at the gaming table. Shizune sighed faintly, and secretly said, "I don't know how much Tsunade-sama will lose this time, ah." Tsunade's gambling luck can only be described in 4 words. Every gamble will be lost. Tsunade's gambling luck has always been back. To the extreme, every gamble will definitely be lost. How to win. However, Tsunade is a very strong and unconvincing character, so every time Tsunade loses a lot of money, he will borrow usury again, which makes Tsunade famous. These nearby gamblers see Tsunade, just like it's like looking at relatives. They affectionately refer to Tsunade as the legendary fat sheep. This time, without a doubt, Tsunade lost again. Shizune patted his forehead, and saw the chips on the table disappear in piles, and the banknotes disappeared in piles, which made Shizune whisper, "I know." The chips on the table quickly disappeared, but Tsunade's face became more and more ugly. This time Tsunade had borrowed a full 20 million, but it was about to lose everything. Tsunade was very unconvinced. He drank it violently, and said angrily, "Shizune, go and borrow 10 million for me, I want to exchange chips." Shizune was apprehensive and said, "Yes. Don't go soon." Tsunade rode. Shizune sighed, knowing that he was on the verge of gambling, and he couldn't stop him at this time, otherwise Master Tsunade would get angry, and the terrifying Shizune turned around and was ready to leave. Moment Shizune turned his head, he saw a young man walking slowly. This young man was wearing a black suit, handsome, especially his eyes, showing purple ripples, mysterious and mysterious. His handsome appearance and mysterious temperament were definitely something that Shizune had only seen in his life. Shizune's eyes moved slightly, and his focus was on the young man. The young man is of course Chen. This time also noticed Shizune, just chuckled and smiled at Shizune. Seeing Shizune stunned for a moment, Yuhi's dizziness appeared on his face. As if he didn't dare to meet Chen's eyes, he lowered his head slightly. Jing Otogakure couldn't help but whisper, "What a handsome man." "Shizune, what are you still doing? Don't hurry up and lend me money, but I want to exchange chips." Tsunade whispered. At this time, Chen smiled and finally said, "Tsunade, you are gambling again. Stop gambling, go home with me obediently." Chen's tone was somewhat domineering and irresistible. Shizune immediately showed a look of consternation, and looked up at Chen suddenly. His face changed. Someone dared to talk to Tsunade like this. This is simply flirt. But they were all taught a lesson by Tsunade, and no one dared to provoke Tsunade since then. Shizune, who was in front of him, covered his eyes, as if he had met Chen's fate. He must have been beaten tragically by Tsunade-sama's terrifying power, but the scene that followed was completely beyond Shizune's imagination. When Tsunade heard Chen's voice, it was as if he heard something inconceivable, and he turned his head sharply, staring at Chen, his eyes full of surprise. Why are you here? Tsunade's voice turned out to be a gentleness she hadn't noticed herself. Shizune was immediately stunned. What rhythm is this? When have you ever seen Tsunade-sama speak to someone in such a gentle tone? The fire of the 8 trigrams in Shizune's eyes was burning, and he looked at Tatsu, then immediately looked at Tsunade, and immediately at Tatsu. Yes. It's so tricky, it's definitely tricky. Chen coughed and said softly, I'll pick you up, Konoha, the seat of Hokage is currently vacant, I want you to go back with me. Tsunade threw the wine bottle in his hand, and pushed the chips in his hand, and he didn't care about the things at the gaming table, without even looking at the gaming table, and said softly to Chen, okay, let's go. Well. Tsunade directly held Chen's hand, the table was sluggish, and all these gamblers were speechless. What did they see? Tsunade, who has always been fair to any man, was like a docile sheep in front of the man in front of him. Shizune was even more bleeding in his heart, and said silently, it's such a pity, is it actually Tsunade-sama's man, woo woo woo. 533 Hokage for you. Tsunade and Chen walked together, and the two left the casino and went outside the casino. At this time, I saw Shizune following along, quietly pricked up his ears, hugged the piggy pig, and looked at Chen stupidly, as if he wanted to see what happened to Chen and Tsunade. But seeing Tsunade snuggling next to Chen, he whispered, Chen, why haven't you come to see me all this time? Tsunade asked. Chen smiled. In fact, Chen wanted to find Tsunade during this period of time, but there were always delays, so Chen and Tsunade really didn't meet a few times. But Chen knew Tsunade's heart. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He held Tsunade's hand apologetically, and said softly, thank you, Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, but his expression was softer, while Shizune beside him had a hellish expression. Anyway, she had never seen Tsunade-sama cover up. A strong character will also encounter such a situation. Tsunade looked at Chen and said in a low voice, what the hell are you saying about the position of Hokage hanging in the air? At this time, Tsunade didn't know the news of the death of the third Hokage, and immediately looked at Chen with a little doubt. Chen briefly recounted the matter. Upon hearing the news of Hokage's death, Tsunade's eyes flashed with shock, and when he heard the news of Orochimaru, he shook his head slightly. 3 generations of Hokage actually died, so now it's me, Jiraiya and Homura Mitokado competing for the position of Hokage. Tsunade rode. Chen nodded lightly and said softly, that's right, that's right, the 3 of you are currently competing for the position of Hokage. Among them, Jiraiya, I don't think I want to be a Hokage, and he is likely to give up. In fact, in theory, Jiraiya is definitely the best candidate to be Hokage, but Jiraiya herself doesn't really want to be Hokage. The reason is very simple. Jiraiya has always felt guilty about Orochimaru leaving Konoha but failed to stop it, so he hasn't had quite the Hokage idea. Otherwise, after the death of Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya can be Hokage completely, and there is no need to continue to be Hokage for 3 generations. Therefore, Jiraiya himself does not have a strong desire to be Hokage. Although Jiraiya is the most suitable candidate for Konoha at present, he himself does not want to be. Even Jiraiya has a great possibility to recommend Tsunade as Hokage as in the original. After all, Jiraiya's feelings for Tsunade are needless to say. It's no secret that Jiraiya has always liked Tsunade. Just that Jiraiya likes Tsunade, but she is a little frivolous, so Tsunade hates it for a while. I know, I'll try to be, so I can help you, right? Tsunade rode. Yeah, but I'll tell you first, things are a bit more complicated for Konoha right now. Chen coughed and said. Ah. Tsunade looked at Chen in confusion. But seeing Chen Dao, at present, Yi, is the situation where the three Hokage are gathered together. Orochimaru used a ninjutsu called Impure World Reincarnation to summon the three Hokages, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama and Suiman, and these three Hokages are currently in the village. Take charge. Chen said truthfully. Impure World Reincarnation. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Hearing Tatsu's words, he felt completely unbelievable. Of course, Tsunade knew about Impure World Reincarnation. She met Senju Hashirama because of the ninjutsu of Impure World Reincarnation. But this time Orochimaru went too far, and actually directly channeled three Hokage Chen. Well, you will know when you go. Well, no matter what. How, I must become Hokage. The Tsunade at this time is completely different from the decadent Tsunade in the original book. Today's Tsunade wants to be a Hokage for Chen's sake. It is completely different from the original book where she didn't want to be a Hokage at all. Under such circumstances, Chen was also moved, because Chen knew very well that everything Tsunade did was because of him. Chen glanced at Tsunade, and his face became softer. Although he didn't speak, he had a soft feeling towards Tsunade. Then let's go. Tsunade is also impatient, and after being warm with Tatsu for a while, he left quickly and went to Konoha with Tatsu. Konoha village was much more peaceful at this time. The Impure World Reincarnation of Senju Hashirama and others has not been cancelled, which made Tatsu puzzled. Could it be that Orochimaru is really dead? In the presence of Senju Hashirama and others, Konoha village finally gradually has the backbone. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato all maintain the stability of Konoha. And Tsunade went to the village. At this time, Jiraiya, who has been traveling all over the world, has finally returned. Jiraiya, Tsunade, the two Sannin, both appeared in the village, Konoha village, and finally began to recover gradually. Everything that was destroyed began to be rebuilt. Tsunade, Jiraiya and others returned to Konoha. They first met three Hokages including Senju Hashirama. Chen has been following behind Tsunade from beginning to end, watching everything silently. Although Senju Hashirama and others are members of the Impure World Reincarnation, there is no doubt that they have made contributions to Konoha, and the people of Konoha also believe in the three. And the strength of Senju Hashirama's 3x3 has also been recognized, so the entire Konoha high level is currently dominated by 3x3. They are discussing the issue of Hokage candidates right now. Just as Chen expected, Jiraiya first expressed that he did not want to be a Hokage, and asked everyone to give up the position of Hokage to Tsunade. In the case that Jiraiya does not want to be Hokage, Hokage naturally falls into Tsunade without any suspense, and Tsunade has become the 5th generation of Hokage. Please automatically reward the heir. 534 A different ninja world, a quietly changed plot. Tsunade became the 5th generation of Hokage, and Chen also played a role in it, especially Chen's remarks to Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, which made Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato agree with Tsunade as Hokage, and Kaharu Udatane, the elders of Konoha. Although there were quite a few criticisms in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. Could only watch the arrival of the Fire Nation's daimyo, and officially appointed Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Daimyo and Hokage is actually quite special. The daimyo is equivalent to the head of state of each country, but it is only the head of state in name, but most of the power status is in the hands of the master of each country. Especially the military power, all the ninjas are under the control of the shadows. Under such circumstances, these heads of states are no different from puppets. Tsunade became the Hokage, becoming the most eye-catching existence in Konoha at present, and the 5th-generation Hokage Shadow Rock that belongs to him is also under construction. From the 1st Hokage to the 5th Hokage, Konoha village went through a long process, and finally came to Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage. After Tsunade became Hokage, as soon as the news was announced, the village became much more stable. The whole village seemed to have a backbone, and everyone agreed that Tsunade was Hokage. Congratulations, Tsunade, the first female Hokage in Konoha history. Chen stood by Tsunade's side at this time, smiled, took Tsunade's hand, and said softly. Although the situation is different from the original, with the interference of Senju Hashirama and other 3 people, the final result is still the same. Tsunade became the 5th Hokage. After Tsunade became Hokage, the whole person is completely different, and it also exudes a different brilliance, which seems to become more moving. Tsunade is originally different from ordinary little girl type girls. Tsunade is a strong woman type, only in front of Chen will she show the side of a little woman. That's actually the case. Tsunade faced Chen, pulled Chen's arm lightly, and chuckled. It's just a coincidence, and you also know that I don't have the ambition to be a Hokage. On the contrary, I just want to help you. That's it. Tsunade is well aware that Tatsu is currently doing something big, so Tsunade's idea is just to help Tatsu. It's that simple. The current Chen is indeed in need. Help, and temporarily maintain the stability of the ninja world, so that he can develop and have prospects. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Chen's mouth. What are you going to do next? Tsunade looked at Chen and said, your idea is to unify the world of ninjas, but with your current strength, wouldn't you have been able to unify the world long ago? Why is it so troublesome? Tsunade knew of Chen's thoughts, and Chen wanted to unify the ninja world, and he had great talent. In fact, the time was already ripe, but Tsunade never saw Chen start, so it was very strange. Chen smiled and said softly, the time has not yet come. Although it is possible to forcibly use force to unify, it is not the best time. Chen's current strength is very terrifying, and has even reached the strongest state. It can be said that almost no one in the entire ninja world is Chen's opponent one-on-one. But even so, Chen doesn't think it's good to unify the ninja world now. 1. The use of force to unify the ninja world will definitely cause a large-scale backlash, and several major countries will not obey. 2. In the future, Kagayaheim will still be watching, and now that the ninja world is unified, we will face Kagayaheim in the future, and things will still be troublesome. Simply, Chenbing does not intend to unify the ninja world, and it is the best way to indirectly control the ninja world through Tsunade, Terumi-me. Although Tsunade was puzzled, he nodded in agreement, expressing his approval of Chen's idea. Chen smiled, took Tsunade's hand lightly, and said with a smile, you can rest assured, everything is in my master. I already have a basic understanding of the current situation. Well, by the way, there is one more thing. The 4th generation of Hokage Namikaze Minato and his son Uzumaki Naruto met. You have been paying attention to the situation of Namikaze Minato, right? At this time, Tsunade said. Chen was stunned for a moment. Just remembered that because of the special circumstances of Orochimaru Impure World reincarnation this time, Namikaze Minato met Uzumaki Naruto in advance, and the plot also changed slightly inadvertently. Now Uzumaki Naruto is different from the original situation. The plot quietly changed. Let Chen heart move. 535 One Whip to Ninja World. The most terrifying enemy. Chen heard about the meeting between Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto, and he was also quite curious, and was very surprised. After all, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Chen were in a completely different situation. Chen himself was also very curious. Chen quietly found Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto, but saw Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto standing right next to each other. Naruto's eyes were filled with excitement. It is joy and shock. You said that you were my father and my father is actually the 4th generation of Hokage. This is true. Well, Naruto, you are indeed my child. I'm so sorry. It was the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Demon Fox incident that I didn't protect you and your mother back then. Namikaze Minato sighed and said softly. Naruto shook his head quickly and said, I didn't expect my father to be the 4th Hokage. That's great. Naruto looked excited, and there was a strong sense of surprise in his eyes. Naruto had been yearning for Hokage since he was a child, and in a subtle way, he himself admired the fourth generation of Hokage, and almost regarded Namikaze Minato as the most respected person. I didn't expect that I was actually the son of the fourth generation of Hokage, and my heart was suddenly filled with deep joy. He is not an abandoned person, he also has parents. He is not abandoned. Thinking of this, Naruto's heart is full of joy, showing a deep smile, looking at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato was also very excited and delighted when the father and son recognized each other. The early recognition of Naruto and Namikaze Minato was beyond Tatsu's expectations, and inadvertently, due to Tatsu's appearance and intervention, many plots were changed. Fortunately, this change is still under Chen's control. Naruto smiled happily, and Namikaze Minato also had a somewhat relieved look on his face. Chen's eye watched Naruto and Namikaze Minato meet again, and he was also slightly emotional, and soon his figure disappeared in place. Chen's figure disappeared, and Konoha's situation finally settled down. According to the direction of the plot, Naruto and Sasuke should break up next, but unfortunately I don't know what happened to Orochimaru. Chen whispered to himself. Chen is still thinking about Orochimaru. The country of Tien, Orochimaru's secret base, in the laboratory. At this time, a surprising scene appeared. I only saw Gatong Maru falling to the ground, and from the curse mark in the body, Orochimaru's figure emerged, and the mucus belonging to the snake was everywhere, making people feel goosebumps and horrified. Orochimaru drilled out of Kitamaru's body curse, and saw Orochimaru's face pale, lying on the ground gasping for breath, which seemed to be extremely exhausting. Lord Orochimaru, you and I, according to your instructions, use the curse mark on Kitamaru to bring you back to life. But seeing Orochimaru beside him, Kabuto looked at the pill, adjusted his glasses, and said with a concerned expression. Orochimaru nodded slightly, took a breath and said, "You did a great job. I really didn't expect that this time I would be forced to such a point, and my body also showed a great rejection reaction. It seems that this container has reached its limit." Now is when Orochimaru is at his weakest. He was almost instantly killed by Chen, his body is fragile, and he is always on the verge of collapse. Under such circumstances, Orochimaru's body was already rooted. If he couldn't reach his limit, his strength was greatly damaged, and this body wouldn't last long. Uchiha Chen. Orochimaru bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth. It's abominable, Uchiha-chan, don't let me turn over, or else. Hearing the name of Uchiha Chen, Kabuto's eyes flashed with fear, as if he remembered the original Chen. Of course, I have met Chen, and I once challenged Chen naively, but was defeated by Chen very easily. The meaning of the words Uchiha-chan is already like a ghost to ordinary ninjas, and I have seen it with my own eyes. It is powerful, so I feel very different. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru-sama was also in awe of Uchiha-chen this time. As expected of Uchiha-chen, this power is really scary and even terrifying. Orochimaru-sama, whom he feared most, couldn't do anything about Uchiha-chen. But I know how terrifying the impure world reincarnation technique is. But obviously, impure world reincarnation is of no use to Chen. What's going on with Uchiha-chen? All the information is collected and told to me. Orochimaru shouted angrily. Yes. It is also responsible for all information in the ninja world, just like Orochimaru's eyes. Telling Orochimaru everything, Orochimaru's face turned even blue after reading the information. That guy Tsunade is actually a Hokage. What a shame. Not only Tsunade, but also Mizukage Terumime of Kurigakure village. I heard that he has a relationship with Uchiha-chen. The two ninja villages of Kurigakure village and Konoha village are obviously Shang-chen. Damn it, Uchiha-chen, is he trying to subdue the ninja world with a whip? Orochimaru spoke coldly, with a chilling tone. Even though it is a bit ridiculous to say that with a whip, it is even more terrifying when you think about it carefully. Chen's current situation shows that the two villages of Kurigakure village and Konoha village are all Chen's women. It can only be said that Chen is not only strong and powerful, but this woman's relationship is also tingling. I was even more uneasy and didn't know how to answer. Orochimaru coughed with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, and he whispered, "Notify the remaining ninjas in Otogakur that the top priority and goal now is to bring Uchiha Sasuke back to me, and my new container is him. Uchiha-chan, when I have Sharingan, I will be just like you." 536 Everything is up to you. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Orochimaru can't wait for Sasuke's arrival, as he desperately needs a body container. Orochimaru's body deteriorated this time, and his condition was very serious. Hopefully Uchiha-chan doesn't know the news that I'm still alive. We'll do it right now. Base, don't be discovered by Uchiha-chan and others. Orochimaru whispered towards the road. Yes. Seeing Orochimaru being extremely weak and sweating profusely at this time, his offer Chen rose to a higher level. He shook his head, and felt extremely emotional. Chen's strength actually left a deep impression, so at this time, he was also worried about Chen, and sighed with emotion in his heart. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, I see. Road. Orochimaru's base was transferred overnight, and at the same time, Orochimaru also unlocked the technique of impure world reincarnation. Art of impure world reincarnation, solution. Orochimaru gave a loud shout. At this time, only Konoha, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, who were thousands of miles away, had their bodies changed, and all three of them had little spots of light, and their bodies gradually began to dissipate, only to see the impure world reincarnation on Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato's trio of three has started to disappear. Under such circumstances, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato all knew that they were about to leave. Is this the end of the impure world reincarnation? Senju Hashirama chuckled softly. I am really unwilling to leave like this. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Yes, it's a pity. Namikaze Minato is even the most reluctant one, because Naruto met Naruto just now. Naruto and Namikaze Minato only met each other, and the father-son relationship was the strongest. Namikaze Minato sighed softly. Not only Namikaze Minato, but also Naruto. Naruto saw a little light on Namikaze Minato, and even dissipated. He looked at Namikaze Minato reluctantly and said, "Dad. Naruto, take good care of yourself, don't let me down, I believe you can become Hokage, and the strongest Hokage. Also, if you are really in trouble, find someone named Uchiha-chen, he is my best companion and will definitely help you." But I saw Namikaze Minato whispering, "Brother Chen." Naruto was stunned, he immediately understood who Namikaze Minato was talking about. Namikaze Minato smiled and said relievedly, "It seems that you have already arrived. I am relieved to have him take care of and help you." Namikaze Minato spoke softly. "Looks like it's time for us to leave." Senju Hashirama spoke softly. Around, I saw countless crowds gathered in the village week. The villagers of Konoha village were all watching this scene, watching the three Hokages they loved and their bodies were about to disappear. Meaning, the villagers of Konoha were completely sighed with emotion, and they were very sad. Because of the status of the three Hokage in Konoha village, it goes without saying that they are absolutely supreme. Now that the three Hokages are about to leave, the villagers feel extremely uncomfortable. It's not in vain this time. I can see Konoha village again, feel the breath of the village again, step on this land, and even see the voice of the village. I have no regrets. The only thing is, Uchiha-chen he. But seeing Senju Hashirama sighed softly, Uchiha-chen actually refuses to be Hokage. That's the only thing that makes me uncomfortable. Big brother, you've been good enough to him. I don't even know why you're so optimistic about that kid in the Uchiha family. Senju Tobirama was very dissatisfied and said with a light snort. Namikaze Minato looked at Senju Tobirama and said lightly, "That's because you have never been in contact with Chen. Chen's strength and potential are absolutely unimaginable, and you also heard what the White Snake Immortal said. he and Six Paths Immortal have a problem. You still have prejudice against him in a normal relationship. Senju Tobarama heard Namikaze Minato say that, and couldn't help but snorted, and finally stopped talking. Senju Tobarama, I hope that when we meet you next time, you won't continue to speak ill of people behind your back, otherwise I won't be as simple as destroying your arms. At this time, Chen's cold voice came. Chen's voice came out, causing Senju Tobarama to step back abruptly, looking at Chen with a stunned look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Tatsuyao had arrived, but Senju Tobarama never noticed it. Chen glanced at Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama only felt that under Chen's eyes, a powerful momentum came, and the shocking chakra display made him feel the great pressure of impure world reincarnation. This is enough to show that Chen's strength is completely beyond his imagination at this time. Senju Tobarama also saw this with his own eyes, knowing that Chen's strength is far beyond his, but at this moment he has a strange premonition, feeling to Chen's strength seems to have become more and more unfathomable. Chen's strength is really so strong. Senju Tobarama's eyes are full of deep surprise, and he no longer speaks. Tobarama, don't be rude. Senju Hashirama reprimanded Senju Tobarama. At this time, everyone in Konoha village looked at Chen. The countless villagers of Konoha, as well as Kakashi, Gai, Asuma, Yuhi and other ninjas, all of them focused on Chen, and their eyes were full of surprise. I didn't expect Chen to come at such a time. Seeing Chen's arrival, everyone in Konoha was surprised. Their thoughts towards Chen were actually very strange. One hand, these ninjas are in awe of Chen. On the other hand, they are all shocked by Chen's strength, and after all, Chen is a ninja who defected from Konoha, and they are all very sorry. If Tatsun hadn't been pushed away by Danzo, it would have been so good that many Konoha ninjas thought so. Chen, after we leave, everything will be left to you. Namikaze Minato's solemn way. 537 Kurenai Yuhi's resolute. Chen, after we leave, everything will be left to you. However, seeing Namikaze Minato speaking solemnly, looking at Shang Chen earnestly, he said solemnly. Chen smiled, glanced at Naruto in the distance, then looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, and everyone in Konoha. Chen closed everyone's expressions in his eyes, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Chen said softly, I will do my best, but there are some things I don't want me to participate in too much. After all, I am no longer from Konoha. Already. Chen's words undoubtedly draw a clear line with Konoha. Although the current Tsunade has become the 5th generation Hokage, Chen has always drawn a clear line with Konoha, saying that he is no longer a Konoha person. Today's Konoha, as well as other countries, have all distanced themselves from Chen, and Chen does not want to have any connection with them. Hey. However, seeing Namikaze Minato himself sighed, a sigh appeared in his eyes, and at the same time seeing Senju Hashirama also sighed, feeling extremely emotional. Both Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama can feel the estrangement between Tatsu and Konoha. It seems that Danzo's actions at the beginning have created a estrangement between Tatsu and Konoha, between the Uchiha family and Konoha that can never be healed. Thinking of this, both Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato felt a lot of regrets. If not, with Chen's current strength, he must be in Konoha. Konoha is defying the ninja world, enough to go sideways in the ninja world. The impure world reincarnation of Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama gradually dissipated. Seeing that they were almost disappearing, Namikaze Minato took a deep look at Chen and said, Let's go, take care. Take care. Looked at Namikaze Minato and said in a low voice. The bodies of the three of Namikaze Minato's three dissipated, turning into little dots of light. The bodies of the three of Namikaze Minato's three dissipated, completely disappeared, completely dissipated in this world. Dad. Naruto's eyes, and the tears rolled down his face and dripped down his face, making Naruto feel a little sad. Chen looked at the situation of the villagers in the distant village, and found that these villagers were also sighing and weeping, and they all sighed with emotion. They were all fascinated by this scene and felt that these villagers really respected the three Hokages. It's totally shocking. Things are over. The three of Senju Hashirama have all dissipated, and Chen is also very meaningful, which means that the technique of impure world reincarnation has been released, which means that Orochimaru is indeed still alive. However, Chen doesn't intend to look for trouble for the time being, because Chen doesn't want to completely destroy the plot in the original work. If the plot becomes uncontrollable, it will be troublesome. So Chen plans to learn from others. It's over. Relief, and feeling a sense of relief, Chen looked at Naruto and patted Naruto on the shoulder. At this time, Naruto moved the corners of his mouth and murmured, "Brother Chen." Naruto respected Chen very much at this time, and everyone in Konoha didn't know that it was Chen who killed the 3 generations of Hokage with the help of Orochimaru, so everyone's impression of Chen was in awe. Even said that Chen is still extremely respected and prestige in the hearts of his peers and juniors Konoha village ninjas. Well, Naruto, if there is anything you don't understand about ninjutsu in the future, you can come to me at any time, or ask Tsunade to help you. Chen said lightly. For Naruto, Chen agreed to Namikaze Minato, so he took good care of Naruto. For friends, Chen Yinu Kionjin. Yes. Naruto's eyes flashed with emotion, and he nodded seriously. Chen smiled and stopped talking to Naruto. In fact, facing Naruto, Chen still feels a little weird, because there is a Hinata between Naruto and Chen. Chen's relationship with Hinata is not normal now, and Hyuga Hanabi even yelled at Chen's brother-in-law, making Chen even a little speechless. Thinking of Hinata, Chen also knew that it was time for him to meet Hinata. In fact, the little princess of the Hyuga family is also in the crowd at this moment. Hyuga Hinata looked at Chen from a distance, but the moment she made eye contact with Chen, she saw that Hinata had already turned her eyes shyly, like it was a frightened little rabbit who looked away, with a thick shyness flashing in his eyes, avoiding the touch between Chen's eyes. Chen smiled. He was very aware of Hinata's shy character, but at this time, he turned around and was about to approach Hinata when he felt a figure flash past, and a person appeared in front of Chen. Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and saw who this person was. Kurenai Yuhi, once a student of Chen. Kurenai Yuhi was already very slim at this time, exactly the same as in the original book. She looked very attractive, with black hair and Yuhi eyes. She looked like a goddess. She appeared in front of Chen. Master Chen. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Chen in his eyes. His eyes were clear with a hint of brilliance. Yuhi, you are getting more and more beautiful. What are you looking for from me? Chen asked. Hearing Chen's compliment, a look of joy appeared in the eyes of Japanese Yuhi, and then turned to look at Chen seriously. Lord Chen, I want to leave with you. 538 Sasuke runs away. Chen Duo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Kurenai Yuhi's attitude in front of him to be so firm. Kurenai Yuhi's performance made Chen Duo's eyes look surprised. Kurenai Yuhi's performance reminded Chen immediately of following in the original plot. The expressions of those around Orochimaru, such as Yuhi Lien, Kimimaro and others like Kurenai Yuhi, are clearly a little fanatical, with reverence, and with a clear love. Chen immediately understood Kurenai Yuhi's thoughts, which made Chen couldn't help looking at Kurenai Yuhi, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, you sure don't regret it. Demonic Illusion by Kurenai Yuhi was taught by Tatsu. Both Kurenai Yuhi and Uchiha Shisui were taught Demonic Illusion by Chen respectively, and both demonic illusions were controlled by Chen. Kurenai Yuhi saw Chen asking this question, looked at Chen firmly, and said seriously, well, I'm sure, I want to follow you all the time, even if I betray Konoha. Yuhi, you are so impulsive. Guy looked at Kurenai Yuhi sadly, and Asuma in the distance saw this scene. His heart felt like a lightning strike. He always had a good impression of Kurenai Yuhi, but Kurenai Yuhi always had a cold attitude towards him. At this time, Asuma knew that he was in Kurenai Yuhi's heart. There has always been one person. Kakashi sighed. He was silent, but he didn't speak anymore. Chen looked at Kurenai Yuhi. could feel Kurenai Yuhi's serious eyes, felt Kurenai Yuhi's heart at this moment, which made Chen slightly decapitated, and finally said seriously, "If that's the case, then come with me." Hearing Chen's words, Kurenai Yuhi's eyes finally burst into a hint of excitement. He nodded earnestly, and looked at Chen's eyes full of gratitude. "Okay. Lord Chen, I will definitely not disappoint you." "I know." Chen smiled. "Since it's decided, then make a scratch on the forehead." Chen said lightly. "Yes." Hearing what Daochen said, Kurenai Yuhi immediately scratched and drew a clearly visible scratch on his forehead. The appearance of this scratch means that things can no longer be changed, and Kurenai Yuhi has officially become the members of Laochen's subordinates became one of them. Kurenai Yuhi smiled at Chen. The smile was beautiful, it turned out to be extraordinarily beautiful, and it seemed that she was satisfied, which was enough to explain her state of mind at this time. Chen also smiled. And this scene was seen by Sasuke in the crowd. Sasuke saw the scratches on Kurenai Yuhi's forehead guard and thought of that man again, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke remembered Uchiha Itachi, and the unconscious Sharingan double-checked. Sasuke's eyes were double Tomo, but this hatred made Sasuke's eyes irritated, and it was very close to the edge of 3 Tomo. Sasuke looked at Chen again and said in a low voice, "This person is Uchiha. Chen is so strong, he must be stronger than that man. I want to get a strong one. It can't go on like this any longer." Sasuke's mind turned sharply, and he thought for a while, and finally had his mind. Sasuke couldn't help but reached out and touched the curse mark on his neck. Remembering Orochimaru's words, his eyes gradually became firm. And don't look at Chen talking to Kurenai Yuhi, but in fact, within a radius of 10 miles, everything is under Chen's control. Chen sensed Sasuke's thoughts, and the corner of his mouth evoked a smile. This chick finally decided to leave Konoha to fly. The time gradually passed, and saw a smile on the corner of Chen's mouth, and left the village with Kurenai Yuhi. Chen had already said goodbye to Tsunade, and the only thing left was to say goodbye to Hinata. Chen asked Kurenai Yuhi to leave first and go to the Akatsuki headquarters in the Land of Rain. At this time, Kurenai Yuhi realized that the entire country of Rain was already in Chen's pocket, and he was even more in awe of Chen, completely shocked. Kurenai Yuhi aside, Hinata came out to greet him, and Hinata found Chen. The news of meeting Hinata was passed on by Hyuga Hanabi. Hyuga Hanabi sent a message to Chen and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, my sister said she was waiting for you at the old place at night." "Hee, my sister has been doing little things these days. Oh, secretly, preparing small gifts, even I don't know what it is." Hyuga Hanabi has a carefree personality and is very cheerful, talking to Chen. Chen nodded slightly, but he was looking forward to it, and he didn't know what gift Hinata had prepared for him. Thinking of this, Chen soon came to the old place. Sure enough, he saw that Hinata had already been waiting for a long time. When he saw Chen, Hinata lowered his head slightly, with 2 clusters of Yuhi halo on his face, with a thick Yuhi color, and whispered, "Chen. Brother Chen, you are here. Well, here we come." Chen smiled and said, "Hinata is getting better and better recently." This sentence made Hinata extremely shy and sweet. Looking at Chen, she was even more shy and moved, and said softly, "Liar." She spoke, Hinata almost buried her head in her chest. Hinata said, "Brother Chen, you are leaving soon." "Well, the country of rain is getting cold now, I have something to give you." Only when Hinata took out one thing from her bosom, she saw that it was a blue scarf. This blue scarf was not delicate, but it was knitted stitch by stitch, which made Chen feel warm. This blue scarf is exactly what Hinata wanted. 539 finally arrives, End Valley. Seeing Hinata's little snow-white hand holding a blue scarf, Chen felt warm in his heart, took the scarf, and said softly, "Thank you Hinata, I'm very grateful. I'll wear it all the time." While speaking, Chen immediately put on this blue scarf. No need. Hinata, eyes were sparkling with joy, but he shied away from his mouth. Chen smiled and saw at a glance what Hinata was really thinking. In fact, what Hinata didn't tell Chen was that Hinata spent a lot of thought for this scarf. This is the first time for Hinata to knit a scarf. She has practiced several times, but several of the knitted scarves are not good looking, so she has to re-knit it. At the same time, Hinata not only knitted this blue scarf, but also knitted a Yuhi color scarf of the same style but a different color for himself. Yuhi color represents Hinata, and blue is Chen. Happens to be a couple's model, which is also Hinata's little mind. Perhaps for a shy girl like Hinata, this is the most daring way she expresses Chen. And all this, Chen did not know. The corner of Hinata's mouth showed a satisfied smile. She didn't care whether Chen knew or not at all. She only needed to think about such a person in her heart, and she felt very happy in her heart. There was a hint of joy in Hinata's eyes. Then I'll go first. You must take care. Hinata spoke in a low voice, whispering to Chen. Chen smiled, nodded lightly, and said softly, I see. For the eldest lady of the Hyuga family like Hinata, it is not easy to get out of the door. This time, Hinata sneaked out, and she did not dare to stay outside for too long. Thanks to the help of the little traitor Hyuga Hanabi lookout. Well. Hinata gave Chen a deep look and seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but in the end she just nodded and left. Hinata left. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Chen's mouth. He was about to leave, but after thinking about it, he still stayed where he was, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, because he sensed another thing. That is, Sasuke is about to leave. Only in the dim light at the head of Konoha village, Chen sensed the arrival of a figure. It was Sasuke. Sasuke walked towards the entrance of the village firmly. When passing by a bench in front of the village, Sasuke saw a familiar figure, Sakura. Sakura, why are you here? Sasuke was slightly surprised, but when he saw Sakura looking at him with a little panic, Sakura bit the corner of his mouth and said, Sasuke, you are really Shimaru. When I saw you during the day, I saw your expression was wrong, I guessed it. You may have to leave the village, you are now really. Sasuke glanced at Sakura, was silent for a while, and finally calmed down. Said, yes. Sakura's pink Yuhi-colored long hair seemed to hit Sakura completely after coming into contact with this answer, and she never regained her senses for a long time. Sakura said, but you are willing to leave here like this. Naruto and I, and Kakashi, sensei, we all need you. Sasuke paused, but immediately took a few steps forward and said, sorry, I have a new bond now, if I stay here, I can't find the way to go, I have to become stronger. Okay. Yes, but I love you too. Sakura gathered up the courage to look at Sasuke and shouted seriously. Sasuke's footsteps paused again, a faint brilliance flashed, and he looked at Sakura. Sakura mustered up the courage to look at Tatsu, without flinching at all, but looked into Sasuke's eyes earnestly and mustered up her courage. Sasuke was slightly startled, and finally sighed softly, I am sorry, Sakura. As soon as I said this, I saw Sasuke's figure flashed, and he used the teleportation technique to suddenly get behind Sakura. Sakura was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, he saw Sasuke approaching her, and he took out a palm and slashed directly. At the back of Sakura's neck, Sakura froze for a moment, fell softly to the ground, and only spit out one word, you. Sasuke supported Sakura, who was about to fall. A trace of unbearable flashed in his eyes, but soon became firm again, and said in a voice that only he could hear, Sakura, I'm sorry. Saying that, Sasuke's figure flashed and completely disappeared in place. He has left. Left the village. After Sasuke left, Chen also appeared at the entrance of the village. Seeing Sasuke's figure gradually leaving, he whispered to himself, has it finally begun, the upcoming battle of the End Valley. The battle of the Valley of the End seems to be finally coming. Thinking of this, Chen's heart moved slightly, and he was looking forward to the upcoming battle of the Valley of the End. He didn't know how the result of this battle would be the same as in the original book, or Sasuke would leave. The next day, Naruto and Kakashi found Sakura lying on the spot and rushed Sakura to Konoha Hospital. Sakura was fine and quickly woke up. Naruto asked anxiously about the situation, and after learning that Sasuke had left, the whole person was blown up. Sasuke left the village, and Naruto was completely blown up after learning that Sasuke left. He was so shocked that he couldn't accept this fact. Naruto immediately said, "I must go and bring this guy back." Naruto clenched his fist tightly, extremely angry. Naruto was furious, and at this time Sakura looked at Naruto with pleading eyes and said, "Naruto, please promise me one thing. Please be sure to bring Sasuke back, please, this is the pursuit of my life." Sakura's eyes were wet, and tears were already streaming down her face. 540 Road without light. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Naruto looked at Sakura solemnly, nodded seriously, clenched his fists with both hands, and said, "I know. I will, Sakura, don't worry, I will definitely bring Sasuke back." Naruto looked at Sakura seriously, serious. Sakura nodded lightly and said softly. Sakura wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and sobbed softly, "Please. Well, leave it to me, just leave everything to me, I'll go get Sasuke back now." Seeing Sakura's appearance, Naruto is extremely distressed. In fact, Naruto still likes Sakura very much at this moment. Due to the appearance of Chen, the plot has changed, and Naruto and Hinata have no longer intersected, so Naruto's "One My Heart is always on Sakura," and seeing Sakura so uncomfortable at this time makes my heart even more sad. "Well, please," Sakura whispered. Naruto turned around and didn't answer, but clenched his fists and left resolutely. Naruto embarks on the road to find Sasuke. Naruto, Choji, Neji, Kiba, and Nara Shikamaru formed a team of 5. With the help of the Kakashi psychic beast, they searched for the trace of Sasuke. Tree Shadow Madara barges. There are trees everywhere, this is also the unique terrain of the Fire Country. "Neji, do you feel their trail?" Naruto asked. "It's almost time, I've sensed it now, there are several traps ahead, let's avoid them," Neji said in a low voice. "Good. Neji, it's not wrong to let you follow me out." Kiba smiled back and said seriously. "Hey." 5 people marched forward, only Nara Shikamaru looked gloomy and seemed to be calculating something. He knew that the strength of the Otogakur people he faced this time was very good. This time, Kitamaru used the power of the curse to resurrect Orochimaru, and although Kitamaru did not die, it was also greatly damaged, because Orochimaru took the power of the curse and most of the chakras on Kitamaru. Resurrection. Therefore, Kitamaru is no longer suitable for participating in the war, so currently there are only 3 people in Otogakur, Tayuya 3. 3 of Tayuya were carrying Sasuke on their backs, and Sasuke was sealed in the wooden barrel. Tayuya 3 people are closing their eyes and resting. "Yo, it looks like a few Konoha mice are chasing after them." Takuya laughed softly, with a playful look in his eyes. "That's right, let's play with him then." Zuo-jin narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous aura, and said lightly. Zuo-jin and Tayuya and others looked like one. Zuo-jin said, "I am ready to fight." "Okay, I'll stay first." The voice among the 5 people, "Leave it to me to deal with these little boys." "Okay, let's move on." Then, just as in the plot, Kidomaru is missing, causing Jirobo to confront Choji and Neji. And Taiyu also met Shikamaru. At the same time, Zuo-jin met Kiba. A war began, and the situation changed. No one expected to face the. In such a situation, they fought each other. And soon, just like in the original book, Kimimaro also appeared on the battlefield. Kimimaro is the strongest among the 5 members of Otogakur, and he is also the absolute leader. Crisis was resolved. In this case, Naruto finally caught up with Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke's eyes flashed out, looking at Naruto. At the same time, his eyes flashed, and there was a hint of coldness. Naruto, you are here. Sasuke said lightly. Sasuke, come back with me. Naruto said angrily. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, with anger in his eyes, and said coldly, Naruto, don't talk to me in this tone, I won't go back. For me, Konoha is no longer a place to stay, and I don't care about everything about Konoha. Including the bond between you and Sakura, I don't care anymore. Sasuke said lightly. Only one thought in Sasuke's heart, that is to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Catch up with the man's strength, then surpass, and kill him. This idea was madly breeding in Sasuke's heart, and Sasuke almost fell into at the level of enchantment. He has been completely blinded by hatred. But this is no wonder Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was implanted in Tsukuyomi by Uchiha Itachi since he was a child. Through Tsukuyomi, Sasuke's mind was distorted, making Sasuke live in the shadow of hatred. You're not going back. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. Sakura is waiting for you to go back, and you won't go back either. Naruto, you still don't understand. As I said, I don't care about these things anymore. Konoha can't stand me. I'm going to be an avenger. I'm going to kill Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke said coldly, and the air around him was icy cold for a while, and it fell to the freezing point. Why, you weren't like this before. Naruto was completely puzzled. He could feel Sasuke's thoughts becoming very extreme. He had no idea what Sasuke was doing. How could it be like this? Sasuke said coldly. This time, I saw Uchiha Chen, the legendary Uchiha clan's strongest man. I saw his strength with my own eyes, which greatly stimulated me. If I stay in Konoha, I am afraid that my achievements in life will always be limited. I heard that Uchiha-chan rose rapidly on the battlefield and possessed the power to look down on all living beings. I want to get close to Orochimaru, and then find a way to meet Uchiha-chan and get the strongest power. In the distance, Chen was slightly startled when he heard it. For Sasuke's betrayal of the village was that he was stimulated by himself, and Chen suddenly couldn't help laughing, which was a bit interesting. But don't you know it's a dark road for you? Naruto shouted. I know, and it is because I know that I am more determined to go on. Sasuke said. Naruto God Level Majin Buu, Chapter 541 to 560. 541 The Real Break. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Sasuke looked at Naruto without evading, and said coldly, a person like you who has no parents or brothers, how can you understand my thoughts? Naruto, I admit that you are my best friend, but that's all from the past. From now on, I will cut off this bond and start my new path. Even if this road leads to endless darkness and abyss, I do not hesitate. Sasuke said. When Naruto saw Sasuke's state, his eyes flashed with amazement, but he quickly responded to Sasuke, Sasuke, no matter what. Matter what you think, I always regard you as my best brother. It is your existence that makes me work hard and earnestly pursue my Hokage dream. From the beginning, I wanted to grow up chasing your dreams. Naruto looked at Sasuke seriously and replied, I am not without parents, this time I also met my father, so I understand the life and death of losing a close relative. I am not without brothers, because in my heart you are just like my brothers. Sasuke was moved. Naruto's words were so sincere that Sasuke had to be moved. Chen is also very clear in his heart that Naruto's attitude has always been very optimistic and positive, which is the exact opposite of Sasuke. So under such circumstances, the dark side of Sasuke's heart gradually narrowed when he met Naruto. However, at this time, Sasuke's heart was already extremely determined. Chen sighed softly. Naruto's character is indeed a bit surprising. Naruto's optimistic attitude made Chen narrow his eyes. No wonder Naruto can rely on mouth escape to retreat from the enemy in the original work. In fact, Naruto, there is such a charm in his character, which makes one have to be impressed. But for someone with a firm mind like Chen, it's useless. The same goes for Sasuke. At this time, when Sasuke faced Naruto, he had already decided what to do next. Sasuke looked at Naruto coldly, and said lightly, "Naruto, everything is over, I will cut the bond between us with my own hands." Own hands. Hearing Sasuke saying this, Naruto couldn't help but be stunned, and then he saw that Sasuke took action. A chakra burst out of Sasuke. Sasuke showed his strongest state. Sasuke showed a force, which made the 3 tomo of his eyes show, and Sasuke's eyes became the state of 3 tomo. Sasuke. The art of impatience. But when Sasuke opened his mouth and spit, flames came out, spread out like a balsam, and attacked Naruto. The battle between Naruto and Sasuke finally unfolded and kicked off. Chen watched from a distance, but he was stunned. He noticed the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, and Chen narrowed his eyes, feeling infinite emotion in his heart. The two finally came to this point, began to part ways, followed by things can be expected. Although Chen's appearance has greatly changed the plot in the original work, there has not been much change between Naruto and Sasuke, or even possible. Both of them follow the plot of the original book without any changes. Between Naruto and Sasuke finally kicked off. Beginning to the end, Chen was watching the battle. For Chen, this battle was like a fight between children, so Chen himself lacked interest, but he was still watching. It's finally unfolding, and when it's over this time, everything should be on the right track. Chen whispered to himself and said softly. Below, the battle between Naruto and Sasuke has become more and more intense, and the battle between the two is showing a crazy situation. Among them, Sasuke has already used the state of Curse Seal 2-2, and Naruto is also the first to use the Tail Beast Coat. A tail. In this case, Naruto and Sasuke are evenly matched, and their strengths are really similar. Naruto. Sasuke roared. The Chidori in his hand had turned black and white, producing a strong nature transformation, attacking Naruto. At this time, Naruto already had some features of Kyuubi, 9 tails, his eyes turned bloody Yuhi color, and his anger was soaring. He condensed Rasengan with just one hand, and collided with Sasuke, a strong burst of anger. Light emerges. After half a sound, in the smoke and dust, Naruto fell. In this battle, after all, Sasuke won by half, and Naruto has lost. Sasuke stood in front of Naruto with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He raised the kunai in his hand and wanted to resign to Naruto, but he quickly shook his head and whispered to himself, Uchiha Itachi, I will not follow the same path as you, I must win you. Orochimaru must not be your opponent, but Uchiha Chen must be far above you. When I find Orochimaru, and then find Uchiha Chen, it will be your death date. Sasuke clenched his fists and whispered to himself. In Sasuke's thoughts, going to Orochimaru is only his first plan. What he wants to find most is Chen, because after seeing Guochen's earth-shattering strength, Sasuke is completely yearning for Chen's strength. There was only one thought in it, that is, I hope to see Uchiha Chen again, follow him, and gain strength beyond Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, clenched his hands, carved a scratch on his forehead, and finally left. Naruto fell into a coma. Chen did not appear until after Sasuke left. Chen looked at the direction where Sasuke was leaving, laughed dumbly, and said to himself, Uchiha Sasuke, do you want to find me? Really, it's interesting. Chen didn't expect that Sasuke was going to find him. Well, let's see how you will reach me, Uchiha Sasuke. Chen whispered to himself, narrowing his eyes. 542 The action of Obito and Nagato, the plan to capture the tailed beast is about to begin. In all fairness, Chen actually has no prejudice against Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto is Minato's son, but Chen takes care of him without affecting his plans. As for Sasuke, Chen also didn't care. In fact, Chen somewhat understands Sasuke's current Chunin character. Sasuke has been influenced by Tsukuyomi since he was a child, and suffered the fate of his entire family being killed. Before he collapsed, it already shows that his psychological quality is strong, and he would be crazy early if he were an ordinary person. But although I don't care about Sasuke and Naruto's current situation, once Sasuke and Naruto threaten him, that's another situation. Chen is not a character who will show mercy. Sasuke left, and Chen's figure quietly appeared in front of Naruto. Chen looked at Naruto's current situation, but there was no serious problem, but his whole body was burned by chakra, and the shape of the tailed beast's coat seemed to have brought a great load to Naruto. Chen checked Naruto's state, and used medical ninjutsu to treat Naruto. Naruto quickly recovered, and Chen nodded secretly. Soon, Naruto woke up. Chen, brother Chen. Naruto looked at Chen with a hint of astonishment in his eyes, and then looked at Chen, feeling quite shocked and grateful. Brother Chen, why are you here? You are here to save me. Naruto, take a good rest. Chen whispered. Where's Sasuke? Brother Chen, have you seen Sasuke? Naruto was stunned for a moment, and immediately asked again. Chen shook his head slightly. He is not here. It seems to have left. Sasuke. Naruto lowered his head, with a look of sadness in his eyes. Naruto really regarded Sasuke as his brother. At this time, seeing Sasuke really leave, he felt unspeakably uncomfortable. Sasuke's departure, the break between Naruto and Sasuke, caused an indescribable estrangement between the two. Naruto was silent, and his spirit was even a little sluggish. Naruto. Since you want to get back Sasuke, you should improve your strength. Only improving your strength is the most important thing. The enemies you will face in the future will be very strong. Chen said lightly. Yes. Naruto looked at Chen seriously and nodded vigorously. I will definitely work hard and improve my strength. Well, you are the son of 4 generations, don't let your father down. Chen ordered. Yes. If that's the case, then I'll go first. When Naruto was no longer in danger, he said lightly. Hearing Chen's words, Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then a deep color flashed in his eyes. Well, that's good. Chen's figure flashed, and he didn't speak anymore, and disappeared directly in place. Chen's figure disappeared, leaving Yi stunned, almost thinking that what he saw just now was an illusion. I really envy brother Chen's strength. No wonder even Sasuke yearns for it so much. For this reason, I have to gradually become stronger. At this time, he saw Naruto clenching his fists, being infected by Chen's preaching just now. He nodded earnestly. At this time, Chen finally returned to the land of rain. In the country of rain, the rain is constant, and Chen feels that everything is normal in the country of rain. Chen arrived in the high tower in the country of rain and sent a signal to tell the girls that he had returned. Not long after, I saw Kurenai Yuhi, Konan, Kushina, and Makoto 4 daughters also come to greet Chen on the tower of the land of rain. Kurenai Yuhi, Konan, Kushina, and Makoto came out to greet them, and Rangshin was quite surprised. Looking at this, Kurenai Yuhi seems to have a good relationship with Makoto, Kushina and other women, which makes Chen feel a little more at ease. He brought back Kurenai Yuhi, just a little worried that Kurenai Yuhi can't get along with Makoto, Kushina and others. Now it seems he was thinking too much. But despite this, Chen still saw Makoto clearly, and Kushina's eyes flickered slightly when he faced Chen. It seems that with some doubts, he is asking why Chen brought Kurenai Yuhi back. Chen also quickly explained and said, you all know Yuhi. Yuhi is my former student. Yuhi has a very good character. This time I must follow me when I leave Konoha, so I will take her in. You all know each other. Hearing what Chen said, all the girls nodded lightly, and then they were relieved. Yuhi, don't be restrained. Everyone will be sisters from now on. But I saw that Kushina first expressed her welcome to Yuhi. Kushina is currently in Chen's harem, which is somewhat similar to the main palace. Her words are very authoritative. When she said it, everyone welcomed Kurenai Yuhi. After this was over, news of Tatsuya's return quickly spread throughout Akatsuki. Conan immediately told Chen, "Brother Chen, Uchiha Obito and Nagato have said before that they want to see you when you come back. Oh, go tell them I'll be waiting for them in the council chamber." Chen said lightly. Obito and Nagato seemed to have an idea. Counting the time, it's almost there. Since seeing Chen's strength, Obito and Nagato have shown great strength to Chen, and they have been honest for a long time, but now looking at the progress of the plot, the battle of the End Valley is over, and the two are also there should be some movement. Chen's guess was correct. Obito and Nagato were already preparing for something. After Chen agreed to meet the two of them, Obito and Nagato rushed to Chen's face, bowing their heads to Chen respectfully, and said, "Boss." Well. Chen glanced at Obito and Nagato, and nodded slightly. "Boss, I think we should almost implement the tailed beast capture plan. This plan doesn't matter whether it is beneficial to you or us. First collect the 9 big-tailed beasts, and you will have the capital of the Master Ninja world." I only heard Obito staring at Chen Dao with burning eyes. 543 Chen's trump card. Open black lens bracket for automatic reward. Close black lens bracket. Obito looked at Chen, his eyes burning, with a bit of madness. There is a reason why Obito behaves like this. Uchiha Madara has told Obito everything. According to Uchiha Madara, he already has an idea in his mind, that is, to collect the 9 tailed beasts first, and then combine the power of the tailed beasts into one, and finally use Geto Mazo. Demonic statue of the outer path creates 10 tails, and then becomes 10 tails. Jinchuriki column force. Time, Uchiha Obito will also have the power comparable to the 6 paths immortal, and become one of the most terrifying beings. At that time, Obito doesn't have to be afraid of Chen anymore. This is also Obito's own thought. In fact, the 9-tailed beasts must also be collected, which is also the necessary way to unlock Kagaya-Heim, because only the 6 paths realm can cast, God. World of Trees Wall, so using the 9-tailed beast is a must. Of course Chen is also very clear about this, since Kagaya-Heim will come out sooner or later. It must be within Chen's controllable range, so Chen thought about it carefully, but he doesn't mind starting to collect tailed beasts. It's fine. Chen thought about it, and already made a decision. But seeing Obito and Nagato staring at Chen at this time, I hope Chen can agree. What Obito is thinking about is his infinite Tsukuyomi plan, while Nagato is bewitched by Obito, who single-mindedly wants to control the 9-tailed beast, so as to create a super nuclear weapon, to control and maintain the peace of the ninja world. Nagato and Obito thought so in their hearts. Hope Chen can give them an answer. Chen did not disappoint them, but said, "I see, now we can start the capture plan of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Catch the 9-tailed beast," but Chen doesn't want to do it by himself, because once the 9-tailed beast is caught quickly, the plot will progress too fast, and the current Chen is not Kagaya-Heim's opponent. So Chen still needs a little time. Hearing Chen's promise, Obito and Nagato were both refreshed, with joy in their eyes. Chen said that he could start a plan to capture the tailed beast, which made both of them very excited. Once they start catching the tailed beast, then Nagato and Obito will have the opportunity to get out of Tatsu's control and complete the plan in their hearts. When Tatsuya sees Nagato and Obito's eyes twinkling, he knows that these two guys are thinking what he didn't point out. Let these two guys think. Obito and Nagato had a disagreement. Tatsu knew that, but everything was under his control. Obito and Nagato thought that Chen didn't know their cards, but in fact Chen was clear, including all the masters, any actions of Obito and Nagato. Chen was clear. Obito, Nagato. Chen Lo, pass my order. Akatsuki will officially implement the tailed beast capture plan from today. 2 people will act in groups to capture all the 9 big-tailed beasts, and then use Geto Mazo. Demonic statue of the outer path made 10 tails. Yes. Hearing Chen's words, Obito and Nagato nodded in unison, and the eyes of the two flashing joy, completely obeying Chen's decision. Obito and Nagato left, but Chen smiled softly. These two are really examples of betrayal. And that right, in the original book, Obito betrayed Uchiha Madara, and Nagato also betrayed Obito. Both of them are not trustworthy people, and in Chen's opinion, they are not as good as Uchiha Itachi. Tatsu's order has been conveyed, and Akatsuki's members are divided into two groups. A group of Chen and Konan. Deidara with Sasori, Oni and Uchiha Itachi, Obito and Nagato, Kaku, all are responsible for the post and finance, acting alone. There are also two elders of the Uchiha clan, the second elder and the third elder, who are responsible for sitting within Akatsuki and are most trusted by Chen. With this, Akatsuki's plan to capture the tailed beast finally begins. However, although the plan has begun, what is about to be faced next is a series of sequences of capturing tailed beasts. Of course, Chen doesn't need to take action. After all, if Chen takes action himself, the tailed beast basically has no resistance, then there is no way to play. 10 tails are summoned in advance, and Kagaya is released, but it is not beautiful. So Chen's attitude is to let it go, let Guisha and others complete this task, and make a detailed plan before completing the task. After explaining these things, Chen turned his attention to other places and left alone. "Brother Chen, what are you looking for?" Konan asked in confusion when he saw Chen's action. Chen chuckled, "I'll go see Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path." There's a reason why Chen went to see Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Because there is an important person, who is being bound by Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, at this time. That is Rin, Obito's favorite wilderness Rin. Chen flashed, and when he arrived at the place where Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was stored, he saw Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path's body like a huge tree high, hundreds of meters, winding and winding on it. There are 99 eyes, and at the same time it seems to be broken and very divided. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, looks hideous and terrifying. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has been channeled by Nagato for a long time now. And Chen has been sealing Yuan Yi Rin's body in the interior of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and using chakra pipes to put it into Yuan Yi Rin's body. Chakra entered Yuan Yi Rin's body, which gradually restored a trace of vitality in Yuan Yi Rin's body. Wild Rin is now finally different. Yi Rin's body was in a state of rapid evacuation, but now it has been completely changed, and it is no longer the current situation. Chen nodded slightly and whispered to himself, "Yuan Yi Rin, I'm afraid you don't know the situation now. When you wake up, I will give you a big surprise, no matter what. Obito or Kakashi, you'll be amazed." Rin's physical condition returned to the state, with the supply of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path chakra, coupled with Chen's chakra belonging to Yongdun. Yuan Yi Rin's body almost completely recovered, only one step away. Can wake up. Reward. 544 Chen's yin and yang escape. Rin, I am really looking forward to seeing what Kakashi and Obito will look like when they see you alive. Chen said softly. A faint look appeared in his eyes, narrowed his eyes, and whispered to himself. Chen is really looking forward to what kind of scene Kakashi and Obito will see when they meet Yuan Yi Rin. Yuan Yi Rin lay quietly, with a serene expression, like a water lily indifferent to the world. Slight smile on the corner of Chen's mouth, looked at Yuan Yi Rin, and turned his eyes to the field, as if muttering to himself, Yuan Yi Rin's current situation, it will take some time to recover, just right. I also take advantage of this. I have a good opportunity to improve my strength and meet the next situation. Chen said to himself, a faint color flashed in his eyes. Chen thought for a while, glanced at Yuan Yi Rin, and communicated with the Six Paths Immortal. But I saw that the Six Paths Immortal also communicated with Chen at this time. Boy, how long have you been looking for me? That's enough. The voice of the Six Paths Immortal appeared. Yes, now the wings are hard, even my master can abandon it. The Six Paths old man was suffocating and his voice was uncomfortable. The Six Paths old man hummed softly, very dissatisfied. Listening to what the old man Six Paths said, Chen He smiled and said, "Old man, don't complain so much. Didn't I come here to find you, like a grudge?" Chen said this, the old man of Six Paths hummed softly, and even more angry. Immortal Six Paths snorted coldly, "Boy, how dare you say that? How can you treat your master like this and call me a grudge?" Immortal Six Paths almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood, snorted and said coldly. Chen Yi smiled and said, it's okay, old man, don't complain, I'm not just describing it casually, you are still very good. HMPH, don't come to comfort me. Six Paths said angrily. By the way, old man, I want to ask you something about yin and yang. Chen rode. I knew you were looking for me for this kind of ninjutsu thing. Six Paths roared, furious, and raging. In an instant, Chengdu was taken aback by the lion's roar from the old man Six Paths. He felt that the old man was really hot-tempered, but thinking about it, whoever Ten was locked in the small dark room and faced the small ring would not be able to get better. Chen said, okay, old man, don't complain, I came to ask you specially. I can be considered a master of the yin-yang power of yin-yang dun, but I need to bring out the power of yin-yang dun, and I need your help. After Chen got the Tomo and Yang of Yin, his strength soared, breaking through the sixth Tomo Rinnegan, and his strength also reached a new height, which can be said to be extremely powerful. Chen's current strength is already the Rinnegan of the sixth Tomo, the strength is strong, and the Six Paths is in the middle stage. At the same time, Chen relied on the two treasures of Tomo of Yin and Rosary of Yang, and the power of body and Yang escape was also greatly increased. Currently, it can be said that the power of his yin and yang escape is already very strong. However, at present, except for the 6 people, almost no one can perfect the master yin-yang escape technique, only the legendary Six Paths Immortal, who uses this yin-yang escape technique to become stronger and stronger, and there are even rumors that the Six Paths Immortal uses yin and yang escape created this world. Therefore, the Six Paths Immortal himself is definitely the owner of the strongest yin and yang escape. That's why Chen Yi will spare no effort to ask the old man Six Paths for yin and yang escape. The old man of Six Paths pondered for a while, snorted softly, and said a little proudly, with your boy's talent, you should also ask the old man for advice on yin and yang escapes. Hey, the old man finally encounters something that you also find difficult, which is really pleasing. Can you shut up, old man? It's too wordy and skip these boring words. The corners of the Six Paths fairy's mouth twitched and hummed, extremely annoyed. Chen, this guy is really disgusting. It's really a careless take-in. I don't know how to take care of the elderly at all. Immortal Six Paths snorted softly. Boy, you are quite clear. The yin and yang escapes you used before were all relatively low-level yin and yang escapes. The real yin and yang escape is to use the power of yin and yang in the body to stimulate creation and destruction. In this regard, Indra and Asura have unique advantages. Chen nodded secretly when he heard it. Naruto and Sasuke in the original book both quickly mastered the power of yin-yang escape, which is precisely because they are the reincarnations of Asura and Indra. Chen is not the reincarnation of the two, nor does he have the natural blood of the Otsutsuki family, so he only relies on himself. But this kind of relying on one's own strength is the strongest. Soon, Immortal Six Paths began to explain. Yin and yang, the two ways, achieve all things. World, Shinra Bansho, all creation, can be condensed into yin and yang. The Six Paths Immortal told the story completely, and explained the simple things in simple terms, and let Chen also listen with great interest. I only saw that with the explanation of the Six Paths Immortal, Chen also began to act, and there were amazing changes in Chen's body. Chen's body, a breath of aura appeared. This breath was earth-shattering, constantly breaking through, and circling and rising, forming a great force. This force rose and circled, flowing around Chen's body. It belonged to Chen. The power of Yin-Yang Dun. When Chen listened to Yin-Yang Dun's explanation, he also moved with it, and soon Master learned some tricks and had a hint of enlightenment. Then I saw the yin and yang escapes in Chen's body, like a river that opened the gates and released water. Rushing out, the floods erupted, turned into torrents, and flowed out, forming the most terrifying force of yin and yang in Chen's body is displayed in his body. World, Shinra Bansho, all creation, are transformed into yin and yang. Male is yang, and female is yin. Mountains are yang, and water is yin. The sun is yang and the moon is yin. Dry is yang, Kun is yin. And scenes appeared in Chen's eyes, only to see the amazing changes in Chen's body. To read the novel without underline. 545 Sun and Moon in the palm of your hand, Master Universe. I only saw that after hearing the explanation of the 6 paths immortal, a faint brilliance appeared in Chen's eyes. Between the flashes of his eyes, Chen seemed to have realized something. His eyes were extremely bright, and he felt a stronger and stronger breath of yin and yang. It turned out to be like this. Chen felt the power of yin and yang, and the performance of his body became stronger and stronger. The power of yin and yang lingered on Chen's body, causing Chen to feel the power of each and every force. Chen felt comfortable in his heart, and he seemed to suddenly realize what the 6 paths immortal meant by the power of yin and yang. At this time, I only saw Chen's body move, and without warning, it began to float in the air, and a stream of heat burst out. A powerful aura showed. In Chen's body, the power of yin and yang leaked out, created an extremely dire situation. The surrounding small stones and other objects were all absorbed, floating in the air, pouring out madly, and showing up. This kid, he realized the way of yin and yang so quickly. However, he saw a flash of shock in the eyes of the 6 paths immortal, and it quickly disappeared, but he stared at Chen. The 6 paths immortals were totally blown away. Because Chen's talent is too amazing, to understand the way of yin and yang with the master so quickly, and he uses it very quickly, it's really scary. This talent is too high. The 6 paths immortal knew that Chen's talent was very strong, but he never imagined that he could reach such a state and level. Even the 6 paths immortal himself was amazed and shocked. Of yin and yang, it can be said that the 6 paths immortals press the bottom of the box. In the original work, he gave Naruto and Sasuke the power of yin and yang respectively, and Naruto and Sasuke used the power given by the immortal 6 paths, and thus defeated Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Hime. Of yin and yang escape is absolutely terrifying and shocking. At this time, the master has the power of yin and yang. Although Chen is not the reincarnation of Indra and Asura, there is no innate advantage in yin and yang, but relying on his own unique understanding, Chen also shows a special strength. The power of yin and yang burst out, making him become completely different. I only saw that there was a mutation in Chen's body. In the palm of Chen's left palm, a pattern of the sun appeared, glowing with circles of golden light. On the other hand, in the palm of Chen's right hand, there is a pattern of the moon, and the pattern of this moon is even more unique, glowing with purple light. One left and one right. It turned out to be the sun and the moon. Universe, the sun and the moon are all in the palm of your hand. This is also the change brought about by Chen's comprehension of yin and yang escape. The strength displayed by this yin and yang escape is by no means ordinary. The power of the yin and yang escape is revealed. The beauty, at least, makes Chen feel extremely unique. The power of the yin and yang escape makes Chen himself feel like eating ginseng fruit, very comfortable, even. In my heart, I also felt a little bit of an air of immortality. Universe, the sun and the moon, the yin and yang are ever-changing, and everything is in the master of Chen. Master Chen followed the way of yin and yang, and the power of yin and yang on his body burst out. In an instant, a chakra belonging to yin and yang rose into the sky, and this chakra ran wild, making everyone look uniform change. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi, Oni Shark, Nagato, Obito and others all felt the terrifying aura, and all looked in the direction of the tower, where Tatsuya was. The ghost shark was walking side by side with Uchiha Itachi, and suddenly saw this burst of chakra, and was completely stunned, only to see the ghost shark with a low-wry smile. This is the movement made by the leader, it's really scary. Ah, fortunately, I am also called a tailless beast. claiming to have the strongest chakra, but compared to the leader, I am as weak as an ant. Ghost Shark whispered to himself, looking at Chakra in the distance, with a look of awe and interweaving in his eyes. Even if the Ghost Shark saw this scene, it was absolutely shocking. Hearing the Ghost Shark say this, Uchiha Itachi around him silently stopped talking. The reason is very simple. Uchiha Itachi's chakra volume has always been a cup, and it is a tragedy within a tragedy. Not to mention compared to Chen, even the Ghost Shark is too far behind. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the sky silently, coughed lightly helplessly, and said to himself, they are also from the Uchiha family, why is there such a big gap in chakra? Nagato and Obito are both stunned, and they can't help but look up. Looking at Chen's chakra, both of them sighed extremely in their hearts and were filled with emotion. Nagato sighed and said, the teacher's strength has increased again. I really deserve to be a teacher. This kind of strength can only be looked up to by me. Obito's eyes flickered and he was a little surprised, but more than that, he was not reconciled. Damn, why every time I am with him my strength is getting bigger and bigger, I really don't understand. Uchiha Obito murmured, clenching his fists. He suddenly felt that, according to this situation, the gap between him and Chen is getting bigger and bigger, and if it continues like this, I am afraid that even Uchiha Madara will not be Chen's opponent, and it will not be able to restrain Chen. Who can stop him? Obito's heart is filled with deep sorrow. As for Deidara, Kaku, Toto, Sasori, and others, they were completely shocked by the yin and yang that Chen showed. With the power of yin and yang, Chen's strength has grown again at this moment. The most excited people are Konan, Kushina and others. Kurenai Yuhi even felt the power of Chen, only to know that the strength of Chen is like a vast star. Those eyes that looked like Yuhi gems were always focused on Chen's body, and they never looked away. Chen's body showed the power of yin and yang escape. One hand was yin, the other was yang, and his body even exuded two kinds of brilliance, golden and purple. And automatically fly to remind you. 546 The Conspiracy of Black Zetsu. Open black lens bracket for automatic reward. Close black lens bracket. Boy, you have actually realized the power of yin and yang. You only took so short time to become master, really. Immortal Six Paths wanted to complain, but found that he was completely speechless, just immersed in Chen's powerful strength. He could clearly feel the progress of Chen's current strength. Old man, I would like to thank you for your guidance. Chen smiled lightly. Don't say it, I'm going to cry. I just said a few words casually. Who would have known that your kid's comprehension is so amazing, and even the master who can escape so easily has arrived. But I heard the Six Paths fairy whisper. The words of the Six Paths immortal made Chen do speechless, and he did not expect that he would even become a master of yin and yang escape. This strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Moreover, when comprehending the yin and yang escape, Chen had an epiphany feeling. The overall strength has indeed risen more than one step. I don't know to what extent my current strength has reached, but the yin and yang escape in my body has been stimulated, and I can use the yin and yang escape more powerfully in the future. Chen whispered. There is no doubt that yin-yang dun is the strongest of all escape techniques. In the situation of the same level, the power of yin and yang escape is absolutely the first, absolutely shocking and terrifying. The power of yin and yang escaping appeared, lingering by Chen's side, and Chen realized the principle of yin and yang escaping for a while. One hand day, one hand month. They represent creation and destruction, respectively. These two powers are lingering in Chen's hands, and Chen can use the yin and yang escape technique at any time. These two escaping techniques were displayed, and the power that erupted lingered around Chen, who turned and glanced at Obito, Nagato in the distance. At this time, Obito and Nagato felt an overwhelming pressure attacking. Chen used the power of destruction this time, which made Obito shocked and felt a deep shock when facing it. Both Obito and Nagato felt a strong pressure. This strong pressure seemed to carry the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. It was completely different from what they had seen before. It was full of aura of destruction. Under this strong pressure, Obito and Nagato couldn't help but take a few steps back. But Obito and Nagato are both experts. Even among Akatsuki, they are in the forefront, especially Nagato. At this time, the 6 Paths Pain appeared beside Nagato, helping to resist the pressure from Chen. Chen glanced at Obito and Nagato, put away his coercion, and did not move. Obito and Nagato let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the sweat dripping down from their bodies, and sighing again and again, even more surprised when they faced Tatsuki. Chen was satisfied with the yin and yang of his newest master, smiled lightly, then stopped looking at Nagato and Obito, turned his eyes back, and said lightly, "If you are in a hurry to collect tailed beasts, you must ask me about anything before you can do it. There is action. Itachi, your younger brother Sasuke has taken refuge in Orochimaru." Conan follows some of Sasuke's updates. Yes. Conan taps. The head and the lips indicate that they know. Uchiha Itachi also looked at Chen and nodded slightly. Uchiha Itachi was very grateful for Chen's attention to Sasuke's activities. "That's it, it can be over, that's all," Chen said lightly. Yes. Everyone left in unison, each with their own plans. Chen got the power of yin and yang, and his strength was further improved, but he felt more and more how difficult it was to improve the 6 Paths level. Today's Chen seems to be climbing the top of the mountain, getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. The road is getting steeper and steeper, surrounded by cliffs and cliffs. There is only one way to go. But this road is also full of thorns, and Chen climbs more and more slowly. If you want to stand at the top, how can it be so simple? Chen, your current strength has reached the bottleneck stage. If you want to go further, you must come into contact with similar strengths. The best way is to compete with opponents of the same level. War. But I saw the 6 Paths Fairy whisper. Chen shrugged. How could he now have an opponent who can fight against him in the entire ninja world? I am afraid that the only ones who can fight against him are only the 3 immortals of the 3 holy places. Except for the 3 immortals, Chen did not have any enemies or opponents. No, it seems that there are still people who can threaten me. Chen's eyes flickered slightly, but he remembered a person, that is Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Nagato, Obito and the others all stepped back. Nagato and Obito looked at each other, and they were both shocked by the strength Chen just showed, and they were silent. Obito and Nagato are temporarily separated. Obito was left on the spot. He thought for a while and said, "Absolutely, come out." Soon as he finished speaking, he saw the figures of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu split from the ground. At this time, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were combined, like a big tree, appearing on the ground. Obito. Both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu looked at Obito, and White Zetsu snorted softly. What a terrifying power of yin and yang. Uchiha Chen's strength growth is indeed beyond the expectations of countless people. It's incredible. Yeah, who would have thought that he was so strong? Black Zetsu was also amazed, and said in a low voice. Regardless of was Black Zetsu or White Zetsu, I didn't expect Chen's strength to be so strong, and even comprehend the yin and yang. Growing up in such a state, even if Madara is resurrected, I am afraid that it may not be Uchiha Chen's opponent. In the future, our Moon Eye plan will be completely ruined. White Zetsu whispered. Black Zetsu nodded slightly, his eyes flickered. In fact, Black Zetsu was even more worried, and even felt a little angry. Uchiha Chen was almost like he was halfway to kill Cheng Yaojin, delaying his plan to resurrect Kagaya. Damn Uchiha Chen, it seems that it is impossible not to deal with him. Black Zetsu thought to himself, as if he was thinking about some conspiracy. 547 In 4 years, Hayate's biography opens. Black Zetsu is different from White Zetsu and Obito. Black Zetsu is transformed from the will of Kagaya. It can be said that it is even the third son of Kagaya except 6 Paths and Otsutsuki Hamura. So Black Zetsu has been trying to release Kagaya, which is his ultimate mission. To this end, Kagaya also prepared many whole cards and gave them all to Black Zetsu. In order to ensure that Kagaya can be released, Black Zetsu also carefully planned. White Zetsu and Obito's idea is simple, just take advantage of Nagato's outsiders at the right time. The technique of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, resurrects Uchiha Madara, and uses Uchiha Madara's power to fight against Chen, implementing the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. But right now, this path seems to be a little off. Because with Tatsu's strength getting stronger and stronger, both White Zetsu and Obito have felt that even Uchiha Madara may not be Tatsu's opponent. The Rinnegan who has opened the 6 tomo, and the strength has become extremely strong, reaching the 6 paths level, even stronger than Uchiha Madara. Therefore, the situation is already the most difficult state. At least in the eyes of Obito and White Zetsu, the current Chen is too difficult to deal with, and Chen has almost no weaknesses. Maybe we can start with the women around Uchiha Chen. It seems that there are many women around Uchiha Chen, such as Konan, Kushina, Terumi Mei, Tsunade. White Zetsu said in a low voice, his eyes twinkling, and he suggested. If there is any weakness of Uchiha-chan, it is too affectionate. This is indeed a weakness. White Zetsu said. That's right. Obito narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking, but after a while he shook his head slightly and said softly, but you must know that none of the women around Uchiha-chan are easy to provoke. Konan, Uzumaki Kushina and others like Tenten are all around him, we have no way to start. And Tsunade, Terumi Mei, these 2 women are even more terrifying, and even hold a large country in their hands. If we are not careful, we will be completely lost, and the danger is too great. Obito doesn't know that Chen's women are weak, but if you think about it, it seems that none of Chen's women are weak, especially Tsunade and Terumi Mei. Maybe they will even be defeated. If Chen finds out, then that it is an extreme crisis. This risk cannot be taken. Thinking of this, Obito sighed, Uchiha Chen is really terrible, even the women around him are so difficult to deal with, and everyone is so good. There's really no chance. Obito made repeated calculations, and in the end he only shook his head and sighed with emotion. It can only be said that Chen has almost no flaws, and the strength of the 2 sides is too different, making Obito feel that it is almost impossible to deal with Chen. Black Zetsu was also thinking on the side, he spoke, but his eyes flickered, he clearly had an idea. Black Zetsu thought to himself, if I want to deal with Uchiha Chen, it seems that I have to have a whole card. Summon that one, then possess him. The body, deal with Uchiha Chen. Black Zetsu thought to himself. Kagaya Hime gave Black Zetsu a lot of trump cards, but she tried her best to revive her. After all, resurrecting Kagaya Hime is also the ultimate goal of Black Zetsu, and there is no way to prepare for it. Black Zetsu wants to deal with Chen, and plans to use his strongest trump card. After all, with Chen's strength, other trump cards would be useless against Chen. Black Zetsu is also very aware of this, so he intends to use the strongest ultimate move. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's heart moved, and he has already started to plan. Uchiha Chen is now preparing to collect the 9 big-tailed beasts. I must not let the 9 big-tailed beasts all fall into the hands of Uchiha Chen. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara will not be able to. Resurrection. Mother's resurrection is far away. Black Zetsu thought. Black Zetsu thought about it, and he has already started to plan. He has to make detailed plans and layouts, and he must deal with Chen. As soon as Uchiha Chen's tailed beast capture plan starts, I will deal with him immediately. Well, it just so happens that it will take a long time to prepare my trump card. I am really looking forward to it, Uchiha Chen. Black Zetsu secretly said, with a sinister smile on his face. Time flies. Chen didn't rush to start the tail beast capture plan, because Chen spent a long time practicing yin-yang escape. The pattern of yin and yang that appeared in the palm of Chen Qian's hand is a bit similar to the taste of awakening yin and yang, but to exert the strongest power of yin and yang, you still need to practice. After all, Chen is not. Indra and Asura are reincarnated like that, so they can't completely escape from Master Yin and Yang. Fortunately, after these few years, Chen's yin and yang escapes have made rapid progress, and he can skillfully use yin and yang escapes, which greatly increases Chen's strength. 4 years passed in a flash. Chen Yi finally gave the order to start the capture plan of the tailed beast, and let everyone start catching the tailed beast. Original book, Tatsuya sent the art duo, Sasori and Deidara, to capture the one-tailed Manjinchuriki column Riza no Shukaku Gaara. Deidara and Sasori in action. And this also means that the Hayate biography in the Hokage world has officially begun. This year is also the most exciting stage in the world of Hokage. Naruto and Sasuke have grown up, and it is getting closer and closer to the resurrection of Uchiha Madara and the appearance of Kagaya Hime. For 4 years, let Chen stand on the top of the ninja world, overlooking all beings in the ninja world, and has already surpassed everyone. Finally, it's coming. When the 9 big-tailed beasts are collected, the real battle will begin. Chen's eyes are far away, standing on the highest tower of the Rain Country, looking at everyone from afar. Chen, I saw Kushina, Makoto, Konan, Kurenai Yuhi and others all looking at the figure from a distance, with admiration in their eyes. 548 Beast Capture. Open black lens bracket, please reward close black lens bracket. Dispatched Sasori and Deidara, and the two finally got into action, heading to Sunagakure village. Chen was always looking in the direction of Sunagakure village. He knew that after 4 years this time, Gaara's strength has also grown very strongly, worthy of being a Jinchuriki column force. Gaara at this time, the kid from the past has become Kazekage, such a terrifying strength is indeed extraordinary. Shukaku of a tail of sand is what I have in my pocket, and no one can take it away. Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he whispered to himself. Chen has long regarded the Shukaku of the sand as something in his own bag, collected all the 9 big-tailed beasts, then unlocked the seal of Kagaya Hime at the right time, and finally solved Kagaya Hime. This is Chen's idea. Therefore, it is imperative to collect the 9 big-tailed beasts, so that the 9 big-tailed beasts are all under their control. QB 9 Tails is already in my hands, but QB 9 Tails is friendly with me, and the Yin-type QB 9 Tails cannot be used. Look at the Yang-type QB 9 Tails situation. Chen thought of QB 9 Tails. Anyway, QB 9 Tails has helped him several times, but Chen will not betray QB 9 Tails, and he has a very good relationship with QB 9 Tails. That being the case, the QB 9 Tails matter will be discussed later. Gaara, I don't know if you will escape this disaster like in the original book. Chen whispered to himself. Sunagakure village. At the entrance of Sunagakure village, Sasori looked impatient among the fiery amber. This guy Deidara must not be fully prepared this time. Damn it, made me wait so long. Deidara. The sky, only a white giant bird appeared, and Deidara was standing on top of the white giant bird, controlling the white giant bird. The white giant bird made bursts of cries and released explosive clay to deal with Sunagakure village. I saw Deidara's laughter followed by the sound of the explosion. Well, I finally infiltrated Sunagakure village. This is a perfect infiltration. Thanks to that guy Sasori's information. Kazekage Gaara, right, this time I'm going to bring you back so that the leader can also see my strength. Deidara smiled and shouted, art is to explode, drink. With a loud bang, there was an explosion sound all around. The sound of the explosion was earth-shattering, and the surrounding area was directly blown up. The violent sound shook the entire Sunagakure village, and even saw a figure quickly from the Kazekage building. Escape. Oh, it's finally out. 5 generations of Kazekage, Gaara, Aikido Jinchuriki column force. But I saw Deidara chuckle and stare at the figure in front of her with narrowed eyes. I saw was a young man wearing a blue and white cloak, not tall, with an indifferent look. This young man had short hair and a big love on his forehead. Who are you? You dare to trespass on my sand? Gaara looked at each other cautiously, feeling the strength of Deidara. Deidara smiled coldly, swept Gaara across with electricity, and said lightly, "I am a member of Akatsuki, codenamed Shinglong." Deidara was wearing an Akatsuki outfit with a black background Yuhi cloud, and her temperament was rather gloomy. For a time, all the senior members of Sunagakure village looked at Deidara with solemn expressions. Distance, there was Konkuro, staring at Deidara with a strange look in his eyes. Akatsuki. Gaara was stunned, he had never heard the name of this organization at all. Akatsuki, but it seems that there are people in this Akatsuki who have the same strength as the other party. When thinking of this, Gaara snorted coldly and said indifferently, "No matter what. What kind of monster are you, the person who trespassed in my Sunagakure village? I will not make him feel better." Saying that, Gaara gathered yellow sand all over her body, and suddenly surged from all directions. These yellow sand spread and formed a big hand, heading towards Deidara. Deidara raised her brows, and manipulated her big white bird to start to avoid. It's really worthy of being a human being. Jinchuriki column force. This ability to control the sand is really convenient, Deidara was very emotional, and at the same time saw Gaara attacking Deidara. Because Gaara was worried about the power of Deidara's detonating clay and the safety of Sunagakure village, Gaara was facing great difficulties when confronting Deidara head-on. And Deidara also found a problem. He found that he had misestimated Gaara's strength. Gaara's strength should not be underestimated, but he did not bring enough blasting clay. Thinking of this, Deidara also frowned. It's a bit troublesome. If the mission is not completed this time, the leader will blame it. Thinking of Chen's strength, Deidara shuddered in her heart and was terrified. He must win the battle for Shukaku of the Sand. Deidara quickly found a way to deal with it. If that's the case, then I'm welcome. 3 bombs, 18. Deidara made a puppet bomb. The puppet bomb suddenly appeared and was dropped by Deidara, and in an instant, the situation changed. The puppet bomb exploded with a loud bang and began to explode. The entire Sunagakure village shook and shook for a while. However, the power of the explosion was not as strong as Deidara imagined, and only saw the appearance of yellow sand, blocking the power of the puppet bomb in a very small space. The people around were relieved, especially Konkuro and the others, secretly said, "Finally resisted the explosion. It's really not easy, otherwise Sunagakure village will be killed." "Oh, what can I do?" Unexpectedly, I actually used sand to form an absolute defense and resisted my attack, but I don't know how it will be. At this time, he saw that the sand resisted Deidara's explosion, but Deidara used the power of the explosion to break through the absolute defense with a row of small spiders made of clay, and exploded within Gaara's absolute defense. With a bang, Gaara was directly blown up and seriously injured. If you want an automatic reward to watch the underlined version of the novel. 549 Chen dispatched. Bond and change. Open black lens bracket for automatic reward, close black lens bracket. But after seeing Deidara wounding Gaara, Gaara completely lost his combat effectiveness, and is no longer enough to compete with Deidara. However, under such circumstances, in order to avoid the loss of Sunagakure village, Gaara still tried her best to use her last strength to transfer the aftermath of the explosion using the yellow sand to other places, so as to avoid the loss of Sunagakure village. Deidara was a little surprised when she saw this scene. She raised her brows, and Gaara still acted, but said lightly, "I heard that Kazekage Gaara of Sunagakure village is a ruthless person, but now it seems that is not the case." "Ah, it seems that something has changed you." Deidara sighed softly, but saw that Gaara had lost his chakra, finally completed the last step, and then fell straight down. Deidara controls the white giant bird and grabs Gaara directly under the giant bird's claws. Deidara smiled. The mission is completed. It seems that it is really a successful infiltration plan, But it seems like it's been a long time. I guess that guy Sasori is a little impatient. Deidara smiled, then looked at everyone in Sunagakure village, and said indifferently, "In that case, I will accept this person, Jinchuriki column." Spoke. Deidara rode the white giant bird and rode away in the wind. All the ninjas in Sunagakure village were too late to stop them, and they all watched Deidara leave in stunned eyes. Gaara. Kankuro looked anxious, roared, and immediately chased out. Beside Kankuro, several ninjas from Sunagakure village also chased out. Not to mention Deidara and Sasori. At this time Naruto, Sakura, Sai, Yamato and others also found the secret base where Orochimaru was and went to find Sasuke. At this moment, Chen stood beside the high tower, and seemed to have a feeling, and glanced at the direction of Tianjiguo again. Naruto and Sasuke. Chen whispered to himself. Chen. At this time, Kurenai Yuhi walked towards Chen, stood beside Chen, and whispered. At the same time, I only saw Kurenai Yuhi holding a cloak in his hand, and subconsciously put it on Chen. Chen glanced at Kurenai Yuhi. It was getting late, but Kurenai Yuhi hadn't rested yet. Chen whispered, why don't you go to rest? Kurenai Yuhi said softly, I don't think you are resting, but you are talking about the names of Naruto and Sasuke here. These two children, I know, are two special children in Kakashi's class, and you seem to take them seriously. Kurenai Yuhi puts clothes on Chen. Chen smiled and took the initiative to hold Kurenai Yuhi's. A warm and jade-like feeling came, and the corners of Chen's mouth curled into a smile. Since this time, Tatsu and Yuhi's relationship has been getting better and better, and finally took the last step. Today's Kurenai Yuhi is already one with Konan, Kushina, Makoto and others, all of whom are Tatsu's women. With regard to Chen's intimacy, she was a little shy, and glanced at Chen lowly. A soft smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but his face was involuntarily ashamed of Yuhi, and turned to Yuhi. Chen smiled and said, yes, the two children of Sasuke and Naruto are indeed very unusual, at least in my eyes. The future achievements of the two of them are limitless. Oh! A look of astonishment flashed in Kurenai Yuhi's eyes, leaning gently against Chen's embrace, a hint of surprise in his eyes. With Chen's strength, to actually say such a thing is enough to prove how extraordinary Naruto and Sasuke are in Chen's heart. What kind of existence are Naruto and Sasuke, and how can they be able to evaluate Tatsu like Kurenai Yuhi's eyes like a pair of Yuhi gems look at Tatsu? But seeing Chen lightly smile, he said, you will know in the future, the two of them will definitely exude different scenery. Well. Kurenai Yuhi nodded, not questioning Chen's opinion at all. She completely believes in Chen. At this time in the land, outside the secret base of Orochimaru, Naruto finally met Sasuke, and before meeting, he had a battle with Orochimaru. Under such circumstances, Sasuke and Naruto finally meet. At this time, both Sasuke and Naruto have grown a lot, and their strength has grown by leaps and bounds. After 4 years, the original chicks have grown into eagles, soaring freely in the sky. Naruto and Sasuke finally met, and Naruto persuaded Sasuke again, but Sasuke remained unmoved. Sakura's heart was broken, while Naruto's anger rose, a bit of anger, and a bit of helplessness. Sasuke said coldly, Naruto, I admit my bond with you. But you should know, I cut this bond with my own hands during the Battle of the End Valley. I now have a new bond with that man. I must kill him. Orochimaru has told me that Uchiha Itachi is now in the Land of Rain, joining a very mysterious group called Akatsuki, of which he is a member. So in the next moment, I'm going to find him. Sasuke said coldly. Naruto, I hope you don't have to come to me next time. I won't go back to Konoha. Sasuke said indifferently. Hearing Sasuke say this, Naruto sighed softly with a sad look in his eyes. Naruto knew how deep the hatred in Sasuke's heart was, and also knew that since Sasuke said so, he must have no hope of pulling Sasuke back to Konoha village. Thinking of this, Naruto's heart was full of sadness. Goodbye, Naruto. I'm going to kill that man now, and when we meet again, it might be life and death. Sasuke said, with a tone of alienation and indifference, so that Naruto could hardly recognize him, and Naruto also had a vague feeling in his heart. Naruto felt that Sasuke was no longer that. Sasuke. Sasuke leaves. At the same time, Chen stood on the high tower of the Land of Rain, and seemed to have a feeling, and said lightly, "It seems that I should almost make a move." 550. Do you regret it? Open black lens bracket for a reward. Close black lens bracket. Naruto and Sasuke's meeting this time made both Naruto and Sakura very disappointed. Sasuke has left far away, and only Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke are left. The three of them look at each other in dismay. It happened once by accident. Sasuke. At this time, I heard Sakura's voice. Sakura's voice was a little sobbing. It was obviously sad because of this incident. Who would have thought that Sasuke had not seen him for 4 years, and his personality had changed so much that he almost became another person. In the face of Sasuke's departure, only Yamato and Sai remained calm. They were outsiders after all, and they knew the situation better. This time, the search for Sasuke was unsuccessful, and Naruto and Sakura had to return to Konoha. And at Konoha, a mission awaits them. Back to the village, they were immediately told to go to the Hokage building, and 5 generations of Hokage summoned them. Hearing the news, Naruto, Sakura and the others rushed to the Hokage building, where Tsunade was already waiting. Tsunade stood in front of the office and said indifferently, "I have heard about your search for Sasuke, but the current situation, let's put the search for Sasuke for a while. I have another important task entrusted to you." Cage in Sunagakure village, Gaara has been arrested. The opponent is a single person, wearing a black trench coat with Yuhi cloud on it, claiming to be a member of an organization called Akatsuki. Tsunade Road. What? How come? Akatsuki, organization from Sasuke, and now I hear it again, which made both Naruto and Sakura stunned, completely stunned, and Naruto also realized that this matter is not easy. Then what are you waiting for? I'm going to save Gaara. Naruto said seriously. Hearing what Naruto said, Sakura nodded quickly. Very well, Kakashi will join you this time to track down the whereabouts of this Akatsuki organization. Tsunade said lightly. Yes. Hearing Tsunade say this, Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura formed a team together, and they rushed towards Sunagakure village impatiently. At this time Tsunade knew that Chen had established a power in the land of rain, but he didn't know that the power was called Akatsuki, so it was Oolong who caused this incident. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi 3 rushed to Sunagakure village to reinforce. At this time, the situation in Sunagakure village was indeed not optimistic. The reason why we say that the situation in Sunagakure village is not optimistic is because after Kage Gaara was kidnapped, Sunagakure village was in a situation of no leader in an instant. And Kankuro went after him, trying to retake Gaara. But instead, he met Sasori and was stabbed by Sasori's crimson flow. The poisoning was deep and the situation was in jeopardy. After Sakura arrived, he first released the poison in his body, so that Kankuro was temporarily out of danger. Sakura's medical ninjutsu at this time was taught to Tsunade, and the medical ninjutsu was extremely powerful. With her help, Kankuro was finally freed from danger. Immediately afterwards, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi 3 finally joined the reinforcements and began to pursue Deidara and Sasori. Deidara is the first to arrive at Akatsuki's secret base, all of which are modeled after Orochimaru's base. After Deidara reached the base, she immediately contacted Tatsu. But at this time, Chen had already set off, and Akatsuki was temporarily handed over to Nagato to preside over. Nagato gathered everyone in Akatsuki, and at the same time, they saw their projections appear, all standing in a row. Hey, Nagato, why are you the leader? Deidara was surprised, because he still wanted to show some merit to Chen, but he didn't see Chen, so he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The leader and Uchiha Itachi have already come to you, and the leader said that there will be some troublesome guys on your side. Nagato said lightly, the chief is very dissatisfied with your actions this time, it's too slow, Deidara. As soon as Deidara heard this, cold sweat broke out, and a look of stun flashed in his eyes, and said, this time, I just wasn't prepared enough, I didn't bring enough clay, Hearing that Chen and Uchiha Itachi were rushing towards him, Deidara's eyes showed a hint of astonishment and she quickly explained. You can leave this to the leader. Let's take Aikyu away from the hand of Jinchuriki, column force before we talk about it. At this time, Obito said lightly. Finally got the first-tailed beast, which represented a big step forward for the Infinite Tsukuyomi project, and Obito was a little bit secretly excited. I see. Deidara said angrily. Everyone began to work together to pull the tailed beast away, and the shukaku of one-tailed sand was pulled out of Gaara's body. At this time, Tatsu and Uchiha Itachi have also approached Akatsuki's stronghold. Chen and Uchiha Itachi walked side by side. Chen glanced at Uchiha Itachi, only to see that Uchiha Itachi was always silent. His expression was indifferent, with a bit of coldness. Itachi, when you left the Uchiha house alone, killed everyone in the clan, and shouldered the sins of this whole body, did you ever regret it? At this time, Chen asked softly. That Chen has always been curious about. Having seen Hokage so many times, he has always wanted to ask Uchiha Itachi what he was thinking. Only to see Uchiha Itachi's footsteps, and his figure stagnant for a while, Uchiha Itachi whispered, yes. The answer was beyond Chen's expectations. But I saw Uchiha Itachi whispering. I have thought countless times, what would have happened if I changed my mind at the beginning? I was in torment every day. But things are already like this, and I can't change anymore, I can only look forward. My only thought now is to see Sasuke again, give my power to Sasuke, and let Sasuke inherit Uchiha's glory. There was remorse and relief in Uchiha Itachi's voice. Chenyi smiled. Want to see Sasuke again? This time, there should be a chance. 551 Kakashi, do you want to die? Open black lens bracket for automatic reward. Close black lens bracket. Hearing Chen's words, Uchiha Itachi was completely stunned, looking at Chen with a bit of stunned eyes, but he didn't expect Guochen to care so much about him. In fact, Chen is also very curious about what kind of scene the brothers will meet when they meet. Sasuke's strength is still too weak now. If I really meet Sasuke, I think I should do something to him. But I heard Uchiha Itachi whisper, only by making Sasuke hate me, can his strength be improved. Uchiha Itachi is very thorough in many things, and his ideas are very mature. Chen nodded slightly, agreeing with what Uchiha Itachi said. It can be said that Uchiha Itachi really worked hard and sacrificed everything for Sasuke's sake. For the entanglement between the two brothers, Chen does not intend to intervene. However, in the current situation, the top priority seems to be to find Deidara and complete the seal of the tail. Chen was wearing a mask at this time, wearing Akatsuki's costume, and even changed the details with the transformation technique, and now no one can recognize him. Soon, Tatsu and Uchiha Itachi find Akatsuki's stronghold, and Deidara is in it. Deidara saw Chen, respectfully, and immediately said to Chen honestly, Chief. Well, one tail caught it. Chen glanced ahead, only to see Gaara's body lying on the ground. Gaara had lost his vitality and signs of life at this time. Shukaku of a tail of sand was pulled out of his body and entered Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. On Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, one eye is open. Apparently, after absorbing the power of one tail, the power of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, increased significantly, opening one eye. Good job, Deidara. Chen said lightly. Thank you for your compliment, boss. Deidara nodded vigorously. In Deidara's view, it was an honor to be praised by Chen, and he was completely excited. Your hand is broken, right? It seems that Gaara is quite capable. Chen glanced at Deidara's arm. It was broken by Gaara's sand. Chen's hand moved slightly. A burst of Yongdun's power was aroused, and an astonishing scene appeared in an instant. Deidara's arm was completely spliced back by Chen. And Deidara's arm injury is also healing quickly. This amazing power is terrifying. Deidara was naturally grateful, and Uchiha Itachi looked shocked. Regardless of was Deidara or Uchiha Itachi was shocked by Tatsu's hand. Can make Deidara's broken arm recover quickly. What kind of power is this? Naruto can use the power of Yangdun to create an eye for Kakashi, and it is nothing for him to do so. At least in Chen's point of view, there is nothing to be commended for this. But Deidara looked stupid. At this time, there was only one thought left in Deidara's mind: thigh, must hug. Thighs. Following a strong man like the leader, it's not enough to drink spicy food, and even a body that has been injured to such a degree can recover, so there is nothing that can't be done. Thinking of this, Deidara is excited. What about Sasori? Chen asked lightly. Leader, Sasori is still there. Halfway through, it is said that a few small flies followed, and Sasori is in charge of fighting them and helping me delay time. Deidara responded. Chen nodded slightly. At this time, his chakra was also fully opened, and the power of Piran swept out, and he sensed the situation. It turned out that it was Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura who arrived. Along with it is Tatsu's former opponent, Chiyo, who was an old opponent in World War II. At this time, Chiyo and Sakura are working together to deal with Sasori. At the same time, Kakashi and Naruto are waiting for an opportunity to attack. Deidara, you can step back in a while, thanks for your hard work. Chen said lightly. It seemed that he planned to deal with Kakashi and Naruto himself. As soon as she heard that Chen was going to do it herself, Deidara's eyes lit up, full of anticipation, and finally saw the leader do it again. Over there, Sakura and Chiyo have already met Sasori. The Sasori at this time is different from the original, even stronger and more terrifying than the strength shown in the original, because Sasori was brought to the moon by Chen, and after seeing the puppet technique passed down by Otsutsuki Hamura, his strength has already reached the peak. Sasori was able to deal with Chiyo and Sakura alone, and seemed to be able to handle it with ease. And Kakashi came with Naruto towards the stronghold of Tatsu and others. Soon, Chen saw the figures of Kakashi and Naruto, only to see Naruto's eyes flashing, and a faint brilliance appeared, and said, I found it. Naruto, don't act rashly, there is a master ahead of you. Relying on his Sharingan, Kakashi suddenly saw Uchiha Itachi. Stunned for a moment, his eyes burst with surprise, and looked at Uchiha Itachi and Chen in complete surprise. It's you, Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Itachi in horror. Uchiha Itachi. When I heard the name, Naruto was also shocked. Because Naruto knew about Sasuke's past, he knew how terrible Uchiha Itachi was and what kind of existence Uchiha Itachi was to Sasuke. Unexpectedly, I could see Uchiha Itachi here, and Naruto stared at the man in front of him, as if he wanted to see through him. On the contrary, it was Chen, because Chen wore a mask and deliberately restrained his breath, so he seemed very low-key. As for Deidara, she had listened to Chen's words and hid it. Uchiha Itachi frowned. Looking at Shang Chen at this time, in front of Chen, Uchiha Itachi didn't dare to make trouble. Chen let out a chuckle under the mask, and said lightly, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be able to chase here, it seems that you are underestimating you. But Kakashi, you came here so rashly, do you want to die? 552 You are Uchiha Madara, mad Kakashi. Kakashi, you want to die when you say this. Your eyes are cold. Among the Konoha crowd, only a few Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, etc. Tishin had affection for these people. The others are strangers to Tatsu, so when Kakashi finds Akatsuki's stronghold, Tatsu narrows his eyes, determined to teach Kakashi a lesson. This time also used transformation technique to cover up his Rinnegan. After all, the characteristics of Rinnegan are too obvious, and it is almost the symbol of today. As soon as these words came out, Kakashi and Naruto both felt a strong pressure, and this pressure came, making both of them feel like they were in an ice cellar, almost suffocated, and felt the terrible pressure. You, who are you? Kakashi spoke with a bit of difficulty. He had absolutely no information on Chen in his mind, and he didn't know where this person came from. The person in front of him seems to have a higher status among Akatsuki than Uchiha Itachi. Just now, even Uchiha Itachi was asking for his opinion. Who is he and how strong is he? These are like question marks in Kakashi. Circling in the heart. Kakashi. Chen looked at Kakashi, his eyes flickered slightly, then he saw an indifference flashing out, and looked at Kakashi coldly. At this time, under the transformation technique, the eyes have become Sharingan. Sharingan, who are you? Kakashi looked at Chen in shock, but saw the three tomo in Chen's eyes constantly spinning, accompanied by a powerful yin escape, which shocked Kakashi extremely. Sharingan, you are also from the Uchiha clan. Naruto also reacted immediately and knew Chen's identity. Naruto, don't look him in the eye, he is super strong, Sharingan is by no means ordinary. Close your eyes and leave the rest to me. Kakashi roared, reminding Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes as he said, but his heart was extremely nervous. Kakashi, sensei, are you going to be alright? It's alright. Kakashi forced himself to calm down. It's okay. Chen chuckled under the mask. Kakashi, are you sure you're fine? With the voice, Chen's Sharingan kept turning, and finally met Kakashi suddenly. Chen was merciless this time, and planned to teach Kakashi a lesson. Magic, a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. This is a demonic illusion created by Chen, and the power of Yin Dun is used in it. The power of Yin Dun burst out, and in an instant, the explosion of Yin Dun is seen. The powerful force makes Kakashi shocked and completely moved. Kakashi is in another fantasy world in an instant. Even when this Hayate biography opens, Kakashi has Mangekyo Sharingan and his pupil strength is greatly increased, but he is far from Chen's opponent. It is quite real, although it is not a world created by Tsukuyomi, but it is better than a world created by Tsukuyomi. In this fantasy, in the realm space, love has Chen Lai master. And Kakashi's hurt and pain in this fantasy world are all real. Kakashi felt the danger of the situation. He had almost no resistance in this fantasy space. He felt a powerful force, and he was even weaker. The other party seems to be the endless and deep ocean of Wang Yang, while himself is a small boat on the sea. It will be overturned at any time, and it will be killed. Dangerous and terrifying. Kakashi, didn't you say it's okay? Why do you look so embarrassed? Chen's faint voice came from the illusion space, pervasive, and came from all directions. Kakashi even broke out in cold sweat, feeling the sturdiness of the other party. How can you win this way? Although you got precious Sharingan, even Mangekyo Sharingan, but you don't know how to use it, it's really sad. Chen shook his head and said, the power of Sharingan is definitely not something you can imagine, nor is it something that someone like you who doesn't have the blood of the Uchiha family can get. Chen's expression moved slightly, and he saw a strong pressure coming, and the space in the illusion became even more terrifying. Fire, the endless hell, and the suffocating temperature were completely shocking, which made Kakashi feel a shudder and even terrifying, and even the hair stood up. Ah! In the illusion, Kakashi felt an overwhelming force, screamed in agony, and his body and limbs seemed to be pierced by 10,000 swords. In reality, only a moment passed. Kakashi fell directly to the ground, sweating profusely. He didn't know what was going on, but he was stunned by Chen's demonic illusion. Kakashi completely lost his fighting power and fell to the ground softly. Who are you? As far as I know, Sharingan can have, and there are only two people who can have such pupil power. One is Uchiha Chen, and the other is the legendary Uchiha Madara. But your pupil power is different from Uchiha Chen. This power is too sinister and domineering. Are you the legendary Uchiha Madara? Kakashi said in a low voice. At this time, Kakashi was completely collapsed by Chen's blow. It can be said that the current Kakashi is completely abused by Chen Wan. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Naruto closed his eyes, completely unaware of what was going on, and immediately said nervously. Naruto is very worried about Kakashi, afraid of Kakashi accident. However, Kakashi didn't say anything. Naruto opened his eyes subconsciously, wanting to see what happened to Kakashi, but when he opened his eyes, he found that Kakashi was lying on the ground, in extreme embarrassment, sweating profusely, and his face pale, after saying this. After that, I fainted directly. If you want an automatic reward for watching the underlined version of the novel. 553 Chen's Mokuden, Wood Style. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Naruto quickly helped Kakashi up. His heart was shocked, and his eyes were even more surprised when he looked at Chen. Uchiha Madara, Kakashi teacher said you are Uchiha Madara, the legendary Uchiha Madara who fought with the first Hokage at the end of the valley. Naruto looked at Chen with a look of astonishment. Chen actually understood a little bit. The reason why Kakashi admits him wrong and thinks that Tatsu is Uchiha Madara is actually because Tatsu used the power of Yin-Yun just now. The essence of strength is different from that of Chenping. The power of Yinden destroys domineering. It is very biased, and the power attribute is very extreme. And Kakashi felt the power of Kuochin, and knew that this power and the power of Chen's own are essentially different. Master, Yin escaping power after Chen comprehends the Yin-Yang escaping power. Domineering, destructive, and full of terror. This is the symbol of the power of the shadow, and it makes sense for Kakashi to mistake Chen for Uchiha Madara. Chen did not deny or admit it, but it was still up to them to misunderstand. No matter what. Are you Uchiha Madara or someone else? You are actually treating Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was angry at this time, but he didn't know that the person in front of him was the elder brother Chen he respected the most, and he was completely angry. With Naruto's anger, Naruto was quickly covered with a layer of tailed beast coat. 4 tails burst out in a row. Yuhi's orange chakra showed, and Naruto's whole body also had Kyuubi, 9 tails trend. Uchiha Madara. Naruto shouted angrily, and was about to move towards Chen. Chen glanced at Naruto and was a little surprised. Is it actually a tailed beast? It's a pity that it didn't become a perfect human Jinchuriki, column force. It's still a long way off. Well, let's subdue you first. Chen glanced at Naruto, who turned into a tailed beast, and said lightly, Mokuden, wood style, the art of forest restraint. Then I saw Mokuden, wood style, appearing all around. Big trees rose from the ground. Trees and vines all formed a bond, creating vitality and strength, completely restraining Naruto's movements. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi has a look of surprise in his eyes. This is the first time Uchiha Itachi has seen Tatsu use Mokuden, wood style. That's not the legendary Kekkei Genkei of the first Hokage. How could Mochin think that too many special things happened to Chen? And Uchiha Itachi was relieved. In his opinion, with Chen's strength, he was surprised to be the Grandmaster Mokuden, wood style. But it wasn't anything shocking. In fact, this is indeed the case. After Chen realized Yin and Yang done, his body was completely different, and the power of Yang done in his body surpassed that of Senju Hashirama at the beginning. Mokuden, wood style, needs is nothing more than combining Doden, earth style, and Suiten, water style, to create a brand new Kekkei Genkei. Now Chen has broken this bondage. He is even Kekkei Mora, let alone Kekkei Genkei. So, under such circumstances, it is really not a big deal for Chen to use Mokuden, wood style. First of all, it was violent. Kakashi, let Kakashi fall directly to the ground. You must know that Kakashi, who was killed by Tsukuyomi in the current Kaka, is not the same strength. Kakashi, who was killed by Itachi Tsukuyomi in the original book, is because Kakashi is weak and has absolutely no comparison with Uchiha Itachi. But the current Kakashi already has the Kamui power of Mangekyo, and Tatsu didn't use Tsukuyomi, but just used his own demonic illusion to abuse Kakashi. Kakashi fell to the ground twitching, and fell down in just an instant, not at all Tatsu's opponent. Chen used Mokuden, wood style, to restrain Naruto, and at the same time smiled coldly, and said lightly, Naruto, you should rest for a while. This time, it's not. You can interfere. Under Chen's perception, Chen already felt that someone was coming, and the person who came was a special person. Uchiha Sasuke. That's right, Uchiha Sasuke is here too, and things are getting more and more complicated. But Uchiha Sasuke is coming, so Chen is looking forward to what kind of sparks Uchiha Sasuke will collide with Uchiha Itachi. This pair of brothers is indeed the most unique in the Hokage world. Bound Naruto with Mokuden wood style and saw Mokuden wood style constantly absorbing the chakra of Kyuubi, 9 tails, in Naruto's body. No wonder it is said that Mokuden wood style is the best to restrain the tailed beast. With this feature alone, it is indeed enough to make the tailed beast big. Soon, he saw Naruto's body slump to the ground, and he also fainted directly. After Naruto fainted, Tatsu put away the Mokuden wood style and looked at Uchiha Itachi. Weasel. What's the matter, Chief? What I said to you just now has come true. Chen said lightly, your younger brother Uchiha Sasuke is here. Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing this name, Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank, and he was always calm, and even the cold Uchiha Itachi's face showed a hint of hesitation, and immediately became cold, and said coldly, it's so, then let me come to him. A spur. Uchiha Itachi said, took a step forward and walked forward. In the distance, there was a movement, and the sound of clogs hitting the ground could be clearly heard, and a man dressed in Uchiha clan clothes came running. This man was wearing a purple Uchiha national costume. His face was cold, his expression was stern, and his eyes were bloody Yuhi, which was shining with the light of Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke came running with a Kusanagi sword on his back. This time Sasuke also received news from Orochimaru that Uchiha Itachi was here. This news was specially revealed to Sasuke by Orochimaru, because Orochimaru also knows that Sasuke is not a guy who can be his container with peace of mind, so Orochimaru intends to let Sasuke know the existence of Uchiha Itachi, and then let Sasuke get hit and act as his container. Soon, Sasuke finally entered the stronghold. Sasuke paused and saw Uchiha Itachi. 554 Sharingan B's Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke saw Uchiha Itachi. He almost lost his mind. Sasuke's eyes burst out with intense and hot hatred, and the whole person was instantly motivated by this hatred. Sasuke let out a loud roar and jumped up completely, with anger in his eyes, and shouted, I'm going to kill you, Uchiha Itachi. There is no doubt about Sasuke's hatred for Uchiha Itachi, only to see that Sasuke is now rushing out, and a strong and dense current is formed around Sasuke. It is Sasuke's Chidori. After being taught Chidori by Kakashi, Sasuke's strength has greatly increased. In the past 4 years, he has received various teachings from Orochimaru. He has grown very quickly. It can even be said that he is currently better than Naruto in the same period. One of a kind. Sasuke roared, his figure flickered, and he was in front of Uchiha Itachi in an instant. At the moment of releasing the instant body technique, he saw Sasuke slash out at the same time, and his Kusanagi sword was full of lightning, and the Chidori sound of chirping and chirping erupted even more, showing great power. This powerful force swept out and stabbed Uchiha Itachi. In fact, this was the first time Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke met after the genocide. Unlike in the original book, the plot of the Hokage world has been changed by Chen, so this is the first time Sasuke has met Uchiha Itachi, and his mood is extraordinarily impulsive and furious. Blink of an eye, I saw that Sasuke was already charging up, and Chidori's range included everything, and he stabbed directly at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi snorted lightly, standing still without dodging. At this time, he saw Chidori's stab attack, as if it had penetrated directly through Uchiha Itachi's body, but Uchiha Itachi was unmoved. After that, I saw Uchiha Itachi's figure flashed and turned into crows. The crows flew away quietly, flying everywhere in the air, making quack, quack, quack sounds. Crow clone. Uchiha Itachi's own signature ninjutsu. Demonic illusion, when didn't even my Sharingan find out? Sasuke's heart moved, and he couldn't help being horrified, and there was a deep consternation in his eyes. Even his Sharingan didn't find out. When did Uchiha Itachi perform demonic illusion? How strong is Uchiha Itachi's strength? Sasuke felt that Uchiha Itachi's demonic illusion was measurable, and he felt a bit shocked. My stupid brother, your strength has really improved, but you still have a gap with me. You know why? Because our eyes are different. Even if we are Sharingan, your eyes are like mine. At this time, Uchiha Itachi's eyes changed from 3 Tomo's Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan's dart shape. Mangekyo Sharingan. Well, let's try the power of kaleidoscope. Uchiha Itachi said lightly, Tsukuyomi. Once again, Uchiha Itachi used Tsukuyomi on Sasuke. Exist. In Tsukuyomi's world, the scene of Uchiha Itachi killing the entire Uchiha clan was once again screened. This scene was displayed in front of Sasuke's eyes, which made Sasuke feel the shock again, trembling in the fantasy space, and was frightened. Not light. The power of Tsukuyomi shocked Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke experienced that nightmarish scene once again. Don't do this, stop it. Sasuke's spiritual world was greatly impacted, and he only felt like he was about to fall. Sasuke roared, almost collapsed, and shouted loudly, but it was of no use. In front of him, his parents and his clan fell one by one, all of which were done by the man in front of him, the man he once admired the most and now hates the most. Sasuke felt at a loss and didn't know what to do, but he was always tormented by this illusion, which made Sasuke feel sad. The fantasy is over. Sasuke seemed to have experienced a big battle. His eyes were blank, he fell directly, and fell to the ground. Sasuke's whole body was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just been soaked in water, and he was soaked all over. He couldn't move at all, looked at Uchiha Itachi with his eyes blank, and subconsciously said in a low voice, "Brother, I'm going to kill my brother." Hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment, hesitating for a moment in his eyes, but then he said cruelly, "Sasuke, you are too weak. I have shown you the power of my Tsukuyomi, this is the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan. If you want to beat me, come to me with the same eyes, or you will never beat me." Uchiha Itachi maintained a calm and indifferent tone, which filled Sasuke's heart with unwillingness. Sasuke was completely powerless at this time, but he clenched his fists tightly, with a sad look in his eyes, but said firmly, "Uchiha Itachi, I must kill you. HMPH, you are too weak. Your hatred is not strong enough. As I said, come to me when you have the same eyes as mine." Uchiha Itachi said coldly and stepped on Sasuke's hand. At this time, I heard Sasuke let out a scream, and the scream and exclamation came, and it was extremely sad. "Come on, Itachi." Seeing this scene, Chen Yan shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Well, Uchiha Itachi and Chen were about to leave together. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi. There was always a deep hatred in his eyes, and this hatred kept rising. This time, seeing Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke is completely give up. He even had the idea of becoming stronger, which inspired his inner fighting spirit. This hatred made Sasuke fall into the abyss, but it also gained the power of hatred. Mangekyo Sharingan, no, I must become stronger, I will kill you. 555 Martyrdom, Black Zetsu appears. Tatsu and Itachi left Akatsuki's stronghold. Deidara had already left, and it seemed that there was a battle coming from Sasori, so Tatsu planned to check it out. In the original book, this is where Sasori was buried. Chen and Uchiha Itachi walked side by side. Chen narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "Itachi, are you planning to carry all this by yourself? Why don't you tell Sasuke the truth from beginning to end?" "Boss, you must know Sasuke's character very well. He believes that the Uchiha family is a glorious family. If he tells him the truth, I am afraid that his thoughts will be more extreme, and he will even take revenge on Konoha with his thoughts and plans." Strength, how could Konoha be an opponent? Uchiha Itachi sighed and whispered. At this time, Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. This sharp pain came from his eyes. After Uchiha Itachi used the Tsukuyomi of Mangekyo Sharingan just now, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes. The stinging pain made Uchiha Itachi almost unbearable and felt a lot of pain. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi clearly felt that his body was weak and his vision was blurry. Uchiha Itachi, your body. Chen glanced at Uchiha Itachi. Chen knows that Uchiha Itachi seems to be suffering from some kind of terminal illness, and he also knows that his time is running out, so he uses this extreme method to motivate Sasuke and let Sasuke grow up. Even, Uchiha Itachi has already made all preparations to let himself martyrdom and eventually die, to complete Sasuke, to give Sasuke the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and to help Sasuke open his eyes to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Tatsu understood Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. I'm fine, Chief. Uchiha Itachi pushed hard. Chen said lightly, your terminal illness, you won't survive for a few years. Chen's words, Uchiha Itachi suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen, his eyes full of surprise. There was only one question in Uchiha Itachi's heart. How did Chen know that, really, he couldn't hide everything? When he thought of this, Uchiha Itachi felt extremely surprised and even more shocked. Everything Chen showed has already made Uchiha Itachi feel mysterious, and now he even knows about his terminal illness. To know this is a secret he has been trying so hard to hide. Actually, your terminal illness is just a trivial matter to me. You also know that my master has a completely different power. Itachi, if you want, I can help you. Chen rode. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while, then refused. No need for the leader, I know your kindness. Oh. Chen was surprised and didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to reject his proposal. Uchiha Itachi said, I have made a decision on this matter, thank you Chief, I still stick to my own ideas. Chen was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, realizing that Uchiha Itachi was planning to really fulfill Sasuke. From this point of view, Uchiha Itachi really deserves a good brother. Chen sighed softly, also, let's do what you think. Yes. Uchiha Itachi also only nodded. Chen and Uchiha Itachi arrived at the place where Sasori was fighting, and Chen felt a huge chakra fluctuation between them, and this chakra was exactly the chakra made by Sasori. At the same time, Chen even saw more than 100 puppets appearing all around. These puppets were flying in the sky and moving everywhere, and the form they showed was completely terrifying. Has Sasori finally used this move? He claims to be the strongest move, and at the same time manipulates hundreds of puppets to fight, and completes the super puppet technique. Chen whispered. This is also the first time that Uchiha Itachi has seen such a strong puppet technique. Uchiha Itachi was slightly surprised and said, manipulate hundreds of puppets at the same time. Manipulating hundreds of puppets at the same time, but I have never heard of any puppet master who can do it. Uchiha Itachi thought of this and was amazed. While Uchiha Itachi was amazed, he saw that Sasori was manipulating hundreds of puppets to fight against Sakura and Chiyo. Sakura and Chiyo had been cornered at this time, and the situation was actually very dangerous. Chen narrowed his eyes, but felt something unusual. Because Sasori's strength is obviously not that weak. After Sasori has followed Chen to the moon and saw Otsutsuki Hamura's puppet technique, his strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Among the current Akatsuki, he is also in the forefront. In fact, Sasori's ability is definitely enough to deal with Sakura and Chiyo teaming up. Chen shook his head. It seems that Sasori has always had an old love for Chiyo, and is not willing to kill him from the beginning to the end. It looks like Sasori is doomed. Let's go, Itachi. Chen said lightly. Leader. Itachi was a little strange. Sasori couldn't possibly lose at this time, but looking at the situation of the battle, when Tatsu turned around, he saw the two puppets, father and mother, directly pierced Sasori's heart. Sasori is about to die. However, unlike the original plot, Sasori did not reveal the information of Orochimaru, nor did he reveal the information of Akatsuki, but Enron died. Sasori, the daughter of Akatsuki, who pursues immortality and eternal art, has fallen. Although Sasori's death is similar to the plot, Chen clearly feels the change in the plot, because after Sasori's death is the plot of Naruto and Sasuke meeting, but now it seems to be ahead of schedule. Fortunately, everything is within Chen's control. Chiyo and Sakura finally killed Sasori. At this time, Chiyo killed his most beloved grandson. He was also disheartened and used his life to resurrect Gaara. Sasuke left like a lone wolf and returned to Orochimaru's secret stronghold. When everyone thought this battle was over, a black figure emerged from the ground, with a somewhat sinister smile. It was Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu said coldly in a low voice, "Hey, Uchiha-chan, did you get the Shukaku of one-tailed sand? Hey, it looks like I'm going to appear. I won't let you get the nine-tailed beast so easily." 556 Black Zetsu, get out. Black Zetsu's expression was indifferent, and it became very cold, with bursts of coldness in his eyes. He wanted to organize Chen's plan, especially so that Chen would no longer get the nine-tailed beasts. To this end, Black Zetsu even continued to use the whole cards left by Kagaya-hime. Kagaya-hime left a lot of trump cards for Chen for his own resurrection, and Black Zetsu directly used the strongest trump cards in order to deal with Chen. Now that Chen has realized the yin and yang escape, his strength has grown greatly, which is absolutely terrifying, and even the original Six Paths Immortal must be a little bit afraid of Chen. Seeing that Chen's strength has now reached to what extent. Black Zetsu is also very cautious. He also knows that Chen is not easy to deal with, so when facing Chen, he also made multiple designs before thinking of how to deal with Chen. From Black Zetsu's point of view, his plan is absolutely flawless, enough to deal with Chen. Uchiha-chan, just wait, I will let you die without a burial. Black Zetsu sneered, showing a deep anger. He glanced around, only to see that Akatsuki lost one person with Sasori's death. However, Black Zetsu did not take it lightly. On the contrary, it was more cautious and even more serious. Because Black Zetsu is very clear, Akatsuki's master has no influence on Tatsu's strength. Even if Akatsuki's master is damaged too much, it will be the end of the world. Because that means that Chen will take action in person. How could the 9 big-tailed beasts be able to stop them before being collected by Chen in minutes? So Black Zetsu behaved very cautiously. Using my layout, let's kill Uchiha-Chen first. Success or failure is here. The front is just a desert in the land of wind. There is no one in the wilderness, so it is suitable for battle. Black Zetsu's eyes flickered, and he said to himself. This time, Black Zetsu acted alone. He didn't tell White Zetsu, let alone Obito. Black Zetsu has always been disguised and hidden in front of Obito, and now both Obito and White Zetsu only think that Black Zetsu is the aggregate of Uchiha Madara's will. In the land of the wind, the sky is full of yellow sand, and the sound of the whirring wind blows, and the sound of whirring is rolled up. The wind greets 10 miles and dances wildly everywhere. The weather in the land of winds is still so bad, still so uncomfortable. At this time, in the wind and sand that filled the sky, Chen and Uchiha Itachi walked side by side. Soon, it seemed that he felt something. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had sensed something, and waved at Uchiha Itachi, saying, Itachi, you step back first, there may be a fight later. Leader. Uchiha Itachi was slightly puzzled, and was shocked when he heard the words, but seeing Chen's serious expression, he was still slightly stunned, and quickly nodded and stepped back. Uchiha Itachi retreated a full 100 meters, and Chen Mi, facing the air in front of him, said indifferently, you are still pretending to be a ghost, Black Zetsu, but I underestimated you and kept forgetting about you. Come on. Black Zetsu. Chen also sensed the existence of Black Zetsu. Uchiha-chan, you actually found out. He is indeed an existence that Madara has always been afraid of. At this time, there was a hoarse voice. It was Black Zetsu. Soon, Black Zetsu appeared in front of Tatsuya. Black Zetsu gave a gloomy smile, and his figure appeared in the yellow sand. As the yellow sand danced wildly, Black Zetsu's expression became more and more gloomy. Distance. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Uchiha Itachi could feel the unusualness of Black Zetsu. This is definitely a bit tricky guy, but it should not be a cause for concern. After all, although Black Zetsu is difficult to deal with, at best it is a cage-level powerhouse, which is not the same as today's Tatsuya. I can't believe that you still remember me, Uchiha-chan. It's a great honor. It seems that I really want to entertain you today. Black Zetsu whispered. Chen said, Black Zetsu, you misunderstood. I don't care about you at all. I just thought you were ugly, so I was impressed by you. Chen chuckled. This sentence made Black Zetsu angry. Black Zetsu angrily said, Uchiha-chan, don't be too complacent. I have already made arrangements today, and I will kill you after everything is done. So that you can no longer hinder the resurrection of the mother. In fact, even Black Zetsu is not very clear. No matter how Tishin stops Kagaya-hime's resurrection, with Kagaya-hime's strength, sooner or later, he will be able to break through the seal arranged by the Six Paths Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura. So even Chen did not deliberately prevent Kagaya-hime's resurrection, but just wanted to delay Kagaya-hime's resurrection time, so that Chen's strength reached the level of rivalry with Kagaya-hime. Kill me. Chen narrowed his eyes and shook his head. It's just you, I'm afraid it's not enough. A word. Black Zetsu was furious, but Black Zetsu suppressed his anger and snorted coldly. Of course I don't rely on myself. I will let you see my trump card, my mother's layout for thousands of years, and how could your master understand it? Black Zetsu snorted coldly, bursting out with powerful power, and the chakra around him surged out. The distance. Uchiha Itachi looked at all this with a little surprise in his heart, faintly feeling that he had come into contact with a great thing and a secret. Who is the mother in the mouth of this black guy, and it seems that he knows the identity of the other party very well. He was even afraid of him. What the hell was going on? Uchiha Itachi watched quietly, thinking about this matter in his heart. At the same time, Chen saw strong forces surging out of Black Zetsu's body, which formed a terrifying shock force, and it seemed that Black Zetsu was using all his strength. The chakra belonging to Black Zetsu emerged, and Black Zetsu said confidently, Uchiha-chan, I will show you what the strongest power is. The art of psychic. 557 Indra. The art of psychic. I saw was Black Zetsu roaring loudly, with coldness in Yin Chi-Chi's eyes, roaring out a psychic technique. Chen narrowed his eyes, wondering what kind of psychic technique Black Zetsu planned to use to deal with him, waiting for Black Zetsu's move. At this time, I saw Black Zetsu in action. A majestic and shocking chakra surged out. This chakra did not come from Black Zetsu himself, but from the thing he channeled. It was only seen that it was a humanoid body. This body is all black, exuding a strange aura, as if it came from hell. This human-shaped body is clearly a corpse. Corpse. Chen narrowed his eyes. This corpse is very special. Although the whole body is black, the outline of the face can be seen. It looks like the breath of the Otsutsuki clan, but the color of the corpse has changed. It feels like it belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Itachi frowned in the distance, feeling that the person in front of him was just a corpse, but he had an extraordinary power. The energy contained in this body is really explosive. But seeing Uchiha Itachi felt the terrifying power contained in this person's body, and secretly said. So that's it. Your cards are the corpses of the Otsutsuki clan. Chen looked at Black Zetsu. In Chen's impression, Black Zetsu really has the ability to possess the body. Chen also roughly understood what Black Zetsu was trying to do. Black Zetsu wanted to fight Chen by attaching himself to this corpse. That said, the corpse of the Otsutsuki clan is absolutely extraordinary. Chen looked at the corpse carefully. At this time the corpse closed his eyes, Chen could only see the general features, but he didn't fully understand it, so he could not help frowning slightly. Hey, Uchiha-chan, you guessed right. But this corpse of mine is not an ordinary corpse. You will be shocked if you know his origin. Black Zetsu sneered. This is the son of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the legendary corpse of Indra. This corpse contains amazing power. He is extremely powerful, even the ancestor of your Uchiha clan. The son of the Six Paths Immortal, Indra's corpse. A stunned look flashed in Chen's eyes, and at the same time, the voice of the Six Paths Immortal came from the ring in Chen's hand. Six Paths Immortal said, "Boy, be careful, I can feel that the corpse of my eldest son Indra is right. Damn, I didn't expect this Black Zetsu to have such a thing. This Black Zetsu's breath is so similar to his mother's breath, he's probably a symbol of his mother's will." Although the old man of Six Paths didn't participate in the previous battle, he also made a rough guess and knew that Black Zetsu was terrifying. Chen said solemnly, "Yes, I really didn't expect Black Zetsu to hide such a big whole card, and even get Indra's body. Indra, this is absolutely terrifying." Original. The Black Zetsu in the book does not have such a whole card. It seems that Chen Chuan caused the butterfly effect, or the Black Zetsu in the original book actually has a whole card, but before the whole card is used, Kagaya Haim has been successfully summoned. Black Zetsu smiled gloomily. "Uchiha Chen, you see it, I see. If you can still be so arrogant, I will let you open your eyes and see the strength of Indra. Actually, there is a reason why Black Zetsu got Indra's body. Indra inherited the spiritual power of the Six Paths old man, possessing the eye of a fairy. He is very arbitrary and thinks that power is everything. Indra's thoughts were not recognized by the Six Paths old man, and finally the Six Paths Immortal chose to let his younger brother Asura as his successor. Unable to accept this, Indra fought a long battle with his younger brother Ashura at the instigation of Black Zetsu. After Indra's death, Black Zetsu collected Indra's body as a trump card. Indra is definitely an extremely terrifying existence. As Black Zetsu spoke, he moved his body and quickly attached himself to Indra. Seeing only Black Zetsu, he took control of Indra's body. As Indra's body moved, a powerful force immediately emerged, a chakra exploded, and Indra's corpse opened its eyes. 3 tomo belonging to Sharingan appeared, and the pattern of Sharingan changed, forming an explosive force. Hey, Uchiha-chan, enjoy yourself. This battle is specially prepared for you. Under my arrangement, the strength of Indra's body at this time has reached the peak state of the heyday. But I also paid the price for this. The power of this body can only be used once. But it's enough for you." Black Zetsu let out a gloomy smile, and the voice came out. It turned out that Black Zetsu was carefully arranged, and at this time, Indra's power has been restored to its peak state, and a lot of effort has been put into dealing with Chen. Uchiha Itachi was already unable to move, completely subverted by all this. According to legend, Indra, the son of the Six Paths sage, the ancestor of the Uchiha family, actually appeared in front of him and was controlled by this mysterious shadow. Susanoo. But saw Black Zetsu roaring, using Indra's body to open the full-body Susanoo. At this time, Indra's body exploded with the peak power before birth, and a deep purple spread out, followed by the appearance of Susanoo in the form of a Tengu, a deep purple complete Susanoo. The power of the complete Susanoo should not be underestimated. The terrifying power was displayed, causing Chen to narrow his eyes slightly. In fact, Indra's power is very similar to Sasuke, who got his inheritance power from the Six Paths sage in the middle and late period of the original work. After all, Sasuke is also the reincarnation of Indra. If you only have a full-body Susanoo, then I'm afraid I'm going to be disappointed. Chen said lightly. 558 The first yin and yang confrontation. Under the control of Black Zetsu, Indra showed extraordinary power. First of all, he used the complete Susanoo, and the deep purple made the surrounding terrain appear a piece of depression. Fortunately, this is a large desert area, so that Black Zetsu and Chen can give it a shot without any scruples. It's not enough, Uchiha-chan, don't be too loud. Indra still has the power of yin that has not been used. Spoke. Black Zetsu smiled coldly. Indra showed great strength. Black Zetsu controlled Susanoo, who was a complete body, and attacked Chen directly. Chen narrowed his eyes and felt this overwhelming power, and he also showed a playful look. Well, since you are so interested, I will play with you. While talking, Chen also used his Susanoo. Complete Susanoo. Chen whispered. Suddenly, I saw Chen's Susanoo burst out. The golden light was like the sun, illuminating the entire desert. It seemed to appear in the sky above the desert. Two suns, one is the real sun, the other is the real sun. Tatsu's Susanoo light. Tatsu Susanoo's appearance made Black Zetsu a little more serious. HMPH, then let's see whose Susanoo is stronger. However, he saw Black Zetsu shouting angrily, spreading his wings on Indra's Susanoo, and at the same time Susanoo flying in the sky, in an instant, as if a purple sun appeared in the sky again. Earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. Chen smiled coldly, and Susanoo, who was also controlling himself, only saw Chen's Susanoo also soar up and collided with Indra's Susanoo. Boom! A loud bang came and burst out. The loud bang continued, and the surroundings seemed to be shaken by a big earthquake. Chen and Susanoo of Indra, this is a real attack. Relying entirely on the quality of chakra, and the strength of Susanoo are colliding. These two behemoths slammed together. Black Zetsu's complexion changed slightly. In the impact just now, he felt the extraordinariness of Chen's Susanoo. The quality and strength of Chen's Susanoo are very terrifying, and even faintly stronger than Indra's Susanoo. How could this be? Black Zetsu didn't understand a little, he just felt that Susanoo was extremely powerful. Damn, Uchiha-chan, I don't believe you can still win. Unwilling to do so, Black Zetsu shouted angrily, the arrow of Indra. Chen was slightly surprised. In the original book, this trick is famous. Sasuke used the complete Susanoo as a container to integrate the chakras of the nine-tailed beasts, and finally created the complete Susanoo to complete this technique, which has the power to destroy the world. But obviously the current Black Zetsu is not so strong. The Black Zetsu released this Indra's. Just used Indra's complete body, Susanoo, as a container, and unleashed an overwhelming power. A spiritual bow appearing on the purple Susanoo. This spiritual bow released the power of chakra, burst out, and shot the arrow of chakra directly at Chen. In an instant, Chen felt it. Enormous power. A suffocating pressure struck. Tiankong Cloud Sword. At this time, Chen also used chakra and Tiankong Yunjian to condense into a sword beam, facing the huge power of the arrow of Indra. At this time, even the space seemed to be cracked. Black Zetsu controlled Indra, bursting out a powerful force and aura, and the arrow of Indra blasted out. When the shot came, the space instantly solidified, and bursts of energy were emitted. Chen controlled Tiankong Yunjian, and suddenly burst out with a banging power. The two collided. Bang bang bang. This time, a violent sound broke out, and the sky and the earth were affected by this strong sound. The space was chaotic, everywhere there are fissures in the space. The power of the Tiankong Cloud Sword and Indra's arrow collided. Chen's Susanoo actually resisted the blow. This. Black Zetsu was extremely surprised. He never thought that Chen would block this blow so easily. This Uchiha Chen really has extremely terrifying power. Only seeing the confrontation between the two complete Susanoos, in this desert, it seems that the terrain has been changed. The yellow sand on the desert is blown away madly, and there is a chill everywhere. The desert terrain changed, the space was shocked, and even blank areas appeared in the desert for dozens of miles, and no one could approach. Even the aftermath of the battle between the two made Uchiha Itachi in the distance had to turn on Susanoo to resist, otherwise he would be wiped out between the two. And Black Zetsu found himself completely wrong in estimating Chen's strength. But this is the end, and Black Zetsu can't do anything about it. Black Zetsu could only bite the bullet and continue to use Indra's power. This time, facing Indra, Chen also felt a trace of unusual power. Black Zetsu bit Kiba and said, "I don't believe that you can resist even the shadows. I will defeat you with the power of the shadows of Indra." Shadow. Chen narrowed his eyes and whispered lightly, "It's not. You are the only one who can escape, and I will too." Chen spoke, he raised his hands and released his Susanoo. And Black Zetsu also disarmed Indra's Susanoo. The two looked at each other and understood that each other's next ultimate move was a yin and yang escape. Chen also showed a slightly dignified expression, and it can be said that this is the first time Chen has used yin-yang escape in actual combat. He wants to show Black Zetsu the horror of yin and yang escape. More, ask the automatic watermelon too. 559 Chen's eye variation. Tilde open black lens bracket 1 update, close black lens bracket. Yin escape, turn thunder. However, I saw that on the Indra controlled by Black Zetsu, the power of yin escape broke out. This power was deep and terrifying, and it had a strong attack power. The thunder was densely covered, and it exploded. The power flashed, and the strong pressure hit, making Chengdu feel the extreme pressure. When yin and yang escaped, it was truly extraordinary. As expected of Indra, this power. Chen lightly sighed with emotion, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, because the power was so strong that it surprised him too. Indra's strength is still on top of Madara, who has not become 6 paths. He is close to Sasuke, who has obtained the 6 paths immortal yin escape inheritance. Boy, be careful, this battle is very crucial. Indra is very strong. He has inherited my yin power, and can use the yin power to ultimate. There are not many people who can stop him. But I heard the voice of the 6 paths immortal, reminding Chen. Old man, I know, you don't need to tell me. Chen snorted softly and said coldly. This battle is indeed very crucial. Chen must win Black Zetsu, and then kill Black Zetsu, to solve this problem completely. Black Zetsu can be said to play a very important role in the Hokage world, but Black Zetsu's own strength is not enough. How strong is it? But the computing power is definitely the top in the Hokage world. He first tricked Indra to deal with Asura. It is to tamper with the Uchiha stone tablet left by the 6 paths immortal, let Uchiha Madara get it, and then disguise it as the will created by Uchiha Madara, obey Uchiha Madara, and gain Uchiha Madara's trust at the same time. Uchiha Madara believed the words on the 6 paths steel, so he pursued the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, only to find it was a big hole, but it was too late. Black Zetsu kept Obito and Uchiha Madara in a desperate situation, and released Kagaya. It can be said that Black Zetsu is the conspirator who runs through the entire Hokage world. Many conspiracies are planned by Black Zetsu, so Chen is always vigilant against Black Zetsu. It's just that I haven't found a suitable opportunity to kill Black Zetsu before, and now I finally let Black Zetsu pop out. How could Chen let Black Zetsu kill? It must be killed, Chen thought to himself, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I saw that Black Zetsu manipulated Indra to release the Yin Dungeon, which came in a strong attack. The Yin Dung, with its might and explosive force, attracted the thunder and lightning in the sky, and shrouded it towards Chen. What was shocking was that, perhaps because of the addition of Yin Dun, these thunderbolts turned black, which was extremely terrifying, flashing and slashing down, hitting Chen. The surrounding yellow sand was all attracted by the thunder and lightning, and the sound was constantly resounding. The momentum was huge, grand and shocking. This powerful force is coming towards Chen. Not to be outdone, Chen said coldly, Yin and Yang escape, Xuantian's hand. The hand of Xuantian. I only saw that in an instant. The power of Yin and Yang escaped out, and an explosive force surged up, this powerful Yin. The power of Yang is displayed, and the Yin and Yang chakra forms a big hand, which falls from the sky and seems to contain everything. The big hand was pitch black, and unlike Chen's previous Sen Luo's hand, it exuded a stronger power. Of Yin and Yang is in the palm of your hand. The hand of Xuantian erupted, descending from the sky, and came under pressure. Huge explosive power and attack power were displayed, and the power of yin-yang escape was truly extraordinary. Under the manipulation of Chen, this hand of Zantian showed the strongest posture, and even directly tore apart the black lightning that filled the sky. The power of Chen's hand of Xuantian exploded, tearing the sky directly. This huge force was so terrifying that it could tear the sky apart. But at this moment, I saw the two collide with each other. The airflow around them kept blasting, the yellow sand in the sky all turned into powder, the sky was gloomy and dark, and the space around seemed to have cracks. Were cracks everywhere, and the desert had dropped by at least 10 meters because of the confrontation between Chen and Black Zetsu. The yellow sand was flying, forming a sandstorm, which drifted into the distance, and terrifying disasters came everywhere, just like the end of the day. It was horrible. But when he saw it in the distance, Uchiha Itachi saw this scene, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He said softly, a pair of Sharingan kept turning, and he felt the terrible breath. Chen's strength, as well as the powerful yin and yang escape, made Uchiha Itachi move, knowing how powerful Chen is. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi was even more curious about the identity of Black Zetsu, and he already had some guesses in his heart. But Uchiha Itachi didn't understand enough about the stone tablets of the Uchiha family, and he didn't know about Kagaya and others, and there were only some vague guesses. However, seeing that the yin escape released by Indra was instantly deciphered by Chen using the yin and yang escape, Chen had a general understanding of Black Zetsu's current strength in manipulating Indra. Indra's corpse has been damaged in many places from the attack just now, and Chen suffered from the aftermath, but also has some damage, but Chen's body can be called pervert, and soon recovered, quickly recovered, even a little bit. No scars were left. The embodiment of Chen Yin-Yang Dun's cultivation to a powerful ultimate. Uchiha Chen. Black Zetsu was finally a little panicked. He found that his ultimate move seemed to be very difficult to help Chen, while Chen, on the other hand, handled him with ease and ease. A trace of astonishment flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes, and he looked at Chen. While Chen was fighting with Indra possessed by Black Zetsu, he gradually felt the awakening of a power that seemed to come from within Chen's body, causing his physical condition to change. I only saw Chen feel a scorching light in his eyes, the color of blood Yuhi appeared in his eyes, that pair of purple Rinagons, unexpectedly, unconsciously, there seems to be some kind of mutation. What's going on? Chen himself was quite surprised. Boy, your eyes. The voice of the Six Paths Fairy also sounded at the right time. 560 Samsara Sharingan. Open black lens bracket for automatic reward. Close black lens bracket. That's right, Chen's eyes have changed. During the battle with Indra, Chen also felt the gradual changes in his body, especially the huge changes that appeared in his eyes. Boy, your eyes seem to have a tendency to change. You really have a pair of very good eyes. The Six Paths Fairy is amazing. Chen also felt that his eyes were burning, and he seemed to be turning bloody. You must know that ordinary Rinnegan is purple, and Chen's Tomo Rinnegan is also purple, but now it is 6 Tomo. The moment, his Rinnegan has a tendency to change. Chen can clearly feel that his Rinnegan has the feeling of evolution, and the power of yin in the Rinnegan is constantly increasing, which is by no means ordinary. Your Rinnegan is not ordinary. Now there may be a tendency to evolve into Samsara Sharingan. Samsara Tomo Sharingan, these are the eyes that only mothers have. The exclamation of the Six Paths Fairy came, and she was horrified and said in a stunned voice. Chen's heart moved slightly. Hearing what the Six Paths Fairy said, his Rinnegan is truly extraordinary. Turned out to be the reincarnation Tomo Sharingan. In the Hokage world in the original book, the only person who has 9 Tomo reincarnation Sharingan is the big Kagaya of the Hokage world. Kagaya strength is extraordinary, as the first person to swallow the fruit of the divine tree. A 19 Tomo reincarnation Sharingan also appeared on her forehead. It can be said that this is also the embodiment of Kagaya terrible power reaching ultimate. But today's Chen has also started to mutate in his eyes, and even Chen's eyes are unpredictable, as if he has reincarnation Sharingan. Of course, the current Chen's eyes are still in the process of mutation, and even Chen himself does not understand why this happens. I know, boy, it must be that when you fought with Indra, you absorbed the power of yin from Indra, which triggered the change of yin in your body. The Six Paths Immortal seemed to have analyzed the reason and said lightly. A hint of understanding flashed in Chen's eyes, and the Six Paths Immortal seemed to be right. After all, what Indra inherited is the power of Yin Dun, and the power of Yin Dun is the spiritual power, which is closely related to the pupil power of the eyes. Indra is dead. If you can absorb the power of Indra, you may be able to complete the complete evolution of your eyes and truly possess the Sharingan of reincarnation. The Six Paths Sage whispered, "It's a pity, Indra." After all, Indra is the son of the Six Paths Sage, so the Six Paths Sage is still somewhat melancholy. Hearing the immortal Six Paths say this, Chen felt slightly in his heart that this was indeed an opportunity for him. Mind, Chen's eyes flashed, and he looked at Black Zetsu again. It seems that this time he really should thank Black Zetsu. If it wasn't for Black Zetsu, how could he have come across this by chance? Black Zetsu was in control of Indra's corpse and felt extremely troublesome. Even Black Zetsu never thought that Chen's strength would be so unfathomable, indeed it can only be described as unfathomable. Chen and Indra fought, and there was no exhaustion or consumption in the slightest. Contrary, looking at Black Zetsu was out of breath and felt the load. No way, Black Zetsu's manipulation of Indra like this would indeed be a huge burden. But since things had come to this point, he could only bite the bullet and fight Chen. Black Zetsu can only pray that his next ultimate move to control Indra will be effective, and he can make Chen obediently obey, and even kill Chen. As everyone knows, Chen is also thinking about this idea in his heart. The battle has dragged on for too long. This time, Black Zetsu must be killed. We must find a way to eliminate the troubles forever. Was absolutely disgusted with Black Zetsu, and she was ready to use all her strength immediately. Sen Luo's domain. Chen let out a low voice, only to see the realm of Sen Luo showing. This is the space control power Chen obtained after obtaining Rinnegan. Just as Uchiha Madara has the Limbo Border Jail, the trump card of Limbo Border Jail, Chen's Senra's domain is also quite terrifying. For a time, Black Zetsu only felt a strong pressure hit, and even the surrounding space was blocked. The pressure made one feel as if he was in an ice cellar, and he felt cold from head to toe. Black Zetsu groaned in his heart, and secretly said that it was not good. Chen, the realm of Senluo, showed his strength, and directly controlled Black Zetsu from this space. Black Zetsu felt the power of destruction, and secretly said, "Not good." Black Zetsu roared, "Yin escape, Blackwater lazy. Blackwater razor." This is also a super strong yin escape. I only saw the roar accompanied by Black Zetsu, and then saw a vision in the sky, and even black clouds appeared in the sky. A huge black thunderbolt fell from the sky. The rumbling sound was incessant, and it erupted wildly. The power of black thunder and lightning was displayed. Bunch of thunder and lightning flashed at the same time as the dense thunder cloud. The light shone in this space, and the thunder and lightning slashed, and it turned out that the thunder and lightning were directly triggered. Of manipulating thunder and lightning is even more sophisticated than Chen's Kirin. Of course, this method of manipulating lightning, Chen can also do it now. I only saw Chen sneer and said indifferently, "It's not bad the power of yin escape, it's a pity that in my Senluo domain, I'm a god. Everything in this world must be controlled by me, and you also want to compete with me." Speaking, I only saw Chen's Senluo domain unfolding, forming a protective barrier around Chen, directly blocking the countless thunderbolts in the sky, like a barrier. With all this, there is a deep shock. He couldn't be more clear about the power of this Yin Dun, but now that he saw Chen's release of Yin Dun's power to block, he was still completely shocked, scared to death. Indra's shady escape was actually resisted by such an understatement. Please automatically give a reward. Please download Filu's novel.